Chapter 286. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the bronze immortal palace shook violently again. The continuous vibrations seemed to be filled with resentment. Even the Alcade Sacred Master, the master of the Jiang family, and the other powerful figures on the battlefield could sense the intense killing intent. Look, it's out, it's out. How is this possible? On the battlefield, while the cultivators were fighting with the ancient creatures, they had been paying attention to the bronze immortal palace. When the skeletal hand in front of the immortal palace retracted, a black light flashed out, and a cultivator screamed. However, when the cultivators saw the black light clearly, they were all shocked. It was as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This was a young child with soft hair draped over his shoulders. He floated next to Chu Bei and jumped up and down, like a little fairy dancing under the moonlight. He was only 4 or 5 years old. He was chubby, white, and cute. There was a pair of white wings behind the child's back, and there were 2 pupils in his eyes. He was obviously not a descendant of the human race. Why is there a child in the bronze immortal palace? Where is the skeleton from before? What does this child have to do with the skeleton? The Alcade Sacred Master, Tu Tian, and the other powerful figures fixed their gazes on the child. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not calm down. If it was anywhere else, anyone would love such a cute and adorable child. However, no one would have such feelings here. To them, facing this unknown child was more like facing a formidable enemy. They were ready to fight at any moment. The children surrounded Chu Bei and sized him up with curiosity in their eyes. There was no sign of danger at all. Fake, it's all fake. Suddenly, Crazy Olay laughed maniacally. Then, his eyes narrowed, and the 2 beams of light merged into one. They penetrated the sea of clouds and hit the child directly. Roar. Suddenly, the child let out a shrill roar. Then, his whole body was shrouded in black fog. Layers of flesh fell off, and he became a white skeleton in the end. Amidst the eerie sound of friction, the white skeleton continued to expand. In an instant, it was 5 meters tall, and a thick evil aura filled the air. It's him, the skeleton from before. I was almost deceived by the child it transformed into. What exactly is it? There's clearly no aura of life, so how can it be like a living thing? Who was the previous owner of this corpse? Is he the master of this bronze immortal palace? On the battlefield below the clouds, the battle gradually calmed down. The gazes of all the cultivators were directed at White Bones and Chu Bei. The ancient era's organisms all stopped fighting and looked at the skeleton with reverence. Die. With a syllable that sounded like it came from hell, a giant skeletal palm pierced through the purple clouds and appeared above Crazy Olay's head in an instant. Rumble. But before the skeletal hand could reach Crazy Olay, a huge sword ray appeared and slammed into the skeletal hand. In the sound of the sword, 2 kinds of destructive energy intertwined and merged, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth at the same time. Facing Chu Bei, White Bones let out a low roar. Before the roar faded away, White Bones' body shook violently, and then a black fog appeared all over its body. When the black fog dissipated, White Bones seemed to have evolved. Its body was covered with a layer of black fog armor. At the same time, 2 red lights shot out from its eyes. After slightly changing its appearance, White Bones took a step forward. The endless purple sea of clouds below suddenly rolled like waves. The space fragments around its body were constantly peeled off, and a series of pitch-black slender space gaps spread out like a spider web. The next moment, White Bones slapped at Chu Bei with its palm. As the palm fell, the bronze immortal palace behind it suddenly stopped trembling. Heaven and earth became dead silent, as if all living things had become dead. All the cultivators, including Alcade Saint Master, the master of the Jiang family, Tu Tian, and the other powerful figures, suddenly found that their bodies were imprisoned again at this moment. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. The only thing moving between heaven and earth was the palm of White Bones in front of the bronze immortal palace. Bang! The bone palm fell and hit Chu Bei's chest. To be precise, it was 5 centimeters away from his chest. A soft and deep collision sound rang out in this silent world. The moment the bone palm hit, the silence dissipated, and everything returned to normal. What's going on? The cultivators regained their freedom and looked at White Bones and Chu Bei in front of the bronze immortal palace in confusion. Logically speaking, White Bones' palm should have been able to shatter the river and destroy the void. Even the repercussions alone had imprisoned the heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. However, such a terrifying palm hit Chu Bei, who didn't dodge at all. It was really like a casual slap, and it didn't hurt at all. In front of the bronze immortal palace, White Bones retracted its bone palm and muttered in a very human-like manner. Its transparent eyes with 2 spots of red light were faintly confused. Sword fall. Chu Bei looked at Bai Jiu with a smile that was not a smile. After 2 indifferent syllables came out of his mouth, he extended his hand and beckoned. An incomparably huge gap appeared above the bronze immortal palace. In the soul-stirring sound of the sword, the 8 blood-red sword rays intertwined into a beam of light. Brontosaurus vaguely appeared in the beam of light, and the sizzling sound was deafening. What a terrifying sword! It actually produced lightning. It's even more terrifying than the thunder calamity. Looking at the beam of light intertwined by the sword rays in the gap, the Ji family master, Tu Tian, and the rest of the Almighties were horrified. At their level, they would have to go through a thunder calamity every time they broke through a small realm. After going through the thunder calamity, their cultivation level would improve. If they failed to go through the thunder calamity, they would die. Although the lightning that appeared in the beam of light formed by the sword rays above the bronze immortal palace contained a terrifying power that was rapidly compressed and restrained, they could still feel that the power of the lightning was far more powerful than the thunder calamity that they had to go through when they were Almighties by 100 or even 1,000 times. Oh my Buddha, no wonder he's my future backer. Terrifying. Feeling the terrifying sword momentum and the dense power of the lightning, the fat Taoist priest, Duanda, swallowed his saliva and shrunk his neck instinctively. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the beam of light that Chu Bei shot above the bronze immortal palace landed on White Bones. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light that was thousands of feet tall was injected into White Bones. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on White Bones' skull. Insulting the Emperor corpse, die. A roar filled with murderous intent suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. Insulting the Emperor corpse, die. The roar that filled the sky was mixed with fierce murderous intent. The rolling lightning beam bombarded White Bones, and the crack on White Bones' skull healed as the roar spread. Whoosh! White Bones roared angrily, the sea of clouds boiled, and 2 beams of blood-red light shot into the sky from its transparent eyes. With itself as the center, a majestic black mist spread out far and wide, intertwining and merging with the endless purple sea of clouds. Emperor! Emperor corpse. Could it be that he was a great emperor? The emperor realm, what kind of existence is that? Who can tell me the complete cultivation system? Below, the crowd of cultivators looked up at the sky that was like 18 levels of hell, and their expressions changed drastically. An inexplicable fear surged into their hearts. In front of the bronze immortal palace, endless murderous intent rushed toward Chu Bei like surging heatwaves, surrounding him from all directions. Emperor corpse. You're just a quasi-emperor. What's more, you've been dead for tens of thousands of years, and your divine consciousness has long been destroyed. Now, you're just a corpse that has accumulated tens of thousands of years of cultivation. What qualifications do you have to be called an emperor? Chu Bei sneered, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes were deep. He stood in the void and stared indifferently at White Bones. He had no fear, and was incomparably calm and serene. I'll take you as my servant. White Bones' blood-red light was fixed on Chu Bei's body, and as soon as his voice faded, a monstrous light lit up behind him. Could that be the immortal king descending to the 9th heaven, one of the most terrifying strange phenomena in the ancient times? My heavens, I didn't expect to see such a strange phenomenon in my life. Looking at the strange phenomenon that White Bones displayed, the crowd of cultivators, including the mighty experts, widened their eyes at the same time, and their mouths were wide open, expressing the shock in their hearts. Behind White Bones, a huge blurry figure comparable to the bronze immortal palace appeared, sitting high up in the ninth heaven, and surrounded by mysterious yellow chi, like an immortal king overlooking the common people. Kai. Kai. White Bones stood in the void and glanced below, only to hear a cold snort. Suddenly, the sea of purple clouds filled with black chi turned into a huge tornado. Oh no! Seeing the cloud tornado pressing down, the Alcade sacred leader, the Ji family patriarch, and the other mighty experts' expressions changed. Without hesitation, they took out their extreme Dao weapons and attacked. The aura of the cloud tornado made their hearts palpitate. If they really allowed it to fall, not only the cultivators present, but the residents within a 100-mile radius would also be implicated. Perhaps within a few breaths, the area within a 100-mile radius, or even wider area, would become a sea of blood. The 8 mighty experts didn't hold back at all and used their extreme Dao weapons with all their might. The other cultivators seemed to have realized the seriousness of the matter, and their sea of spiritual chi shook, sparing no effort to attack the sky. Kai. 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 However, just as the cultivators found it difficult to resist the cloud tornado, which was more like a natural disaster, Chu Bei held the Shenyuan sword with both hands. He suddenly swung it. Amidst the sound of the sword, a barrier formed by the fusion of brilliant light appeared out of thin air. The barrier was like a sea of clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. It forcibly separated the sea of clouds from the ground below. The tornado with the power to destroy heaven and earth was also blocked by this barrier. 9 heavens soared descent. With the appearance of the barrier, the pressure on the cultivators instantly disappeared. At that moment, 4 indifferent syllables reverberated between heaven and earth. Chu Bei threw the Shenyuan sword in his hand into the sky. In the next moment, the sky was filled with lightning, and the rumbling continued. Tens of thousands of Shenyuan swords appeared from the lightning. Chu Bei's body expanded several times. To be precise, he was no longer a human, but a human-shaped lightning bolt. Is that the phenomenon that Boss Chu displayed? Who can tell me what kind of phenomenon this is? Why is there no record of it in the ancient books? It's directly transformed from his main body. Can this still be called a phenomenon? The cultivators below looked at the distant sky in astonishment. In almost an instant, the lightning giant that Chu Bei had transformed into with the Shenyuan sword in his hand was already tens of thousands of feet tall, and he faced the immortal king phenomenon of the skeleton. Who are you? The skeleton shook its head, and cold, emotionless words slowly came out of its mouth. At the same time, it raised its right hand, and the huge immortal king projection behind it reached out a large hand and slapped towards the lightning giant that Chu Bei had transformed into. The moment the skeleton raised its hand, the spiritual energy in this world seemed to be isolated and sucked away. It was as if it was standing in another starry sky, and leisurely celestial music sounded. The ethereal celestial music was melodious, as if it flowed over from ancient times. It resonated with the great Tao and was filled with an inexplicable charm. At some point, a misty white fog had appeared around the skeleton, as if it was standing in a pure land of the immortal world. However, the killing intent within was surging. Even with the sword-light barrier, the cultivators below only felt their bodies cracking, their internal organs injured, their souls on the verge of destruction, and their bones on the verge of melting. Boundless killing intent. The hearts of the Alcade sacred leader, the Jiang family's patriarch, and the other mighty figures turned cold. They were so shocked that they quickly took out their supreme weapons. The celestial music sounded with boundless killing intent. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz. The attack of the immortal king in the phenomenon controlled by the skeleton covered the sky and the earth. The huge hand covered the sky and collided intensely with the Tao music in the world. If I were you, I would continue to hibernate for 10,000 years. The lightning giant that Chu Bei had transformed into stood still in the void. Jade green light lingered around the Shenyuan sword, as if it had evolved into a small world that floated in the 9 heavens. Above his head, 10,000 bolts of lightning fell like a waterfall. There were all kinds of lightning of various colors. His huge eyes flickered with lightning, and his appearance was solemn like that of a god. He was clearly above everyone's heads, but he gave off a very ethereal illusion. It was as if he was standing on the other side of the starry sky, isolated from another world that could not be touched. In the dead silence, under everyone's shocked gazes, the immortal king's palm tore through the void and struck the lightning giant. Dawn. The might of the enormous palm was peerless. The Tao music it carried was like an army of a million fighting. It pierced through metal and cracked rocks, swept through the sky, and was like a tsunami that connected the heavens and caused countless stars to fall. This palm was murderous like a tide. It was like a mighty army was galloping. The stars and moon were dim, and it caused the sky to collapse. It was a world-shocking attack. However, it was such a palm strike that didn't shake the lightning giant at all. However, unlike before, all the cultivators present here saw the layer of ripples that arose outside the lightning giant with their own eyes. At the instant the enormous palm struck the lightning giant, a layer of ripples appeared on the enormous sword in the lightning giant's hand. The ripples trembled as they forcibly absorbed all the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power contained in the giant palm. Chapter 287. What's that? How could it ignore such a powerful attack? Is this boss choose defense? It's so terrifying. Why do I feel that the ripples created by the sword have the same devouring power as my clay pot? But it's even more terrifying. No, that's not devouring power. It should be purifying power. That skeleton's attack was purified directly. All the cultivators looked at the scene in the sky in shock. What kind of technique is this? Duanda stared at the lightning giant in front of the bronze celestial palace without blinking. His mouth was wide open, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. Boss is already in an invincible position. Jizue's eyes lit up. If only I had this ability. Even if I could only purify a dragon realm expert, I would be satisfied. The old lunatic, who was occupying a corner of the void, was startled, and his rambling stopped in his mouth. Why? In front of the bronze celestial palace, Baijiu shot out two blood-red light beams from its eyes and hit the ripples. With a sizzling sound, the light beams disappeared. What followed was its stiff, resentful voice filled with unwillingness. Chu Bei didn't answer Baigu's question. Instead, he turned into a lightning giant and started to wield the Shenyuan sword, which was thousands of times larger. 8 extremities, boundless expanse. In the next moment, a cold voice drifted in the sky. The giant sword with lightning slashed down at Baijiu. Wherever it passed, 8 Tao runes appeared. The runes intertwined and formed various ancient divine beasts. Dragon Yang rises, Phoenix Lin fights. White tiger roars at the moon, longevity turtle soars. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The visible sound waves turned into ripples and instantly blasted the boundless purple sea of clouds into nothingness. Clang. Chu Bei was like a deity. He didn't move, but the giant sword of lightning had already moved the sun and the moon. This, looking at the dazzling giant sword of lightning, the Alcade sacred master, the Jiang family head, Tu Tian, and the other almighties were terrified. At this moment, their sea of reincarnation phenomenon was completely suppressed. It was as if they had met their king, and they were unable to use it at all. Looking at the surrounding ancient creatures, they instinctively prostrated themselves in the air and kowtowed repeatedly. While letting out miserable wails, they smashed into the mountain range below. Crack! The giant lightning sword finally swung down. Ah! Following a crisp sound, White Bone raised its head and let out a painful howl. Its roar was world-shaking, and the violent sound waves directly tore apart the sky. The bronze immortal palace behind it also trembled violently, releasing continuous ear-splitting sounds. Under the gazes of everyone present, the skeleton was slashed into two at the waist by the enormous lightning sword. Moreover, the two halves of the skeleton transformed into numerous pieces of bone under the might of the Grand Tao talisman markings. In an instant, the originally intact skeleton turned into countless pieces amidst the soul-stirring sword cry, piling up in the air in front of the bronze immortal palace. Kaila. The huge lightning sword soared through the sky and turned to slash at the immortal king descending to the 9 heavens phenomenon. In an instant, the phenomenon dissipated, and the heavens and the earth fell into a deathly silence. Is that immemorial emperor corpse destroyed? Maybe, but it's already turned into a pile of ashes. Is this boss Chu's true strength? Below, a group of cultivators murmured as they stared at the distant sky, their expressions somewhat dazed. You deserve to die. However, this abnormal deathly silence lasted for about 30 seconds. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the pile of ashes in front of the bronze immortal palace released a blood-red light. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the ashes merged together and turned back into the complete skeleton from before. It didn't die even like that. Could it be that at that level, it's really immortal? Maybe. After all, even almighty experts can regrow parts of their limbs, let alone them. Looking at the restored skeleton in front of the bronze immortal palace, the faces of the cultivators instantly turned ashen. It didn't die even like that, Destined cursed fiercely. A roar that sounded like it came from hell came out of the skeleton's mouth once again. In the next moment, spots of red light, with its body as the center, directly penetrated the lightning barrier and sprinkled down like a rain of blood. As the red light spread, the eyes of the ancient creatures that were crawling on the ground suddenly became bloodshot, their muscles and bones exposed, and they rushed toward the sword light barrier as if they had gone mad. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the ancient creatures rushed forward one after another, and when they touched the sword light barrier, they were all ravaged by the sword chi and turned into minced meat. However, their blood essence was instantly wrapped by the red light and quickly passed through the barrier and into the skeleton's body. Almost at the same time, the skeleton underwent another change. Flesh and blood began to grow out of the originally eerily white bones. After plundering the blood essence of thousands of ancient creatures, the spots of red light targeted the group of human cultivators and demons. Not good. Looking at the strange red light surging toward them, Alcade's sacred master was the first to react, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Soon, the group of cultivators reacted, and fear emerged on their faces. They saw with their own eyes that the ancient creatures went mad under the red light and crashed uncontrollably into the barrier, and finally turned into blood essence that was swallowed by the skeleton. Kai. Fortunately, before the countless red light touched the human cultivators, tens of millions of tiny lightning needles appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, the red light was extinguished. You shouldn't have appeared here. Bai Gu was no longer a pure skeleton. Instead, he had turned into a man with flesh and blood. He was wearing a black gold battle armor that was as translucent as black jade. The cold black metal made his skin look even more delicate and white. The black gold battle armor made him look even more heroic. His eyes were like water, and his hair danced in the wind. He held a black bone sword in his hand. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to connect this valiant man with white bones from before. Slaughter all living things and absorb all their essence. I will eventually take one step at a time until I reach that impossible realm. After White Bones transformed into a man, his words were no longer stiff. Instead, there was some emotion in his words. Be my servant and be eternally loyal. This is your chance. The man stood in front of the bronze immortal palace. His black gold battle armor flickered, and his black bone sword was intimidating. He was incomparably conceited. Where does your confidence come from? Chu Bei's mocking voice drifted between heaven and earth. Boom. The man was as still as a mountain, but his blood chi soared into the sky. Behind him, the immortal king descending to the nine heavens phenomenon appeared again, but it rapidly compressed until it became one with him. At this moment, the man transformed from white bones seemed to have transformed into that immortal king. With a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to cut open the world. Buzz, the bone sword in the man's hand vibrated, and it was as heavy as a mountain, almost crushing the space as he pressed forward step by step. Is this the legendary unification of oneself with the phenomenon? All the cultivators were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect the rumor passed down from ancient times to be true, and they saw it with their own eyes today. The ending won't change. As his indifferent voice fell, the thunder giant that Chu Bei had transformed into suddenly shrank. In the end, his body was about the same size as the skeleton man. Buzz. Chu Bei gently waved the Shenyuan sword, cutting through the sky. His momentum was no weaker than the skeleton man's bone sword. In fact, The huge bronze immortal palace resonated with the sound of thunder at this moment. Die. The skeleton man's black gold battle armor bloomed with brilliance. He raised the bone sword in his hand high, and his voice shook the sky. Chu Bei was fearless. He also raised the Shenyuan sword high. The runes on the sword flickered, and thunder snakes surged. The two swords swung at the same time. In the distant sky, there was a deathly silence. This wasn't a pure collision of swords. It was more like a kind of comprehension of the great Tao, a contest between Tao. The skeleton man's sword landed on Chu Bei's body, but it was blocked by a layer of ripples that appeared out of nowhere. This sword still couldn't split open the layer of ripples. The sword in Chu Bei's hand landed on the skeleton man's body. The black gold battle armor instantly turned into nothingness. Then, with a scream, the skeleton man was drowned by the sword light. For a time, the world was eternal, and only the skeleton man's wails were left. The lightning dissipated, and the skeleton man turned into a pile of ashes again. Thunder of the nine heavens, seeing that the pile of ashes showed signs of merging again, Chu Bei waved the Shenyuan sword again. 9 colored thunderbolts shot out from the tip of the sword, interweaving into a huge net. In the soul-stirring sound of thunder, the huge net instantly lifted the unformed ashes. Then, under the control of Chu Bei, it flew toward the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Since you've been watching for so long, this is an opportunity that I'm giving you. Chu Bei's eyes shot out 2 deep green lights, which shone through the sky and shone on the highest sacred mountain in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Rumble. Suddenly, just as Chu Bei's voice fell and everyone was puzzled, a few black spots appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain. Then, they became bigger and bigger in the eyes of the cultivators, and there was a burst of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, 9 huge objects appeared above the sacred mountain, like 9 black rivers falling down. What are those things? Coffins. They look like coffins. Why is there such a big coffin in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? What kind of existence is buried in it? The 9 big guys pulling the coffin, are they really the ancient divine beasts, true dragons? 9 dragons pulling a coffin, I've seen it before. 2 days ago, it just landed in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. What did Boss Chu mean earlier? Could it be that he has something to do with the 9 dragons pulling a coffin? Looking at the scene above the sacred mountain, all the cultivators, including the Alcade sacred master, the head of the Jiang family, Tu Tian, and the other almighty experts, froze and looked at each other in shock. Above the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, 9 huge dragon corpses were pulling an ancient bronze coffin, slowly approaching the pile of ashes that were bound by lightning. Each of the 9 dragon corpses was 100 meters long, as if they were made of molten iron, and they were full of shocking power. They were all 5-clawed black dragons. Except for their crystal-clear dragon horns, which were shining with purple light, their bodies were black, and their scales were shining with mysterious brilliance in the darkness. Chapter 288. Oh my God, 9 dragons pulling a coffin, how shocking. Looking at the 9 dragon corpses that looked like they were made of molten iron and the ancient bronze coffin that exuded an ancient aura, the fat Taoist priest was stunned and could not help but sigh. Ji Ziyue was also stunned. Her mouth was wide open, and one could see her small canine teeth that were shining with a cold light. Among all the people present, no one was more shocked than Yi Fan. When he saw the 9 dragons pulling the coffin again, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After all, he had come here riding on this coffin. Suddenly, the familiar mournful wail was heard again. Looking over, the skeleton was partially formed, but when it saw the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, there was obviously some fear in its wail. It was a kind of instinctive fear. In the giant lightning net, the skeleton struggled and even cried out pitifully in Chu Bei's direction from time to time. Clang! With the sound of metal clanging, the huge bronze coffin lid fell off, and a dazzling light shot out from the coffin. Then, the opened bronze coffin seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole that could swallow heaven and earth, and an unparalleled suction force instantly wrapped around the skeleton. The skeleton struggled wildly, and the immortal king avatar appeared again. Its whole body emitted a hazy light, but it still could not get rid of the giant lightning net. In the end, it was forcibly sent into the bronze coffin by the latter. Ah! As the lid of the coffin was closed, the mournful wails of the skeletons gradually faded away. Rumble. In the buzzing sound, under everyone's gaze, the 9 dragon corpses danced and dragged the ancient bronze coffin back to the bottom of the sacred mountain. At this time, a graceful woman appeared on the sacred mountain. The woman was so beautiful that it felt unreal. She was clearly on the sacred mountain, but it felt like she was in the celestial world. The woman's beautiful hair and clothes fluttered, and her slender figure was pitilessly beautiful. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Chu Bei through the void, and she was like a transcendent immortal. The woman gave people an illusion. Just when they thought they could see her beautiful face clearly, it became blurry again. They couldn't recall her appearance for a while. His otherworldly temperament did not seem to belong to this world. There was a kind of otherworldly aura that gave people the feeling that he could ascend to immortality at any time. The woman stood quietly on the sacred mountain, her calm eyes looking at Chu Bei in silence. Who is that woman? Is she alive or dead? No, it's more like a phantom. She's formless. When I look at her, I suddenly think of a great empress who shocked both the ancient and the modern. You're talking about Ruthless? No. No way. Could she be ruthless? Illusion. It must be an illusion. The group of cultivators stared blankly at the illusory woman at the top of the holy mountain. Discussions broke out among them as astonishment filled their faces. Chu Bei looked straight at the woman, his face expressionless as well. The woman standing across from him was none other than Ruthless Great Emperor. She was a peerless beauty who had once slaughtered her way through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She was a wondrous woman who made all the experts in the universe tremble. She was the most talented great empress in history, the most talented woman since ancient times. She was also the most ruthless person since ancient times. She fought against the heavens, the earth, and herself. She killed all the kings and stood alone in the 9 heavens. Not even the gods could stop her. She finally reached the peak with an inferior body and became the most powerful and unique great empress since ancient times. Chu Bei looked at Ruthless. To be exact, it was a clone left behind by her. He felt a sense of loss. This was the first time he faced the great empress of shrouding heaven, even though it was just a clone. After a long time, in the end, the woman disappeared from everyone's sight. She didn't say a word from beginning to end. Is that woman really Ruthless Great Empress? Could it be that this forbidden area of the primordial era is her dojo? Is the battle over? That skeleton was sent into the ancient bronze coffin by Boss Chu. What's the origin of the ancient bronze coffin? Who knows? After cultivating for hundreds of years, I realized that there are still too many unknowns. I don't even know the complete cultivation system. These existences can kill powerful experts with a lift of their fingers. I'm afraid there are still many levels between the Great Empress and the Great Empress. Above the mountain range, a group of cultivators first looked at the direction where the mysterious woman disappeared, then looked at Chu Bei in front of the bronze immortal palace. After recovering from their daze, a commotion broke out. It's dead, it's dead. Crazy Ole's eyes were filled with melancholy. His body swayed and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar in the distant sky. Chu Bei stretched out his right hand, and a 10,000 jonglong bolt of lightning extended from his palm, directly striking the bronze immortal palace. The immortal palace that was hovering in the sky trembled and finally landed in the mountain range. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. A group of cultivators immediately turned into rainbows and flew away. Finally, they hovered in the air and looked at the open gate of the immortal palace cautiously from 100 meters away. Boss, what's the origin of the 9 dragons coffin? I've divined many times, but I still can't figure it out. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back and slowly landed in front of the gate of the immortal palace like a god descending. The fat Taoist Duan De immediately stepped forward and asked respectfully. I can't say. Chu Bei looked at Duan De with a playful smile. Boss, that woman seemed to have glanced at me. Yi Fan appeared in front of Chu Bei and said uncertainly. This is the fate that you can't cut off. Chu Bei didn't say much. After his indifferent voice fell, he looked at the highest sacred mountain in the forbidden area of ancient desolation and recalled the battle with Bai Ji. Even if he had the Shenyuan sword, he couldn't kill an existence like the ancient skeletal corpse. He could only rely on the incarnation of Ruthless and the ancient bronze coffin to suppress it. When the incarnation of Ruthless appeared, he felt the true meaning of the great Tao from the ancient skeletal corpse. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be able to hurt the ancient skeletal corpse even if he had the Shenyuan sword in hand. After all, although the ancient skeletal corpse's predecessor was a quasi-emperor, its consciousness wasn't the consciousness of a quasi-emperor. It was just a spiritual body that had attached itself to the ancient skeletal corpse after tens of thousands of years. Its strength was greatly reduced. Through this battle, he also recognized the position of the system's commodity level in the shrouding heaven plane. Level 9, Dozun in the battle break plane, and dragon transformation in the shrouding heaven system. Level 10, half-step mighty figures and mighty figures. Level 11, cutting path monarch. Level 12, half-step sage. Level 13, sage. Level 14, sage king. Level 15, great sage. Level 16, boundary emperor. Level 17, great emperor. At this moment, Chu Bei could easily crush these almighty experts who held extreme weapons. However, he was far from being a match for a true emperor, even if it was the incarnation of a great emperor. Boss, are there any more ancient creatures coming out of the bronze immortal palace? Ji Ziyue swallowed her saliva and looked at Chu Bei nervously. She was clearly frightened by the skeletons and ancient creatures that had appeared earlier. Chu Bei glanced at Ji Ziyue and smiled knowingly. With a step, he had already stepped into the enormous bronze immortal palace. Boss Chu has gone in. Do you think we should go in? Even the emperor corpse couldn't do anything to him. With his cultivation level, he probably won't care about us. That's true. Boss Chu doesn't seem to be a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved us from danger so many times. Why don't we go in and take a look? If Boss Chu's expression doesn't look right, we'll immediately retreat. The cultivators around the bronze immortal palace looked at Chu Bei, who had entered the palace, and discussed with hesitation. Alcade Sacred Master, Jiang Family Head, Tu Tian, Peacock King, and the other mighty figures looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, they rushed into the immortal palace at the same time. They were extremely curious about this bronze immortal palace that had existed since the Antiquity Age and appeared once every 3,000 years. Let's go. After seeing the mighty figures enter the immortal palace, the surrounding cultivators didn't hesitate and flew into the bronze immortal palace. Skeletons, so many skeletons. After entering the palace, the first thing that appeared in everyone's sight was a pile of scattered skeletons that had died countless years ago. Look, there are words here. A cultivator seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed. In front of him was a huge ancient corpse. The ancient corpse was lying on the ground with its jaw slightly open. It seemed to be filled with loneliness before it died. Becoming an immortal. Difficult. 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 That cultivator's expression changed when he recognized the words that were almost dried up. The words were filled with bitterness. This person was obviously in despair before he died. There are words. Another cultivator exclaimed and pointed at the bottom of the snow-white arm. Alcade Young Asian. That cultivator read out loud. Alcade Sacred Master, who was not far away, was stunned. Gosh! Hearing this name, some cultivators who were well versed in ancient books exclaimed. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. Alcade Sacred Master Yang Yizhen is a peerless figure recorded in the ancient history of the Eastern Wilderness. 105,000 years ago, he dominated the Eastern Wilderness, and there were few who could match him. He actually died here. After a while, another skeleton caused everyone to exclaim. It was the second Sacred Master of the Jade Lake Sacred Master. He was also a famous existence in the Eastern Wilderness. Beside his skeleton, there was another line of blood-red words. Becoming an immortal is difficult. The third skeleton, the fourth skeleton, the fifth skeleton, gradually, a few more ancient corpses with names were discovered. These ancient corpses were all once the top figures in the eastern wilderness. The Bronze Immortal Palace is indeed the burial ground of peerless experts. All the experts came here like moths to a flame, searching for the hope of becoming an immortal. But in the end, they died here. Do you think the deaths of these ancient corpses have something to do with the ancient creature and that skeleton? No, our ancestor was a figure from 100,000 years ago, and Boss Chu said that the consciousness of that skeleton had only cultivated for 10,000 years. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the emperor in front of the skeleton died here in search of an opportunity to become an immortal. However, because of the emperor's strength, that skeleton was born. Come to think of it, how did these people die? Could it be that there is a hidden danger in this immortal palace? The cultivators looked at the countless ancient corpses and sighed. Is it so difficult to become an immortal? Is the immortal that Boss Chu mentioned the immortal that they are searching for? Did you see Boss Chu after coming in? Inside the main hall, a group of cultivators stared blankly at the eerie white bones around them with surprise in their eyes. Some cultivators also looked around as if they were looking for something. Chapter 289. Rumble. Suddenly, the Bronze Immortal Palace shook violently. Before anyone could react, a huge force appeared above their heads like the Milky Way falling or the star domain withered. The huge pressure was suffocating. Looking up, it was misty. There was actually primal chaos surging like mist. It was hazy and indistinct, and it was drowning down below. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was completely unstoppable. It was a kind of origin power. It was as if the universe had just been formed. The stars shone brightly and the chaos was violent. It was unstoppable. This power, the cultivators' eyes widened. They felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that if they were drowned by this sudden power, they would definitely die. However, to their horror, this turbid power actually imprisoned their sea of reincarnation, causing them to be unable to move. Just as the cultivators looked at the Almighties for help, the misty power suddenly dissipated. What followed was a hazy mist that gradually filled the entire hall. This is Shenhuang Qi. Oh my god, even a trace of Shenhuang Qi would cause a fight in the outside world. There's actually so much in this hall. In the hazy mist, the thousands of cultivators in the hall felt like they were dreaming. After being stunned for a moment, they came to their senses and exclaimed one after another. They looked extremely excited. Even the Alcade Sacred Master, Jiang family head, Tu Tian, Peacock King, and the other Almighties could not help but look shocked. They were filled with disbelief. Previously, they had used their extreme Dao weapons to fight to the death for the Shenhuang Qi outside the mysterious origin stone. They did not expect the Bronze Immortal Palace to be filled with Shenhuang Qi. However, just as everyone was still immersed in shock, the Shenhuang Qi that filled the entire hall suddenly went berserk. It gathered towards the center of the hall as if it had gone crazy. Looking over, they saw a figure standing in the center with his hands behind his back. His body was emitting a faint fluorescent light. It was Chu Bei, whom the cultivators were looking for. At that moment, Chu Bei was like a vortex with a terrifying suction force. He was crazily devouring the Shenhuang Qi in the hall. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, with the passage of time, the majestic Qi of heaven and earth in the hall began to thin out. The system has obtained sufficient myriad Qi. The host has obtained the right to use a level 15 commodity once. At the same time that the mechanical system sounded in Chu Bei's mind, the terrifying devouring force released from his body suddenly disappeared. Boss, the remaining Shenhuang Qi. Ji Ziyue tugged at Chu Bei's clothes and moved her lips slightly. Chu Bei calmly scanned his surroundings before turning to look at the cultivators below. Since you fellows have entered, this is fate. How much profound yellow energy you can absorb will depend on the limits of your bodies. Thank you, boss. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the cultivators in the hall looked at Chu Bei with incomparable gratitude, instantly boiling over. Even Alcade Saint Master, Peacock King, and the others looked excited. Although 90% of the heaven and earth chi in the hall had been devoured by Su Mo, the remaining level was more than enough for all of them to refine, and there was more than enough to spare. After all, the Xianhuang Qi was equivalent to a huge mountain. Even with the physique of the Almighties, they could only absorb a few strands, let alone the cultivators below the Dragon Realm. Rumble. Not long after Chu Bei landed, the bronze celestial hall shook violently. What's happening now? Everyone was shocked. It's leaving. From what I see, you should absorb as much myriad qi as possible first. When your bodies reach the limits of what they can take, you can refine it after you leave the hall, Chu Bei said nonchalantly. Hearing that, the cultivators looked at each other and no longer hesitated. Their wheel seas lit up as they began to absorb the Xianhuang qi around them bit by bit. As time went by, more and more cultivators flew out of the bronze celestial hall after their bodies reached their limits. About 15 minutes later, the Alcade sacred leader, the master of the Jiang family, and the rest of the Almighties reached their limits too. They looked at each other and left almost at the same time. On the other hand, Yi Fan and Duande were still devouring crazily. Another 15 minutes passed. Duande looked at Yi Fan with jealousy and took the lead to stop absorbing. At that moment, only Chu Bei, Duande, Yi Fan, and Ji Ziyue, who refused to leave with the master of the Ji family, were left in the hall. An hour later, the lightning in Yi Fan's will see disappeared. It meant that he had reached his limit. Let's go. It's leaving soon. Chu Bei pointed at the walls that were glowing brightly. With a wave of his hand, there was a flash of lightning and he disappeared from the bronze celestial hall with Yi Fan and the other two. Not long after Chu Bei left, the bronze celestial hall disappeared into the void amidst the buzzing sound. At a glance, there was no one else on the battlefield that had turned into ruins apart from the dead bodies. After the cultivators obtained the Xianhuang Qi, they immediately returned to their forces to refine it. One day later. Have you heard about what happened in the bronze celestial hall? Hihi, I was there personally. I almost died there. I heard that Boss Chu was there again and saved all of you. Is there such a thing? Don't you know that if you want to obtain the opportunity in the bronze celestial hall, you must first break through the deadlock? The group of people from 3,000 years ago did not find the opportunity to become an immortal. Instead, they became corpses. Not only were there thousands of powerful primordial creatures in the celestial hall, but there was also an emperor's corpse. Even the Almighty with an extreme-grade weapon was nothing in front of it. Luckily, Boss Chu was there. He used his divine power to suppress the Emperor's corpse. That was how we survived. Moreover, I seem to have seen the Great Empress recorded in the ancient books. What? That ruthless Great Empress? Don't tell me she knows Boss Chu. Speaking of which, what kind of opportunity did you obtain in the end? Hihi, the Xianhuang Qi. In just a short time, the story of Chu Bei and the Bronze Celestial Hall spread like wildfire across the entire eastern wilderness. 3 days after the Bronze Celestial Hall disappeared, in the forbidden land of antiquity that was filled with spiritual qi, Yi Fan sat on a mountain rock with his legs crossed. His entire body was covered by Genesis qi. Above the sea of misery, a small cauldron was completely formed. It was simple and natural. Its 2 ears gave birth to yin and yang, and its 3 legs stabilized heaven and earth. The small cauldron was only an inch tall. It did not have any dazzling radiance or terrifying divine power. It only had nature and atmosphere. Although it was not big, it gave off a majestic feeling. It did not feel like a weapon. Instead, it felt more like a mountain, a galaxy, a natural world. As expected of a treasure for refining weapons. No wonder it's so rare. The fat Taoist priest held his chin and looked at the cauldron in Yi Fan's body with envy. Bam! A dull sound came from Yi Fan's body. At that moment, Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the sea of reincarnation. He stepped onto the divine bridge and crossed the sea. He crossed the sea of misery and came to the end. It was a pure land with clouds and mist. High in the sky, he could vaguely see a huge Taoist palace. The Taoist palace corresponded to the chest area of the human body. There were 5 deities there: the heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and kidney. After observing the Taoist palace from afar, Yi Fan stood up and clasped his fists at Chu Bei after a long while. He immediately ascended to the Taoist palace level. He really is a super monster with the sacred body of the ancient. Ji Ziyue pouted and looked at Yi Fan with jealousy. Boss Chu, didn't you say that you have an opportunity to become an immortal for me? When will you give it to me? Not far away, the fat Taoist priest, Duande, looked at Chu Bei with a flattering face. Chu Bei glanced at the expectant Duande and waved his hand. The proxy ring flew to Duande and information about the level 1 proxy entered Duande's mind. At the same time, another shocking news spread in the outside world. Not only did the news cause a huge commotion in the Eastern Wilderness, but it also spread beyond the Eastern Wilderness. The former divine king, Jiang Taishu, was still alive. 2 days ago, there was news that a cultivator from the Jiang family accidentally entered the Purple Mountain, Emperor Wu Shi's dojo, and found the divine king, Jiang Taishu. A day ago, the news was confirmed to be true. Jiang Taishu was a rare genius from the Jiang family of the ancients. He had made a name for himself and dominated the Eastern Wilderness. However, he suddenly disappeared from the Eastern Wilderness one day. Even the Jiang family had no idea where he went. Is the divine king, Jiang Taishu, still alive? A man who has lived for nearly 5,000 years. It's said that he's been sealed all this time and is on the verge of death. Oh my God, he's been sealed for 5,000 years and is still alive. It's said that the infinite scripture left by Emperor Wu Shi is in the Purple Mountain. Do you think Jiang Taishu got it? Regardless of whether he got the infinite scripture or not, the Jiang family returned from a rewarding trip. It's rumored that divine King Jiang has mastered the battle sacred technique of the 9 esoteric secrets. It's said to be the most powerful divine skill in the Eastern Wilderness. In recent days, the Jiang family of the ancients had been the most active. It's unbelievable that he's still alive after 5,000 years. The divine king is really tough. If the Jiang family obtains the inheritance of divine King Jiang and possesses the 9 secrets fighting character formula, which of the other clans of the ancients and sacred grounds will be able to compete with them? If the battle sacred technique of the 9 esoteric secrets really appears, it's not just the Eastern Wilderness that will be shocked. Those forces outside the Eastern Wilderness will try their best to get their hands on it. Who can compete with the divine king when he appears? According to the news, Jiang Taishu was indeed rescued, but is no different from a dead man. Not only is his physical body almost dead, but his divine consciousness is also almost extinguished. Now, the Jiang family is facing a great enemy. They're guarding Jiang Taishu day and night with their supreme weapons. They're afraid that someone will take advantage of them. The divine king, Jiang Taishu, used to be a hero. He shocked the world when he was just 20 years old. I didn't expect that he would be past his prime when he reappears. All the forces in the Eastern Wilderness were discussing the divine king, Jiang Taishu. Those who knew the inside story side. Such a talented person had ended up in such a state. On the other side, in the divine city closest to the Purple Mountain, the head of the Jiang family stood in the void. He looked into the distance and sighed. His divine king ancestor was too weak. He couldn't be sent back to the Jiang family after coming out of the Purple Mountain. His divine consciousness could be extinguished at any time. Therefore, he could only be sent to the dragon transformation pool in the divine city. The dragon transformation pool was as old as the divine city. It had miraculous healing effects. There was an illusory legend that it had once transformed into a true dragon. It was the only life-saving herb now. In order to save the divine king, the Jiang family had spread the news to the entire Eastern Wilderness and offered a sky-high price to buy the life-saving method. Ever since the divine king Jiang Taishu had fallen into the dragon transformation pool, the atmosphere in the divine city had clearly changed. There was a faint sense of oppression. Do you know that late last night, the divine city was shaken? A peerless expert attacked the dragon transformation pool at night and killed one of the Jiang family's grand elders. He almost rushed in. Fortunately, the head of the Jiang family sensed it and activated the eternal universe furnace in time to scare the enemy away. Otherwise, the divine king would have most likely been killed. The Jiang family is a clan of the ancients. They even have an extreme weapon. Isn't the attacker afraid of the Jiang family's revenge? Hehe, I heard that the attacker came from outside the eastern wilderness. Come to think of it, the divine king back then was famous among the younger generation of the Big Dipper. With this night attack, the Jiang family is now facing a great enemy. They are holding an extreme divine furnace made of phoenix blood scarlet gold to guard the dragon transformation pool. They have also transferred a large number of experts to guard it. As far as I know, some of the powers outside the eastern wilderness that the divine king provoked back then have already infiltrated the divine city. More and more experts poured into the divine city. The atmosphere in the divine city gradually became tense. Experts with dragon-like vitality were everywhere. There were even some peerless experts whose auras faintly pierced through the sky. Boss, where is your purple origin stone? Cut it open and show it to us. What kind of treasure is inside it? Ji Ziyue seemed to have thought of something as soon as she left the forbidden area. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Bei. Yi Fan and Duan De immediately turned their gazes towards Chu Bei when they heard this. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Let's cut it open and see. Chu Bei smiled. He waved his right hand and a light flashed. The purple origin stone that he had snatched appeared in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan held the origin stone. He was stunned at first. Then, he used his finger as a knife and carefully cut the origin stone. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple origin stone exploded. Then, a huge black shadow pounced out. Yi Fan was extremely fast. However, due to his slow reaction, he was still directly pounced on by the black shadow. Yi Fan, who was so shocked that he forgot to use his elemental transformation, was pushed to the ground. Then, a sharp black claw pressed down on him. It was extremely thick. This was a tall creature. The grey hair on its head fell to the ground, and its face was covered. Strands of sunlight passed through the hair and entered its pitch-black eyes, making it look extremely terrifying. Seeing the huge black claw pressing down on him, Yi Fan immediately came back to his senses. His right hand turned into a thunderbolt and slapped out. After quickly blocking the black claws, he flipped over and sat up, riding on the tall creature's body. When he saw the huge creature's appearance, Yi Fan's mouth twitched. It was a huge dog. It was much bigger than the huskies that were commonly seen on Earth. It was as big as a cow. Its entire body was as black as ink. It had a square head and big ears. It was even bigger than a tiger. Chapter 290. Oh my God, how did a dog come out of it? You can really get anything out of this dawn stone. Ji Ziyue's mouth was wide open as she stared at the big black dog in shock. I thought there would be some amazing treasure in this dawn stone. However, this dog looks quite strong. I'm sure its meat will be delicious if I stew it. The fat Taoist priest looked disappointed at first. Then, he rubbed his palms and saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even Chu Bei was slightly stunned. After a moment of shock, he looked at the big black dog again with a playful look in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the Emperor's aura in the purple dawn stone. Under the perception of his observation haki, he could only sense that the dawn stone was a living creature and its size. However, now that he looked at it, TSK, this was a powerful being enshrouding heaven. Woof woof. The big black dog was extremely strong and agile. With a strong swing, it threw Yi Fan off his back. You ungrateful wild dog. I was the one who cut you out of the dawn stone. I was the one who let you see the light of day again. Looking at the big black dog baring its teeth, Yi Fan was burning with anger. After cursing a few times, he slapped the dog again out of anger. Whoosh. However, the big black dog was very fast. It turned into a black light and dodged to the side. Then, it opened its mouth and bit at Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan's pupils shrank and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He slapped the dog again. In the low collision sound, the big black dog staggered. However, it was not hurt at all. Instead, it bit off a large part of Yi Fan's clothes. Damn, you wild dog, have you turned into a spirit? If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you with a bolt of lightning. Yi Fan stepped forward and stretched out his 5 fingers. Crackling sounds of thunder could be heard from his fingertips. Woof. You're the wild dog. The big black dog barked at Yi Fan fiercely and suddenly spoke human language. F***ck. Yi Fan staggered and was shocked. This wild dog could speak. It was really a spirit. It really became a dog spirit after staying in the Dawnstone for so long. Yi Fan looked at the big black dog in a daze and could not help but mutter. Nothing good comes out of a human's mouth. Do you know how to speak? The large black dog howled, and then fiercely pounced toward Yi Fan. Its sharp teeth were as white as blades, and it was as if it was going to kill him. Whoosh! Yi Fan did not hesitate and used the power of the rumble fruit. A thick bolt of lightning hit the big black dog. Woof woof woof. Amidst the miserable howls, the large black dog that had been struck by the lightning suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground with a plop. Brat, roast this wild dog spirit and let this old daoist have a taste of black dog meat, the fat daoist Duanda urged. Woof 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 woof. The big black dog woof. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Woof 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 woof. Woof. The big black dog did not give up. It bared its teeth and chased after woof woof woof. 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 You're even more unreasonable than a bald dog. I'm the Black Emperor. In the ancient times, people called me the Black Emperor. The large black dog bit down on Duanda's arm and dragged it with all his might. There was fury in his voice as he said, "It's not time for me to be born yet, and you guys have actually cut me open. Damn you all. Black Emperor? Woof. Woof. You call yourself an emperor? Emperor. Woof. 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 Smelly daoist, you actually dare to humiliate me, you deserve to die." The large black dog roared twice in succession. It was also at this moment that Duanda heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the aggressive large black dog with a mocking expression. The corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. He was treacherous and cunning. Woof. 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 Chubei shook his head and smiled. Woof. 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 What do you two bastards want to do to this emperor? Facing Yi Fan and Duanda's mocking gazes, the big black dog shuddered inexplicably. However, all the cells in its body had been paralyzed by the lightning earlier, and it could not move at all. Yi Fan and Duanda looked at the big black dog playfully. Then, they raised their legs at the same time. I stomp, I stomp, I stomp ruthlessly, I stomp arrogantly, I stomp arrogantly, brat, continue. Don't stop. Yi Fan and Duanda ruthlessly stomped on the large black dog's body again and again, as if they were using all of their strength. Woof, woof, woof. You two bastards. How dare you insult me? Wait until this emperor recovers his strength. This emperor will make all of you die a horrible death. If you keep kicking me, I'm going to use my ultimate move. I'll kill you until not even your bones are left. Bang bang bang. After a series of stomps, the large black dog continued to bark furiously. Its cries were filled with rage, and it looked as if it wanted nothing more than to chew these two people up and swallow them whole. You still dare to call yourself this emperor? Still thinking of revenge? Continue, continue. Yi Fan and Duanda became more and more energetic as they kicked. In the end, the two of them even lifted the large black dog into the air. Yi Fan used the Buddha Mountain Shadowless kick, while Duanda used the Southern Cloud 13 kick. Just think of how high-spirited I was in the past, and how I suppressed the various galaxies. Once I made a name for myself, who dared to not worship me? However, now that my cultivation has dissipated and I've fallen into the hands of you two bastards, I'm actually being humiliated like this. The large black dog looked up into the sky and sighed as if it had accepted its fate. Xiao Hei, Wuxia mentioned you to me in the past. He said that you were docile and obedient, and that you would often accompany him by his side, allowing him to relieve his worries in his later years. However, now that I look at you, you're completely different from Wux's description. You're quite good at pretending to be a great emperor. Chu Bei couldn't bear to watch any longer. He clasped his hands behind his back, and a profound expression appeared on his face. You. Hearing the way Chu Bei addressed him, the large black dog's body suddenly trembled, and his large black eyes widened. Then, bean-sized teardrops actually appeared in his eyes, and they dripped down with patter-patter. Xiao Hei, what a familiar name. For tens of thousands of years, only the great emperor that it had always followed had called it that. Moreover, no one knew that it had followed that great emperor, but this person in front of it actually knew this relationship. Could it be that this wild dog still has emotions? Looking at the crying large black dog, Yi Fan and Duanda both stopped their punches and kicks at the same time, and a trace of pity arose in their hearts. Doggy, don't cry. Ji Ziyue's feminine side was revealed. She took a step forward, and actually tried to wipe away the tears of the weeping large black dog. Are you an old friend of the great emperor? Do you know where the great emperor is? Xiao Hei misses him so much. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog suddenly crawled on all fours in front of Chu Bei, and it howled loudly in a heart-wrenching manner. Boss, who is this great Emperor Wuxi you're talking about? Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei in confusion. He is the last great emperor of the human race in the Antiquity Age, and also the first great emperor to attain Dao with an innate saint body. He is the most powerful great emperor in the history of the human race, and he dominated an entire era. He was undefeated in all his life, and the forbidden zone of life was intimidated. Chu Bei clasped his hands behind his back, and his expression was indifferent. Who is the peak at the end of the path to immortality? That's what the world thinks of him. Holy *T. Who would have thought that a stray dog like you would have such a powerful background? You actually managed to become Emperor Wuxi's pet. No wonder you're so tough. Duanda exclaimed as he looked at the large black dog. You'll follow me from now on, and you'll see great Emperor Wuxi one day, Chu Bei said calmly. Chapter 291. Xiao Hei will follow you closely. The big black dog bowed to Chu Bei respectfully. However, his eyes were still filled with hatred when he looked at Yi Fan and Duanda. Boss, where are we going next? Yi Fan asked. Since you have already stepped into the Dao Palace realm, I'll bring you to see the new sutra on this trip, replied Chu Bei. Yi Fan was curious. New scriptures. In the Sea of Reincarnation realm, the Dao scriptures are the strongest. In the Doctrine Palace realm, the Western Emperor scriptures are the strongest. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Then, he waved his right hand. With a flash of lightning, he disappeared with Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. Father, I bought a pot of divine spring water. I think it will be useful. In a huge mansion in the Divine City, Jiang Gefei ran into a secret entrance. Good, very good. It was a middle-aged man in a grey robe. After taking the pot from Jiang Gefei's hand, he rushed into the depths of the mansion. Judging from the aura released from his body, he was obviously an almighty expert. The secret entrance led to an underground palace. The dragon transformation pool was located in this space. In the underground palace, clouds and mist lingered. A holy aura surged under the ground. Divine energy flowed, and there was an intimidating pressure. Looking over, a huge divine furnace made of phoenix blood gold was at the center. It was the Jiang family's ultimate weapon, the eternal universe divine furnace. At this moment, a group of old men sat cross-legged in the underground palace. They occupied various important positions. They were either the Jiang family's supreme elders or the ancestral patriarchs. Behind the eternal universe divine furnace, there was a dragon transformation pool that was 30 feet wide. The pool water was milky white and crystal clear. There was a body that looked like a skeleton. Its flesh and blood were completely dried up. There was no luster at all. It was wrapped around the bones. He lay in the dragon transformation pool, motionless. It was as if he had lost his life. There was no sense of vitality. He was no different from a piece of dead wood. Is this the divine king ancestral patriarch? Jiang Gefei could hardly believe what he was seeing. This was the first time he had come to the underground palace. Jiangifei exhaled deeply. There were just far too many records about this ancestor god-king in the genealogy. It was exactly because of this that he found it very difficult to connect the ancestor god-king in the genealogy to the one before him. According to the genealogy, Boss Zong was as handsome as Jade, and his battle prowess was world-shaking. No matter where he went, he would attract attention. He was a peerless hero of his generation. Over 4,000 years ago, he was valiant and looked down upon the world. But now, he was like a withered stick, thin and weak. How sorrowful was this? A beauty past her prime, a hero at the end of his road, these were the most helpless sorrows in the world. He was a heaven-warping genius with a world-shocking appearance. He was originally a heaven's pride of his generation, yet he ended up in such a state. It made one sigh and shed silent tears. Ifei, the undercurrent in the city is surging. I have an ominous premonition. I'm afraid that only Boss Chu can save Boss Zong. Now, leave with little Tingting and find Boss Chu. Maybe Boss Chu can help us solve this crisis for little Tingting's sake. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Ifei and said, I'll do it now. Jiang Ifei quickly left after saying that. Boss, shouldn't the Western Emperor scripture be at Jade Lake? Then where is this place? Yi Fan looked around and looked at Chu Bei with a puzzled expression. They landed in front of a huge mountain rock. Behind them, there were many peaks and grand abandoned palaces. These palaces were paved with jade. They were smooth and clean, without a speck of dust. However, they were empty and there was no one to be seen. In front of them, there were several connected stone walls. There were countless carvings on the stone walls. This is the Jade Lake ancient land. Back then, I followed Emperor Wu Shi here. The Black Emperor looked around and was stunned at first. Then, he exclaimed in surprise. After tens of thousands of years, the new Jade Lake ancient land had moved hundreds of kilometers away. Could the legendary Western Emperor scripture be here? Duan's eyes lit up. Back then, the Western Emperor scripture was carved on this stone wall when the Queen Mother of the West was enlightened here. Chu Bei pointed at the stone wall. But I don't see the scripture, Ji Ziyue pouted and mumbled. At a rough glance, there were about 500 engravings on the stone wall. There were engravings of birds, wild beasts, and humans. Most of the engravings were vivid and lifelike. Although there were many engravings, if one were to really count them, only one of them was somewhat special. It was a mural of a woman. The woman on the mural gave people the feeling that she was one with nature. The more they looked at it, the more illusory it felt. Some things are right in front of you, but you can't see them with your eyes. Chu Bei smiled and then placed his right palm on the stone wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire stone mountain was suddenly filled with a brilliant light. At that moment, the hundreds of carvings on the stone wall seemed to have come to life as they emitted a dazzling divine light. Then, with a strange buzzing sound, big red words appeared on the stone wall one after another. These big red words were arranged in an orderly manner and could be divided into 5 big areas. The divine treasure of the heart, divine treasure of the liver, divine treasure of the lungs, divine treasure of the kidney, and divine treasure of the spleen. They correspond to 5 areas. Looking at the big red words on the stone wall, Yi Fan's face was filled with joy. Yi Fan quickly entered the state. After memorizing the scripture, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the cultivation method of the divine treasure of the heart according to the first chapter. Suddenly, Yi Fan became motionless. His expression was calm and detached as he was completely immersed in a state of Tao. Although Duan, the Black Emperor, and Ji Ziyue did not cultivate, they still memorized the scripture. Gradually, Yi Fan's body changed. The fiery red essence in the divine treasure of the heart was visible to the naked eye. Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after, amidst the sound of air being torn apart, several long arcs approached from afar and appeared above Chu Bei and the others. Boss Chu. You. Why are you in the Jade Lake ancient land? The leader of the group exclaimed in surprise when he saw Chu Bei's appearance. Chu Bei looked up and glanced at the Jade Lake sacred leader and the elders behind her, whom he had met not long ago. His lips curled up slightly as a form of greeting. This is the complete West Emperor scripture chapter. The Jade Lake sacred leader looked away from Chu Bei. When she saw the 5 big red words on the stone wall, she was stunned. When she saw the words clearly, her face was filled with shock. After the shock, she was even more excited. Sacred leader, I did not expect the scripture that we have been searching so hard for to be here. We have finally found it. The elders behind the Jade Lake sacred leader were overjoyed as well. Since you are all here, then comprehend it together and complete the missing parts. Chu Bei glanced at the Jade Lake sacred leader and the rest. The Jade Lake sacred leader nodded and turned to look at someone behind her. Go back and gather all the elders. Ask them to come to the ancient land immediately. Do any of you know where Boss Chu is? The Jiang family is looking for him at an exorbitant price. Why is the Jiang family looking for Boss Chu? Is it because of the Jiang family's divine king? Boss Chu. Hihi, I know where he is. You think you know? The Jiang family's exorbitant price is not easy to earn. If you lie to them, the consequences will be dire. Your old flame is from the Jade Lake Holy Land. Is Boss Chu in the Jade Lake Holy Land now? Ever since the Jiang family offered 10 black origins as the price, all the cultivators in Eastern Wilderness were frantically searching for Chu Bei's whereabouts. 6 hours later, in front of the Jade Lake sacred ground, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The 5 secret chambers in his body turned into tens of thousands of flames and rushed into the mark on the stone cliff. Boss, I've practiced it once. In this realm, it seems that as long as I have an endless supply of origin energy, I can break through without any bottlenecks. Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei and said, Not bad. Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit that Yi Fan was very smart. Just as Yi Fan said, the sacred body of the ancients had an advantage in this realm. As long as he had enough origin energy, he could break through all the way. Looking around, Yi Fan saw hundreds of Jade Lake elders sitting cross-legged. The 5 secret chambers were glowing. Big brother. Just then, a crisp voice was heard. Boss, that's little Ting Ting. Ji Ziyue's eyes lit up. Her canine teeth sparkled. She immediately went forward and hugged Jiang Ting Ting. At this moment, little Ting Ting's clothes were no longer shabby and full of patches, but a pure white gauze dress, just like a little fairy. Little Ting Ting, why are you here? Yi Fan pinched Jiang Ting Ting's face. Brother Ifei is looking for the boss, so I came with him. Jiang Ting Ting looked innocent. Hearing that, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue looked at Jiang Ifei suspiciously. Their eyes were filled with questions. Boss, to be honest, I'm here to ask you for a favor. The boss of the Jiang family 4,000 years ago, the divine king Jiang Taishu, was found in the Purple Mountain a few days ago. However, he's in critical condition now. Some of the top forces outside of the Eastern Wilderness have also heard the news. There are many hostile forces who want to kill the divine king. On behalf of the Jiang family, I sincerely ask for your help to save the divine king and the Jiang family from this crisis. After saying that, Jiang Ifei knelt in front of Chu Bei with a thud. He clasped his hands and looked sincere. The divine king Jiang Taishu, Chu Bei muttered in a low voice. Then, he lifted Jiang Ifei up and stared into the distance. Get up. I can go with you and take a look. However, after the matter is settled, you will have to pay me. Of course. Thank you, boss. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Jiang Ifei was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, his face was filled with excitement. Obviously, he did not expect Boss Chu to be so easy to talk to. He had even thought about how to use Ting Ting's relationship with him to ask for help again if he was rejected. In an underground palace in the Divine City, the dragon transformation pool was crystal clear. The pool water was milky white and there was a fragrance coming from it. The withered body was motionless and seemed to have lost all signs of life. Chapter 292. How strong must his will be to support the deity king to reach this level? The Jiang family master stood before the dragon transformation pool and looked at the withered body in the pool with respect. Jiang Taishu, the Jiang family's deity king, was once a hero who looked down on the world. But now, he was only filled with endless sorrow. Since ancient times, beauties would lament that heroes were not allowed to see old age. Fate was full of misfortune, and heroes were at their end. Family Master, the deity king's body is almost dead, and his divine sense is about to be destroyed. I'm afraid. A grand elder frowned. Even with the divine spring and life-saving divine medicine, the situation was still not optimistic. For the past 3 days, we have been using spiritual medicines to help him recover, but there is almost no effect. Another sigh was heard. Although Ife bought a bottle of divine spring water, the medicinal power of the water is too strong. The deity king is so weak, I'm afraid that if we use too much, he won't be able to withstand it. Jiang Yun shook his head and was in a dilemma. Looking at the deity king's situation, his last trace of life will disappear at any time. We have no other choice. The Jiang family master took a deep breath and ordered, after some hesitation, continue to pour in the divine spring water. After receiving the order, the 9 old men with hair as white as snow sat around the dragon transformation pool again. The jade gourd containing the divine spring water floated above the dragon transformation pool, and the crystal clear liquid dripped down. Innate divine light rushed out of the 9 old men's heads and merged into the liquid, refining it into innate essence and entering the old deity king's withered body. Deity King Jiang Taishu's body was too weak, so they could only work together to refine 1 drop at a time and slowly inject it into Jiang Taishu's body. Maybe it was because refining the divine spring water consumed too much spiritual power, but the 9 old men's faces gradually turned pale and they were about to collapse. They were very attentive, injecting their innate life force into the divine spring to prolong the old deity king's life. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clanking resounded throughout the entire divine city. The vast underground palace was shaken, and the Jiang family cultivators around the dragon transformation pool were shocked. This aura is specifically targeted at the dragon transformation pool. Not good, a peerless expert is here. Who is this? The eternal universe divine cauldron is guarding the dragon transformation pool, and he dares to offend it. Could it be those people from Zhong Prefecture? Everyone, including the head of the Jiang family and Jiang Yun, frowned. Since the enemy dared to offend them, they must have a way to escape unscathed. Jiang Yun, activate the eternal universe divine furnace. The head of the Jiang clan gave the order, while he himself stood in front of the dragon transformation pool, guarding Jiang Taishu in the pool with vigilance. Buzz! Suddenly, the void outside the underground palace rumbled like a rag being violently shaken by someone. Even the underground palace was affected, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Fortunately, the master of the Jiang family acted in time and shot out several rays of light to ensure that the dragon transformation pool was not affected at all. At the same time, outside the underground palace, everyone in the divine city was alarmed. All of them raised their eyes to look in the direction of the underground palace. From afar, the crimson clouds rushed into the sky and the cries of phoenixes shook the heavens. It was as if a divine phoenix was born from the flames and soared through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable pressure enveloped the entire city in an instant. No one could resist it. Some of the weaker cultivators even collapsed to the ground. Many cultivators' souls trembled and could not help but bow down. This was completely involuntary. It was as if they were facing a god and were filled with innate reverence. Obviously, this was an extreme divine power, as expected of an ancient family that has been passed down since the primordial age. The eternal universe divine furnace is indeed a Theacher's weapon. Even if it is activated by an almighty, it already has such an aura. If the Jiang family's The Arch was still here, how imposing would it be? The Jiang family's divine furnace has been activated. Could it be that the top experts of the hidden forces could not help but make a move? A divine king of a generation, even if his life is in danger, is still a nightmarish existence to those forces in the central state. The cultivators in the divine city looked above the underground palace in a daze, dumbfounded. Even some of the older generation's lips were trembling. The divine sun cauldron made of crimson phoenix blood rushed out of the underground palace and hovered above it. It seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Even though it was far away, its aura seeped into the bones of every cultivator in the divine city, leaving a deep impression on them. Family head, the previous invaders have all been destroyed by the divine furnace and turned into dust. However, they are not real people, but 4 ancient corpses. In front of the dragon transformation pool, Jiang Yun looked at the Jiang family head and said, "Ancient corpses?" The Jiang family head frowned. What were the cultivation levels of these ancient corpses when they were alive? They are all almighties that have passed away since the primordial age. According to my guess, there should be a terrifying person hiding in the dark controlling them. As soon as Jiang Yun's voice fell, all the grand elders beside the dragon transformation pool gasped. The corpses of ancient almighties were difficult to find, but the person hiding in the dark actually had 4 of them. He was definitely a terrifying expert with a terrifying background. He did not hesitate to destroy 4 powerful corpses to test the waters. The background of this hidden person is not ordinary. The Jiang family's patriarch sighed, and his frown deepened. He could feel the severity of the situation. He looked at Jiang Yun and said, "Be on high alert. If anyone of unknown origin approaches the underground palace, use the divine furnace to suppress them." However, not long after the Jiang family head's voice fell, the eternal universe divine furnace trembled again and released a monstrous divine power. "Is there another invasion?" The Jiang family head asked quickly with a solemn expression. Jiang Yun nodded. The invaders are a pair of human-shaped weapons cultivated with blood essence. They have already intertwined with the power of laws, but they have been turned into dust by the divine furnace. Judging from their aura, they are not the same group of people who controlled the Almighty's corpses. However, the other party is willing to release such weapons. "I'm afraid they are at least Almighties," Jiang Yun added. Rumble. Less than 15 minutes after the second wave of tests, the third, fourth, and fifth waves of tests came one after another. These tests came from different forces. Fortunately, they were far from being able to compete with the supreme weapons. What exactly are they relying on? With these probing attacks, they can't even shake the Jiang family's eternal universe divine furnace. As the frequency of attacks from the outside increased, the atmosphere in the underground palace became heavy. A storm was brewing. Everyone could feel the seriousness of the situation. Perhaps, there would be a thunderous attack soon. Oh no! At this moment, Jiang Yun, who was activating the eternal universe divine furnace, was shocked. "I can feel the aura of another supreme weapon." What? The number of supreme weapon in the entire central plains can be counted with one hand. Can you determine what kind of supreme weapon it is? The Jiang family head and the supreme elders were extremely gloomy. Supreme weapon? Which sacred ground in central plains is it? The supreme elders of the Jiang family clenched their fists. "I don't know for now." Jiang Yun shook his head. "This supreme weapon is hidden in the dark. Moreover, it has only released a little aura and has not been fully activated. Are we really going to have a war with the sacred grounds? There hasn't been a war between the sacred grounds for thousands of years. Are they going to start a war?" A supreme elder shouted angrily. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and an extremely terrifying aura came from above the underground palace. Sensing this aura, the Jiang family's cultivators were extremely gloomy. They were all too familiar with this aura. It was the awakening of the supreme weapon. "Quick, activate the eternal universe divine furnace with all your might," the Jiang family head shouted. Are they crazy? Are they so afraid of the supreme being? They don't mind starting a war between the sacred ground. Other than the 9 supreme elders who were refining the divine spring water for Jiang Taishu around the dragon transformation pool, the rest of the supreme elders injected their spiritual energy into the eternal universe divine furnace. Buzz. The earth trembled as if the world had been pierced through. A vast pressure surged out from the distant sky, directly smashing down on the location of the underground palace. Almost at the same time, the eternal universe divine furnace made of phoenix blood shone brightly. A divine phoenix soared into the sky and its cry resounded through the clouds. Can you determine which supreme weapon it is now? The Jiang family head frowned and looked at Jiang Yun above the dragon transformation pool. Under the majestic aura of the supreme weapon, the dragon transformation pool was still affected even with the eternal universe divine furnace. The pool shook violently and the milky white water splashed high into the air. "It's not any supreme weapon that we know of," Jiang Yun replied. "Who is it?" The Jiang family head narrowed his eyes. "Protect the supreme being at all cost. If they want to fight, the Jiang family will fight." The group of Jiang family cultivators shouted with determination in their eyes. It was as if they were prepared to fight to the death. At the Jade Lake ancient land. "Boss, I thank you on behalf of the entire Jade Lake sacred ground. If not for you, the West Emperor scripture carved by the Queen Mother would not have appeared even after a few thousand years." The Jade Lake sacred leader bowed to Chu Bei. After a pause, she said, "Boss, I have a request. Please, don't worry. The West Emperor scripture is your Jade Lake sacred grounds scripture. After I take it, I will not spread it to the outside world." Before the Jade Lake sacred leader could finish speaking, Chu Bei had already guessed what she was thinking. He waved his hand and smiled. After saying that, Chu Bei took away the Western Emperor scripture under coercion and offered it to the system. "Thank you for your understanding." The Jade Lake sacred leader was grateful. "Let's go to the divine city to take a look." Chu Bei nodded at the Jade Lake sacred leader and then looked at Jiang Gefei, who was waiting anxiously. He waved his hand, and lightning flashed. Amidst the thunder, the group disappeared from the Jade Lake sacred ground with the dog. Above the underground palace in the divine city, the mysterious supreme weapon hidden in the void was getting more and more powerful. It was like a raging ocean that seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and the earth. If not for the eternal universe divine furnace, the underground palace would have been destroyed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several rainbows flew across the underground palace. Almost 100 grand elders of the Jiang family hovered in the air and looked at the sky coldly. "Since you are here, why are you hiding?" The Jiang family head was at the front. He snorted and placed his right hand on the eternal universe divine furnace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the eternal universe divine furnace hummed as if it had been injected with fresh blood. It shone brightly and a golden divine phoenix soared into the sky. A beam of crimson light with a diameter of 1,000 feet shot into the distant sky. Soon, the aura of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon hidden in the void weakened, as if it was being suppressed. At the same time, the cultivators who were close to the underground palace flew away, afraid that they would be affected. The entire divine city was in an uproar. Is that also a supreme weapon? Oh my God, is this a battle between supreme weapons? It's a pity that we can't see the supreme weapon hidden in the void. If the two imperial weapons were to really collide, the entire divine city would suffer a calamity. In the divine city, the cultivators in every corner looked at the sky above the underground palace in fear. It was as if the Milky Way was descending from the 9 heavens. Divine light shone in all directions, and the sky was burning with red light. Rumble. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the eternal universe divine furnace made of golden phoenix blood suddenly released a dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun that lit up the world. One could even see a divine phoenix spreading its wings and pressing down on the sky above the divine city. It was so huge that it covered the entire sky. Compared to the increasingly powerful eternal universe divine furnace, the Emperor's might released by the apex weapon hidden in the void grew weaker and weaker. Perhaps it was deliberately hiding and did not want to be exposed to the world. Soon, it was completely suppressed by the eternal universe divine furnace and could no longer release its terrifying Emperor's aura. Jiang Taishu must die. Suddenly, a deep and hoarse voice that sounded like it came from hell spread out from the void. In the next moment, the hidden Emperor's aura disappeared into thin air. Who is it? The Jiang family head was shocked when he heard the cold voice. Judging from the aura that the other party had released, the other party's cultivation was at least at the peak of the supreme being realm. The Jiang family head shouted, but the person hidden in the dark did not give him any answer. As the hidden Emperor's aura disappeared, the underground palace gradually calmed down. However, the cultivators of the Jiang family did not dare to slack off because they knew that the emperor's weapon was still lurking around and could attack at any time. Family head, the divine king is alive. It's alive. Suddenly, an excited voice came from the underground palace. The voice was filled with excitement. The Jiang family head was overjoyed when he heard that. He took a step forward and appeared above the dragon transformation pool. At that moment, the 9 old men were still in different positions refining the divine spring water. However, the divine spring water had given birth to 9 dazzling little dragons. The 9 little dragons coiled around Jiang Taishu's body like 9 real dragons that were transforming. They were like living creatures that were almost sentient, causing his withered body to become sparkling and translucent. This divine spring water is amazing. It's worthy of being an ancient divine medicine. It contains the essence of the immortal substance and can revive the dead. The people of the Jiang family beside the dragon transformation pool were overjoyed. As long as the divine king ancestor was alive, the Jiang family would surpass all the other families and sacred ground. Whoosh! The water in the dragon transformation pool was boiling. A demonic light shot up into the sky, releasing a vigorous aura of life. What a powerful aura fluctuation! Could it be that the divine king Jiang Taishu is alive? Judging by this aura, it should be soon. I didn't expect the Jiang family to succeed. In the divine city, a group of cultivators looked in the direction of the divine city with surprise. Chapter 293. We can't wait any longer. At that moment, several streaks of light streaked across the sky from the north of the divine city and appeared above the underground palace. Jiang Taishu, die. Above the underground palace, 13 silhouettes floated in the air. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura that covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed over. Judging from their auras, they should all be almighties. Why are there so many overlords all of a sudden? None of their auras are weaker than the Jiang family's family head. They should be from outside the eastern wilderness. They are either the family heads of the clan of the ancients or the sacred leaders of the sacred ground. Speaking of which, how many factions did divine King Jiang Taishu offend in the past? He actually attracted so many almighties to kill him. All the cultivators in the divine city looked above the underground palace. There, 13 streams of vigorous blood chi soared into the sky. Each of the blood dragons was extremely thick as they connected the sky and the ground. Their auras were majestic, and their divine power surged like an ocean. The 13 figures' blood chi burned fiercely and reached the sky. They were so powerful that it made people tremble. These sacred leaders were scattered above the underground palace. Their blood chi intertwined like an ocean, intimidating the cultivators from afar. They did not know each other before, but they had the same goal now, to kill the divine King Jiang Taishu. Middle grounds Fang family, Li family, Ding family, colored glass sacred ground, 100 beginnings sacred ground. How dare you? The Jiang family's family head scanned the 13 figures coldly and announced the factions behind them. Give up. If Jiang Taishu dies, your Jiang family can still continue. If you insist on futile struggle, there will be no Jiang family in the eastern wilderness in the future. One of the almighties looked at the Jiang family's family head and said coldly, "You want to offend the divine king? You are not qualified." The Jiang family's family head shouted coldly. He pressed his hands on the eternal universe cauldron, and a majestic spirit chi surged out of his body. The divine cauldron suddenly came to life again. Rays of light shot into the sky, and the entire divine city shook. The phoenix blood red gold intertwined with the great Tao and covered the sky. Family head, let us help you. Jiang Yun and the Grand Elder sent their spirit chi into the eternal universe divine cauldron. After gathering the power of 2 almighties and many half-step almighties, the eternal universe divine furnace let out a deafening buzz. In the next moment, unparalleled divine might surged like a great river entering the sea. It surged and roared like a red sun descending from the sky, bombarding the heavens. Under the dazzling light, the eternal universe divine furnace shook the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. It was as if it had become the only sacred furnace in the world, suppressing everything and becoming an eternal divine object. The might of an imperial armament. The 13 Almighties glanced at the eternal universe divine cauldron that was becoming more and more terrifying. They looked at each other and frowned. Their expressions became serious. Leave the eternal universe divine furnace to me. As for Jiang Taishu, I'll leave him to you guys. Just as the eternal universe divine cauldron was about to unleash its monstrous divine might and blast towards the 13 Almighties, the hoarse voice that was previously hidden in the void drifted out once more. After that, the space above the eternal universe divine furnace warped, and then a completely golden sword with a crescent moon and sun imprinted on it appeared. Yin-Yang divine sword. The Jiang family head exclaimed when he saw the appearance of the sword. Although the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang divine sword was unknown, according to the ancient records, the sword was indeed an imperial armament and had a fierce reputation during the Antiquity Age. The Yin-Yang divine sword pierced through the void and the tip of the sword fell. With a buzzing sound, it hit the eternal universe divine furnace. Oh no! I can't control it anymore. Jiang Yun's face changed drastically. The eternal universe divine furnace seemed to be provoked by the Yin-Yang divine sword. It seemed to have broken free from the Jiang family's control and took the initiative to attack the Yin-Yang divine sword instead of the 13 Almighties. The eternal universe divine furnace turned into a huge divine phoenix that spread its wings. With a clear and distant cry of the phoenix, it swept towards the Yin-Yang divine sword. Wherever it passed, the aura of an ancient emperor filled the air. At the same time, the Yin-Yang divine sword trembled like an ancient ferocious beast that opened its mouth and swallowed the heavens and earth. In an instant, it sucked out all the essence energy in the divine city and attacked the eternal universe divine furnace. Two terrifying waves of energy surged like a vast ocean. It was as if two ancient emperors were born and two gods were looking down on the world. Boom! The collision between the emperor weapons made the heavens and earth turn eternal in an instant. Even though they were a few kilometers away, the cultivators could not help but feel suffocated. I've already restrained the eternal universe divine furnace. What are you waiting for? The hoarse voice sounded again in the dark. Hearing that, the 13 Almighties looked at each other and instantly closed in on the underground palace. The Jiang family's biggest trump card is restrained by another emperor weapon. The Divine King is in danger. The Divine King, Jiang Taishu, used to be a hero who looked down on the world. No one dared to provoke him. Now, someone is knocking on his door and trying to kill him. Compared to the Divine King who was unparalleled 4,000 years ago. It's sad that he's like this in his twilight years. A hero is not allowed to grow old in the mortal world. The cultivators who were watching from a far side. As long as we're still around, we won't allow you to offend the Divine King Patriarch. The Jiang family patriarch shouted. His voice shook the entire divine city and clearly reached everyone's ears. If time was reversed 4,000 years ago, who would dare to fight with the Divine King of our family? Now that he's old and miserable, his life is in danger. What kind of top experts are you? Jiang Yun and the Jiang family patriarch stood side by side. Their voices were cold and murderous. Haha, time makes people grow old. He shouldn't be living in this era. He should have died long ago. Why do you have to do this? One of the Almighties slapped down with his deep voice. Kill Jiang Taishu. Cut off Jiang Taishu's head. Search his soul and obtain the 9 esotericas. Chilling words came out of the 13 Almighty experts' mouths one after another. All 13 of them were top experts who looked down on others. Their voices were not loud, but they resounded throughout the divine city. They were cold and cruel. Their deep voices were like divine hammers that struck people's hearts. Boom! One of the Almighties slapped down and shattered the ground above the underground palace. Gravel flew everywhere. Another powerful being's attack landed. The ground caved in and cracks appeared. Then, a huge crater appeared. The underground palace was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Kill. We can't let them offend the Divine King Patriarch. If you want to offend the Divine King, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Protect the Divine King with your life. The Grand Elders of the Jiang family guarded above the underground palace. As they shouted, the Wheel Sea avatars appeared and attacked the 13 Almighties. "You're just a half-step Almighties. How dare you show off?" After a sneer, one of the Almighties went up against the 3 Jiang family Supreme Elders. In just one move, the 3 of them were smashed into meat paste. Blood mist filled the air. "Come back. You're no match for them," the Jiang family patriarch shouted. The Supreme Elders were courting death in front of the Almighties. "Even without the Emperor weapon, I can kill you all." 2 beams of divine light shot out from the Jiang family patriarch's eyes. His voice was filled with rage. A halberd appeared in his hand and an ancient pagoda appeared above his head. "You're just one person. How dare you?" 2 of the Almighties approached the Jiang family patriarch. As they moved, the void behind them collapsed. "Offend the divine king patriarch. Kill." The Jiang family patriarch took a step forward. An ancient pagoda appeared above his head. His battle-intent sword. The black halberd flickered with a cold luster. It pointed at the 2 Almighties and swept them away. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzz. The runes on the halberd in the Jiang family patriarch's hand flickered. It drew a black light that cut through the void. With that attack, the 2 Almighties instantly retreated. With every step he took, the void would tremble. "Great Emperor formation runes," the 2 Almighties exclaimed at the same time when they saw the runes on the Jiang family patriarch's halberd. The Jiang family patriarch ignored the 2 Almighties and swept another attack toward their chests. He wanted to cut them in half. Boom! Looking at the halberd that was slashing toward them, the 2 Almighties narrowed their eyes. They shook their hands together to resist the black metal halberd. At the same time, they retreated rhythmically. One of their hands was crystal clear like jade, while the other was crimson like blood. They intertwined with the power of the laws and pierced through the void to resist the halberd. Bang bang bang, the Jiang family patriarch waved the halberd faster and faster. At the same time, the ancient pagoda above his head enlarged rapidly and pressed down on the 2 Almighties. In a series of collisions, the void shattered. The 2 Almighties were more or less suppressed. Blood flowed from their wounds. "This is the great Emperor Eternal Universe's runes. It's terrifying." When they retreated to a safe place, the 2 Almighties shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Jiang family patriarch's cultivation was roughly the same as theirs. However, he was able to suppress them with the runes left behind by the great Emperor. However, the incomplete runes are only a corner of it. It won't be long before the energy in the runes dissipates. Above the underground palace, the 13 Almighties stood side by side. Then, they attacked together. One after another, their attacks landed on the runes of the Jiang family patriarch's halberd. "Patriarch, you must hold on for a while longer. Boss's aura is fluctuating." At this moment, an elder beside the dragon transformation pool shouted excitedly. In the milky white pool, 6 of the 9 small dragons that were nurtured by the divine spring had been refined. They had successfully entered Jiang Taishu's body. His body was no longer shriveled. Instead, there were traces of vitality. Although he was still unconscious, there was already a faint fluctuation of aura. His fingers also began to twitch slightly. "Kill. Go all out. We must not let Jiang Taishu wake up." The 13 Almighties were filled with murderous intent. Their aura continued to rise as they worked together to destroy the runes in the void. They struck again and again with shocking divine power. Perhaps it was because the existence hidden in the void had heard the voices coming from the dragon transformation pool. He began to control the yin-yang divine sword to attack the dragon transformation pool. Fortunately, every attack was successfully blocked by the eternal universe divine cauldron. As for the Jiang family patriarch and Jiang Yun, the 2 Almighties, their chi and blood rose. Their essence surged as they charged toward the 13 Almighties without fear of death. Rumble, the battle in the sky became more intense. However, as the great emperor's runes on the Jiang family patriarch's halberd dissipated, the situation became unfavorable. Chapter 294. Divine King Patriarch, I, Jiang Yi, am here. Just as the Jiang family patriarch and Jiang Yun were retreating, a thunderous voice exploded and shook the sky. Then, 3 blood-red flags descended from the sky. They fluttered loudly as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Each of the flags was as red as blood and had a murderous aura. It was as if they had drunk the blood of countless living beings. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 blood-red flags flew into the battlefield. The flagpoles were inserted into the void like pillars that supported the sky. The flags swayed and made clanging sounds. Bloodlight shot into the sky. In the next instant, a group of 70 to 80 people flew over from the north. All of them were riding on savage beasts. Their whale armor was eerie. The roars of the beasts reverberated throughout the divine city. This was a group of powerful riders. They were surrounded by a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had killed countless people. They had gathered an unimaginable amount of murderous aura. Blood light lingered around them. The 70 to 80 savage beasts roared. Their iron hooves crushed the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had occupied a part of the void. The leader of this group was a middle-aged man in grey. He was sitting on a rhinoceros beast. His iron armor was shining, and he looked valiant. On his left and right were 2 old men with murderous auras. They were obviously almighties. Who are those guys? They don't seem to be weaker than the Jiang family of the ancients. I don't know. But I'm sure they are here to help the Jiang family of the ancients and protect the divine king, Jiang Taishu. Looking at the 3 of them, they seem to be almighties as well. In that case, the Jiang family already has 5 almighties. In addition to the Jiang family patriarch's great emperor array pattern, they should be able to buy some time. In the divine city, the group of cultivators looked at the powerful riders who had forcefully entered the battlefield. They were shocked. Bandits of the North region. Are you trying to become enemies with the major forces of the middle ground? One of the almighties snorted coldly as he looked at Jiang Yi with a grave expression. The divine king patriarch is in trouble. If I, Jiang Yi, don't come back, I'm not worthy of being a descendant. Jiang Yi waved his hand, and the 3 blood-red flags returned to his hand. Thank you. The head of the Jiang clan looked at Jiang Yi gratefully. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Saving the God King ancestor is part of my duty. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yi glanced at the Jiang family head and shouted. Then, he charged toward the 13 mighty figures with 3 spears of blood energy. Jiang Yun and the Jiang family's patriarch didn't hesitate and immediately joined the battle. Rumble, the battlefield became chaotic once again, and all kinds of lights flashed. With the addition of Jiang Yi and the other great bandits, although they were still at a disadvantage, they were able to stall for time. Looking at the side of the dragon transformation pool, 8 of the 9 little dragons had already been refined and merged into Jiang Taishu's body. Only 1 was left. Why hasn't the God King ancestor come back to life? When the last little dragon was refined into Jiang Taishu's body, the 9 grand elders' faces turned pale as they murmured under their breath. At this moment, Jiang Taishu's withered body had mostly returned to normal, but he still hadn't woken up. Could it be that there's really no way to reverse the situation? The group of grand elders sat paralyzed beside the dragon transformation pool, extremely dejected. At the same time, above the walls of the divine city, a bolt of lightning flashed across. Chu Bei, Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Duan De, Jiang Ifei, Jiang Tingting, and a large black dog walked out slowly. Have they already started fighting? Looking at the intense battle above the underground palace, Jiang Ifei's expression instantly became more serious. I didn't expect your God King ancestor to have done so many immoral things in the past. Those guys who wanted to kill your God King were all famous figures in the Central Plains. They were all overlords. Duan De sighed when he saw the faces of the 13 mighty figures. Stinky Taoist, you're not allowed to insult my boss. Jiang Ifei glared at Duan De fiercely, and the veins on his face popped out. TSK, TSK, TSK. There seems to be an incredible figure hiding in the dark. If it weren't for him, that eternal universe divine furnace wouldn't have been restrained. The yin-yang divine sword, the sword that the yin-yang emperor always carries with him. The Black Emperor's gaze switched back and forth between the eternal universe divine furnace and the yin-yang divine sword. His eyes shone. Isn't that the great bandit of the northern region, Jiang Yi? I didn't expect him to be so loyal. He's still willing to lend a hand at this critical moment, Yi Fan praised when he recognized Jiang Yi. In the air above the intense battlefield, the patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yun seemed to have sensed the abnormality below. Their expressions were extremely ugly. We have to kill him personally. We can't be careless. However, even though they knew that Jiang Taishu had not woken up, the 13 mighty figures did not slack off at all. They continued to attack like crazy. Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu, at the edge of the dragon transformation pool, as the Grand Elders looked disheartened at Jiang Taishu in the pool, a ghostly voice rang out, echoing through the entire underground palace and even the sky above. Everyone on the battlefield heard it. This voice was extremely faint. It came from the east and west, from the south, and from the north. It quickly approached the dragon transformation pool. In an instant, whether it was the members of the Jiang clan or the 13 invading mighty figures, everyone's expressions changed. Who's the owner of this voice? To call Jiang Taishu brother, one could imagine how frightening his age was. He was definitely a peerless figure who had lived for more than 4,000 years. Everyone looked around. With a flash of light, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles appeared at the side of the dragon transformation pool. She had a hunched back, and her white hair was sparse. She was leaning on a walking stick like a ghost. The old woman was already beyond recognition. However, she was wearing a 5-colored feather robe that did not match her age. Brother Taishu. It's been 4,000 years. You're really back. I've finally waited for you. The old woman's tears flowed. But I'm already old. I don't have my youth anymore. I really don't want you to see me like this. You're Fairy Rosy Cloud? Hearing the old lady's words, the Jiang clan's clan head, Jiang Yun, and the rest of the Almighties looked at the old lady as if they had seen a ghost. They had never thought that someone of the same generation would still be alive. In the past, Jiang Taishu had dominated the eastern wilderness. Everyone knew about him. His deeds were also recorded in various ancient books. It was because of this that the group of mighty figures quickly guessed the old woman's identity. In the past, she was Jiang Taishu's confidant and the saintess of the All Beginnings Holy Land. The saintess could not marry outside. Thus, Fairy Rosy Cloud could not be together with Jiang Taishu. Thus, Jiang Taishu had forced his way into the All Beginnings Holy Land to take her away. However, Fairy Rosy Cloud remembered her master's kindness and did not leave. However, she had never married a saint son. She lived alone in the ancient lamp cave, never stepping into the mortal world again. But who would have thought that she would still be alive after more than 4,000 years? In the past, your boss was beaten into submission by Brother Taishu. Now, you lot have become overlords of your own regions. Yet, you still want to join hands to deal with the old Brother Taishu. How laughable. If you juniors want to take Brother Taishu's life, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The old woman looked up and swept her gaze over the 13 mighty figures. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. She pointed her walking stick forward and an incomparably terrifying pressure erupted. Hundreds and thousands of patterns appeared and wove together. This is God King order. The 13 mighty figures were dumbfounded. The strength of the old woman's attack wasn't too frightening. However, what she used was the great Tao. What she used was the order of the world and not some simple divine power. This was her comprehension of the Tao. It was an even more terrifying attack method. Fairy Rosy Cloud, why must you do this? You couldn't marry him back then. Now that 4,000 years have passed, are you still unable to let go of him? A mighty figure shook his head and sighed. Do you know that what you are doing now will implicate the All Beginnings Holy Land behind you? Patriarch, the God King Old Ancestor's aura has weakened. At this time, a Grand Elder suddenly cried out in alarm, his voice filled with fear. The reason Brother Taishu can't wake up is because he doesn't have enough spirit essence. Leave it to me. Sensing the changes in Jiang Taishu's body, Fairy Rosy Cloud shot a glance at the Jiang family patriarch in the sky. Use everything you have to block these invaders. As her dignified voice fell, the old woman fell into the pond and hugged Jiang Taishu. Brother Taishu, it's been 4,000 years since we last met. Back then, you were as handsome as jade and had a heroic appearance. But now, you have aged to such an extent. Within the dragon transformation pond, the old woman's tears fell like rain. She poured her spirit essence into Jiang Taishu's body. Divine light shone like a waterfall, illuminating the entire dragon transformation pond. Senior Rosy Cloud, you. Seeing this, all the grand elders were moved. This is my own choice. You don't need to say anything. The old woman waved her hand at the surrounding grand elders. Then, spirit essence rushed out from the top of her head and entered Jiang Taishu's body. The old woman gently stroked Jiang Taishu's face. Tears kept falling from her turbid eyes. In the past, you were unhindered in the world. Who dared to stop you? Now that you have returned in your old age, there are actually so many people who want to kill you. Brother Taishu, you must wake up. The old woman muttered to herself. She was almost begging him. It was as if she had returned to 4,000 years ago. The battle in the sky turned increasingly intense. It caused the sky to darken and even the firmament to crack. Gradually, the old woman's aura weakened. Instead, it was Jiang Taishu's vital fluctuations that became stronger. Vaguely, 9 tiny dragons appeared in his sea of samsara as they let out deep dragon roars. Rosy Cloud, you can forget about reviving Jiang Taishu. With a hoarse bellow, the person hiding in the shadows could no longer endure it. At the instant he appeared from the void, the yin-yang divine sword hummed. The great emperor aura on the sword suddenly surged. Vaguely, it managed to suppress the eternal universe divine cauldron. This did not mean that the yin-yang divine sword was stronger than the eternal universe divine cauldron. Instead, the cultivation level of the person controlling the yin-yang divine sword far exceeded that of the Jiang family's grand elders. Clang! Clang! Amidst deafening clashing sounds, the yin-yang divine sword attacked the eternal universe divine cauldron while shooting out several sword beams at the old woman. They were extremely fast, as though they were trying to stop her from doing anything. Haha, sovereign of the eventide, you can't stop me. Brother Taishu will definitely live. The old woman laughed out loud. Her body was penetrated by the sword beams as blood flowed out. Brother Taishu, do you know? I really want to walk with you under the setting sun. Unfortunately, there's no time. You will never hear my voice again. By the dragon transformation pool, Fairy Rosy Cloud's turbid eyes turned dimmer. The surrounding Jiang family's grand elders tried their best to block the yin-yang divine sword's sword beams to buy time for Fairy Rosy Cloud. Brother Taishu, years ago, you found the earth essence fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years and die with you in this world. You have finally appeared. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see your revival with my own eyes. The old woman let out a soft bellow as endless divine light surged out from her body. She injected all her essence energy into Jiang Taishu's body. Her body instantly withered as her eyes turned completely dim. Chapter 295. If time could turn back to 4,500 years ago, Brother Taishu, I would go with you. Instead of staying in the Saint Land, the old lady was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She used her last bit of strength to caress Jiang Taishu's face. Her pale lips trembled, and she could not speak. Even though the Supreme Elder had lived for more than 1,000 years, he could not help but shed tears. He could not bear to watch this scene. I don't want to. The old lady's lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but she could not speak. Fairy Rosy Cloud, what do you want to say? One of the Supreme Elders channeled a huge amount of spiritual energy into the old lady's body. After I die, cover my corpse with a white cloth. Tell Brother Taishu not to look at me. I don't want him to see my current appearance. I want his memory to always be of me from 4,000 years ago. All right. The Supreme Elder choked with sobs. Brother Taishu. After all. I can't go with you. After the old lady said this, the last bit of light in her eyes disappeared. Her head fell silently as she leaned against Jiang Taishu. Senior Rosy Cloud. Just as the Jiang family members were crying out in grief, a bolt of lightning appeared above the lightning pool, and a few figures walked out. Yi Fei. This is. He. Is he Boss Chu? Boss Chu, please save Fairy Rosy Cloud and old ancestor Shen Wang. When the Supreme Elders saw Chu Bei, they were stunned. After guessing his identity, they immediately cupped their fists and bowed. There was a pleading look in their eyes. You actually managed to invite him here. On the battlefield, Jiang Yi held the 3 blood-red flags horizontally. After repelling the 2 mighty figures, his gaze fell on the figure below, and his face was full of surprise. Seeing Chu Bei's arrival, the Jiang family head and Jiang Yun were overjoyed. Although the latter had not seen Chu Bei's strength with his own eyes, he had heard about it from the Jiang family head. He could destroy the combined attack of 6 Supreme Emperor weapons and suppress the Emperor corpse with just a lift of his hand. Who is he? Noticing the expressions of Jiang Yi, the head of the Jiang family, and the rest, the 13 mighty figures focused their gazes on Chu Bei with solemn expressions. Vaguely, this guy gave them a sense of danger. Boss, can she still be saved? Ji Ziyue pointed at the old woman with her small white finger. Chu Bei glanced at Ji Ziyue but did not reply. Boss, that godly king ancestor, he has already woken up. Just as a grand elder of the Jiang clan pointed at Jiang Taishu in the dragon transformation pool and was about to say something, Chu Bei spoke. Quick, look at the divine king ancestor's eyes. There's a drop of crystal. He sensed all of this. Along with a cry of surprise, the Jiang family members suddenly noticed that a drop of crystal was gently rolling down from the corner of Jiang Taishu's shriveled eyes. In the next moment, Jiang Taishu suddenly stood up and opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. However, he did not move at all. He only looked at the dead old woman quietly. After a long while, he held the old woman's body with both hands and stood in the dragon transformation pool. He looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful roar. Ah! This roar shook the heavens and the earth. It resounded throughout the divine city and rushed into the clouds, startling everyone. This aura. Is Jiang Taishu the divine king resurrected? The Jiang family did it. He really did it. It seems that the 13 mighty figures from Middle Ground did not manage to kill the divine king. They are now in danger. And that guy who controls the other extreme divine weapon. The cultivators in every corner of the divine city looked in the direction of the underground palace. The sorrowful roar reverberated in their ears. Hearing this voice, they felt an inexplicable sense of disbelief. The flow of spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be suppressed. Did he really come back to life? The 13 Almighties looked at the standing figure below and exchanged glances with each other, their faces full of vigilance. Jiang Taishu. The face of the powerful figure who was controlling the yin-yang magical sword darkened completely. He roared with a sharp killing intent. Ah! Jiang Taishu looked coldly at the figure in the sky. He continued to let out a sorrowful roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It had been 4,000 years. Endless sorrow and pain. The hero was past his prime and the beauty had withered. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be sad? The divine king was sorrowful. His heart was filled with sorrow. The sorrowful roar dispersed the clouds in the night sky. It was like seawater pouring into the 9 heavens. Endless sorrow and sorrow filled his eyes. Jiang Taishu hovered above the dragon transformation pool. His flesh had already withered. However, there were tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes. He held the old woman's cold body and did not move. After a long time, the divine king seemed to have turned into stone. He did not make a sound or move. He just looked at old Miser quietly. The beauty was old. Her face was full of wrinkles. Her lips were grey and her body was bent. Time had taken away her youth. I'm late. Chu Bei looked at Jiang Taishu and the old woman in his arms. He shook his head and sighed. The beauty of the past had no regrets. She waited for 4,000 years. Her youth was gone. Her heart was sad. She waited silently until she was completely old. Even though 4,000 years had passed, Fairy Rosy Clouds heard the news of the Divine King. She risked her life to save Jiang Taishu and died. Divine King Old Ancestor, my condolences, the Jiang family's supreme elder said softly. Rosy Clouds. Jiang Taishu ignored the supreme elder. He said softly with a trembling voice. He was filled with endless sorrow and regret. He knew that his confidant sacrificed her divine energy to save him. However, he could not do anything. 4,000 years ago, he was dressed in white and roamed the world. Who could compete with him? Now, he returned in his old age. He could not even save the life of the woman he loved the most. She died to save him. He could not help but feel sad. He looked up at the sky and hugged the cold body tightly. Ah! The Divine King roared. The endless sorrow turned into a soaring killing intent. At this moment, the entire divine city turned cold. It was as if a gust of autumn wind had swept past. At this moment, endless essence chi of heaven and earth surged into the dragon transformation pool. To be exact, it was flowing into Jiang Taishu's body. Boss, this divine king of the Jiang family makes my heart ache. Ji Ziyue looked at Chu Bei and pointed at Jiang Taishu. She bit her lips with pity in her eyes. He was once a hero of a generation. However, he could only watch his beloved die for him, do and decide. It was rare for him to be serious. Chu Bei did not say anything. He just looked at Jiang Taishu in the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, Divine King Jiang Taishu was absorbing the essence chi from all directions. He devoured the moonlight and starlight. His entire body was shrouded in a hazy light. Why did you cover your body with a white cloth? Why didn't you let me see your face? Jiang Taishu held the old woman with both hands and choked with sobs. He muttered to himself, in my eyes, you have never changed. You will always be the same, whether it was 4,000 years ago or now. You liked the way you looked when you were young, so I'll let you stay young forever. As the sorrowful voice fell, the essence chi surged like a tidal wave. It surged over one layer after another. Jiang Taishu's hands shone brightly. They were almost transparent. He poured all the essence chi that he had gathered into the old woman's body. Even if I can't save your soul, I'll awaken your body. With the infusion of essence chi, the old woman's body changed rapidly. Her wrinkled skin slowly smoothed out and gradually shone. Her sparse hair started to grow. I'll grant you an ageless face, Jiang Taishu shouted. His voice was like the might of thunder. It pierced through heaven and earth and shook the entire divine city. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. In a moment, Fairy Rosy Cloud seemed to have come back to life. It was as if she had returned to 4,500 years ago. She had a head of black hair, and her body was sparkling. Her peerless beauty was restored. It's a pity that the beauty has passed away. Her soul has been annihilated, the Black Emperor barked. All of you will die today. Jiang Taishu slowly put down Fairy Rosy Cloud. He looked up and swept his gaze across the void. His gaze was incomparably sharp. What's there to be afraid of a 4,000-year-old zombie? This is no longer his era. Let's kill him together. The 13 Almighties gathered together and stared coldly at Jiang Taishu. Their killing intent was overwhelming. Die. As the cold syllable fell, Jiang Taishu appeared in front of the 13 Almighties in a single step. He raised his hand and slapped down. The 13 Almighties could not react in time to the sudden attack. Their pupils constricted, and they instinctively raised their hands to block. Boom! With a loud bang, the void exploded. The 13 Almighties were sent flying almost at the same time. Their chi and blood were in turmoil, and they spat out blood. He's still so terrifying after being sealed for so many years. The 13 Almighties were terrified after they stabilized themselves. Looking at the 13 Almighties who had retreated in an instant, the Jiang family head, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yun looked at each other with joy. The legendary divine king recorded in the ancient books had returned. Jiang Taishu stepped into the void. His eyes were deep, and his footsteps were like a supreme divine being walking on earth. It's a pity that you haven't recovered your strength from the past. The outcome won't change. Suddenly, a hoarse voice drifted in the air. A black-robed man stepped out in the air. Unknowingly, the yin-yang magical sword had appeared in his hand. Sovereign of the Eventide, Jiang Taishu gave up on attacking the 13 Almighties. His gaze fell on the black-robed man, and his voice was cold. I didn't expect you to still remember me. The black-robed man pointed his sword at Jiang Taishu. Sovereign of the Eventide, have you forgotten the agreement you signed with Eastern Wilderness? What are you trying to do by coming here today? Are you really going to tear up the agreement? The Jiang family head stared at the black-robed man. The agreement can be broken, but Jiang Taishu has to die. At that moment, he had already walked out of the shadows into the open. He had no other choice. The moment cold in the forest said that, the sovereign of the Eventide's gaze landed on Jiang Taishu once again. 4,000 years ago, when you killed my elder brother, did you ever think that such a day would come? 4,000 years ago, the Central Prefecture's twin kings were renowned throughout the world. The elder brother was known as the sovereign of the sun, while the younger brother was known as the sovereign of the Eventide. When the two brothers attacked together, they swept through the world with invincibility. They were known as a pair of peerless geniuses, and few could match them. Divine King Jiang had encountered countless enemies in his life, but the battle with the sovereign of the sun was the most dangerous. It could be said to have shocked the world. They were unstoppable, collapsing countless mountain ranges. After an entire night of battle, Divine King Jiang finally managed to destroy the sovereign of the sun with a shocking strike, forever erasing him from the world. 4,000 years have passed, and you have taken that step. Jiang Taishu seemed to be reminiscing about the past. With a wave of his hand, the eternal universe divine furnace floated in front of him. Clang! Jiang Taishu and the sovereign of the Eventide attacked at the same time, each wielding an extreme weapon. Finally, the battle between the sovereign of the Eventide and the peerless godly king erupted. They charged into the clouds and used all their means. The eternal universe divine furnace and the yin-yang divine sword were also entangled with each other, forming a battlefield of their own. In the sky, the two of them walked in the shattered space. Unlike the battle between the Almighties, the battle between them was a battle of the Great Path. Although it seemed ordinary, it was countless times more dangerous than the battle between the Almighties. That's the 9 words secret battle character formula, victorious battle technique. Good stuff. The eyes of the large black dog and Duander emitted a golden glow as they stared greedily at Jiang Taishu in the distant sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were sharp like blades. With a raise of his hand, thousands of sword beams shot out, turning the void into a beehive as it was completely penetrated. The battle sacred technique was an offensive sacred technique. Its destructive power was unparalleled in the world. Boss, who will win between the two? Yi Fan turned his head to look at Chu Bei as he pointed at the battlefield in the sky. He has been sealed for more than 4,000 years. Furthermore, he has only just awakened. Before Chu Bei could finish his sentence, a massive spatial rift tore open in the distant sky. Immediately following that, a figure descended from the sky. Boom! The figure did not land on the ground. It only produced a series of explosions in the void. Godly monarch patriarch. Upon seeing the descending figure, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yi immediately flew forward to support him. Their faces were filled with worry. You have been defeated by time after all. The sovereign of the Eventide slowly descended from the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the yin-yang divine sword landed in his palm. Following that, he pointed the tip of the sword at Jiang Taishu. The sovereign of the Eventide emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a god that had descended to inspect the land. I'm indeed a little powerless. Jiang Taishu's words had a self-deprecating tone. However, just as he said that, drops of blood seeped out of his body and floated around his body. Following that, they turned into raging flames with a sizzling sound. Almost at the same time, his aura surged. His exuberant sanguine aura seemed to return to 4,000 years ago. Godly monarch patriarch, No, you must not. Boss, you have just returned. The Jiang family still needs you. Seeing the blood constantly seeping out of Jiang Taishu's body, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Yun, and Jiang Yi had a drastic change in expression. The godly monarch patriarch was burning his blood essence to temporarily restore his peak strength from years ago. What is the background of the sovereign of the eventide? Even the revived Jiang family's godly monarch is not his match. He actually forced a godly monarch to burn his blood essence. The sovereign of the eventide of the Middle Prefecture's twin kings. He was a pinnacle figure of the same era as the Jiang family's godly monarch. 4,000 years have passed, but he is still alive. Clearly, he has become a godly monarch. It's no wonder the Jiang family's godly monarch was defeated. In the divine city, a group of cultivators looked up at Jiang Taishu, whose sanguine aura was growing stronger, as they sighed incessantly. In your present state, even if you burn your blood essence, this king has nothing to fear. The sovereign of the eventide said coldly. Then let's fight again. Jiang Taishu suddenly looked up as two golden beams shot out from his eyes. His fighting spirit had reached its peak. His bellow was like thunder as it tore through the world with divine might. It shook the divine city and reverberated in everyone's ears. The Jiang family still needs you. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, an extremely calm voice resounded from the sky. Although the voice was not loud, it had an invisible force that suppressed Jiang Taishu's thunderous bellow. It clearly resounded in the minds of everyone in the divine city. And at that instant, the raging flames around Jiang Taishu's body seemed to be instantly extinguished by a downpour. The blood droplets that floated around his body were forcefully suppressed back into his body. Instantly, Jiang Taishu's aura that had reached its peak fell back to its initial state. Chapter 296. Above the underground palace, a lightning bolt flashed as a figure appeared on the battlefield. The figure looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in azure-colored robes and his hands were held behind his back. He stood silently in the void. The youth held an axe that shimmered with silver light. The axe looked ordinary, but on careful inspection, be it the handle or the blade, there was a hazy mist lingering around it that lingered for a long time. This was the Chaos Aura. It had existed since the beginning of the sea and contained a profound great Tao. It was different from the weakened replica in the battle break plane. This was the real heaven-splitting axe. It was one of the 10 great divine artifacts of the primordial universe with supreme divine might. It was also a grade 15 commodity that Chu Bei had exchanged for. Chu Bei hesitated for a long while about whether to use the grade 15 commodity. However, he could not bear to see Jiang Taishu self-destruct. Look. The blood essence around godly monarch Jiang Taishu's body has disappeared. It has returned to his body. His aura has also weakened. What's going on? Could it be that he has a new method to deal with the sovereign of the eventide? It feels like Jiang Taishu's strength has been repressed by an even more powerful force. Who is that youth? The cultivators in every corner of the divine city focused their eyes on the battlefield above the underground palace. Their gazes shifted from Jiang Taishu to Chu Bei. You are. Jiang Taishu looked at Chu Bei in a daze as a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had burned his blood essence and gathered his aura to an extreme. Just as he was prepared to engage in a true battle with the sovereign of the eventide, an invisible force had forcefully pushed his aura back. The burning blood essence was also forcefully forced back into his body. Godly monarch, he is Boss Chu. We invited him to save you. However, we never expected Fairy Rosy Cloud to arrive first and, to sacrifice herself to you. The Jiang family's patriarch came to Jiang Taishu's side and said respectfully, Boss Chu. Could he be an outstanding junior that appeared in the 4,000 years I was sealed? Jiang Taishu muttered softly. Outstanding junior? Bullshit. Duanda also came to the battlefield. Hearing Jiang Taishu's words, he said directly, your Jiang family's eternal universe emperor is just a junior in front of the boss. Woof, woof, woof. Barks rang out, and the large black dog nodded in agreement. Junior, You dare to insult my ancestor. Hearing Duanda's words, Jiang Taishu's face instantly turned ugly, and a strong pressure came out of his body. However, this pressure hadn't even enveloped Duanda when it was brushed by a wisp of chaotic light, and it instantly dispersed into nothingness. Jiang Taishu's gaze returned to Chu Bei, and the surprise in his eyes deepened. God King, Boss Chu, he really is someone from the primordial era. The master of the Jiang family seemed to be afraid that Jiang Taishu would do something out of line again. He hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Are there really people capable of living from the primordial era until now?" Jiang Taishu was slightly bewildered when he heard this, and his muttering carried doubt. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in this king's matters?" The sovereign of the Eventide held the yin-yang divine sword in hand as he stared coldly at Chu Bei. With a wave of his divine sword, a vast pressure shook the entire divine city. All the cultivators trembled, and it seeped right into their bones. Chu Bei glanced nonchalantly at the sovereign of the Eventide, but he did not say a word. "Sovereign King, all you need to do is deal with Jiang Taishu. Leave this fellow of unknown origins to us." The 13 mighty figures looked at the sovereign of the Eventide. At the next moment, a mighty figure attacked. His consciousness was like a sea, transforming into a blood-colored ocean that surged over. He used his terrifying consciousness to attack Chu Bei. Chu Bei did not even look at the mighty figure. He took a leisurely stroll through the void, and when the blood-colored ocean surged over, he casually struck it out. Rumble. Immediately, billowing chaotic light emerged from the void where his palm landed, and extended far into the distance. Almost in an instant, the blood-colored ocean was shattered into pieces. It turned into waves after waves and collapsed in the void. The pupils of the mighty figure that attacked first constricted. However, before he could recover from his shock, the billowing chaotic light had already arrived in front of him. The chaotic light engulfed his body, and with a sizzling sound, his body was reduced to nothingness. With a tragic cry, the mighty figure's soul managed to escape in time. However, before he could go far, the chaotic light intertwined to form a spear. The spear's tip froze the void as it swept forward. Instantly, the mighty figure's soul dissipated amidst the distortion. Finally, one could vaguely see his hideous and horrified expression. Seeing the mighty figure's body and soul dissipate one after another, the other 12 mighty figures immediately felt a chill in their hearts. At their realm, even if their bodies died, as long as their souls did not dissipate, they could survive for a short period of time. Once they found a new body, they could be revived. However, the mighty figure that attacked previously had his soul crushed. He was completely dead. By the side, Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed a look of astonishment. He clearly did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from his opponent, but the spear that carried a desolate aura had already struck out. Furthermore, it had instantly killed a mighty figure. On the other side, the sovereign of the Eventide frowned deeply. He began to carefully size up Chu Bei. The yin-yang divine sword in his hand emitted a high-frequency hum. As for the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Yi, Duanda, and company, their expressions did not change much. It was as though everything was within their expectations. On the battlefield, Chu Bei's azure-colored robes fluttered in the wind. He turned his head to sweep his gaze across the remaining 12 mighty figures. There was no change in his expression. "Don't panic. Hold your ground. He is definitely not the match of all of us alone." As Chu Bei's gaze swept across them, the 12 mighty figures felt a chill in their hearts. Immediately following that, a mighty figure forcefully spoke out to maintain his composure. "Attack, everyone, let's kill him together." The 12 mighty figures looked each other in the eye and encouraged each other. Then, they simultaneously blasted their divine powers at Chu Bei. The divine powers surged like a raging ocean. Raging waves tore through the clouds as they tore through the sky. However, just as the 12 divine powers were about to strike Chu Bei, the axe in his hand trembled. A pitch-black void appeared in front of him as a blinding light surged in the void. The divine powers sank into the void as though they had plunged into a bottomless abyss. Instantly, they vanished without a trace. Severing the firmaments was a heaven-defying technique. Kill. Although the 12 mighty figures were alarmed by Chu Bei's thunderous means, they were no ordinary people. They immediately suppressed the fear in their hearts and shouted in unison. At the next moment, 12 phenomena appeared. One was like a paradise filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. Another was like a dark and lightless underworld. Another was like a rainbow-colored glazed world. Another was like a boundless blood-colored hell. The 12 phenomena were all different. They suppressed Chu Bei at the same time. These phenomena gradually intertwined and were comparable to the great Tao. They emitted a grand heavenly sound that seemed to have come from ancient times. In an instant, the divine city shook as if it was about to collapse. All the cultivators were stunned. The heavenly sound of the great Tao was like a tsunami, like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. It was deafening. However, Chu Bei, who was targeted by these phenomena, was unmoved. Rumble. Just as the phenomena were about to suppress Chu Bei waved the axe in his hand. At the edge of the axe, the surging divine light transformed into a vast ocean. To be precise, it was a vast ocean formed by chaotic aura mixed with lightning. In the vast ocean, lightning of various forms intertwined and crackled non-stop. With a loud boom, the 12 phenomena seemed to have met their nemesis and instantly dissipated. Impossible. Looking at the huge phenomena that had disappeared, the expressions of the 12 mighty figures changed abruptly. They were instantly at a loss. However, before they could recover from their shock, a bone-piercing chill suddenly surged out from behind them. In the next moment, the chaotic ocean disappeared inexplicably. Following that, a figure stood in the middle of the 12 of them. The 12 mighty figures' hair stood on end. They had no idea how this person had appeared beside them in an instant. This was different from them piercing through the void without moving. The other party's void teleportation did not have any spiritual chi fluctuations at all. There was no trace of him at all. He had directly disappeared from their senses. Kill. The 4 mighty figures who had reacted first were the first to shout. At the same time, they activated their powerful divine consciousness. At the same time, their sea of reincarnation exploded with a dazzling light and a tyrannical attack penetrated their bodies. However, Chu Bei's speed was faster and more direct than theirs. He raised his hand and slapped down leisurely in the void. Slap. The slap landed with a crisp sound. However, with such an ordinary slap, the bodies of the 4 mighty figures seemed to have been injected with endless energy. They expanded rapidly and exploded into a bloody mist with a boom. Following that, their spiritual bodies also exploded. No, looking at the bloody mist floating around them, the remaining 8 mighty figures began to tremble uncontrollably out of fear. At this moment, this mysterious person stood in the middle of them like the Grim Reaper. The 8 mighty figures did not dare to hesitate. They turned around and split into 2 groups and flew in different directions. Swoosh. However, Chu Bei was as fast as a ghost. He was like a wisp of smoke. His body was so fast that they could not catch him. With a slight movement of his feet, he appeared in front of the first group of people in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped down. Slap. There was another crisp sound of a slap. The void distorted. Like the previous 4, the 4 mighty figures expanded rapidly and exploded. As soon as the screams ended, Chu Bei's figure had already appeared in front of the second group of 4 mighty figures. He raised his hand and slapped it down. Slap. There was the third slap. The last 4 mighty figures exploded. Flesh and blood splattered all over the battlefield. After casually dealing with the 12 mighty experts with 3 slaps, Chu Bei tidied up his clothes and stretched his muscles a little. However, at that moment, the only sound that could be heard above the underground palace, or to be precise, in the entire divine city, was the crisp sound of Chu Bei twisting his muscles and bones. This was because at that moment, all the cultivators, including Jiang Taishu and the sovereign of the Eventide, were stunned by Chu Bei's 3 slaps. All of them felt like they had been struck by lightning. They stood there in a daze as they looked at Chu Bei in a daze. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. It was as though no one dared to believe the scene in front of them. It was like a dream. The entire divine city was immersed in a deathly silence. After a long while, the deathly silence was replaced by a clamor. And as more and more people regained their senses, the clamor reached its highest point since the beginning of the battle. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? If you are playing tricks on me, I'm afraid all of us will be blinded. Those were 13 mighty figures. Each of them was an existence at the level of a holy lord in the central prefecture. They were in no way weaker than the Jiang family's patriarch, but these terrifying fellows were actually killed by him with a raise of his hand. Ignoring the first person, the other 12 died in a rather dramatic manner. They were slapped to death by him, slapping 4 mighty figures to death with a single slap. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. He slapped them so lightly. From the looks of it, he didn't use much strength. It was even easier than slapping mosquitoes and grasshoppers. Perhaps even godly monarch Jiang Taishu or the sovereign of the Eventide can't do that. Speaking of which, what is his background? What level of cultivation does he have? Could he be above the godly monarch? He seems to resemble a person I've heard of. Could he really be Boss Chu? Who is Boss Chu? Quickly tell us about his deeds. In the Divine City, cultivators from every corner were discussing Chu Bei's background in shock. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Chapter 297. The next 3 chapters are split from Midnight's 10,000-word chapter. Such means, on the battlefield, Jiang Taishu looked at Chu Bei's back in a daze. Suddenly, he began to believe that his opponent was an old monster that had survived from the primordial era. After all, he had already reached the godly monarch realm, but he was still unable to detect his opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations. He could not even capture his opponent's movement trajectory. Boss, those 3 slaps were well done. They were clean and tidy. Du, who was standing by the side, took a step forward and looked at Chu Bei with a fawning look. He did not hesitate to flatter him. Yi Fan, when do you think we will have boss's strength? It feels good just watching it. Ji Ziyue said as she tugged at Yi Fan's arm. Impudent. Call me Brother Fan. Yi Fan mercilessly pinched Ji Ziyue's nose. Not far away, the sovereign of the Eventide swept his gaze across the 3 blood mists that had yet to dissipate. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his expression turned increasingly solemn and ugly. From the means his opponent had displayed, he knew that his opponent was not an existence to be trifled with. Upon thinking of this, the sovereign of the Eventide tightened his grip on the yin-yang divine sword. It's your turn. As the emotionless syllable faded, Chu Bei turned his head to look at the sovereign of the Eventide. A ghostly beam shot out from his eyes. The ghostly beam was extremely fast and one could vaguely see a brontosaurus in it. Instantly, it tore through the void and appeared in front of the sovereign of the Eventide. The sudden attack clearly caused the sovereign of the Eventide's body to tremble. He subconsciously raised his yin-yang divine sword to block it. Dang! With a metallic hum, the yin-yang divine sword was nearly sent flying by the energy contained in the ghostly beam. However, even though the yin-yang divine sword had helped the sovereign of the Eventide withstand 90% of the force, the remaining 10% still caused his blood to churn. The sovereign of the Eventide's body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of silver blood that splattered onto the city. The silver blood dripped onto a magnificent building below. The building immediately shattered and collapsed with a loud bang after the blood dripped onto it. Silver blood. Why is his blood silver in color? Just a mouthful of blood can cause a building to collapse. What's with his blood? What strange energy does it contain? In the Divine City, a group of cultivators looked at the collapsed building that had been crushed by the sovereign of the Eventide's silver blood. On the ruins, the silver blood was particularly eye-catching. Everyone was bewildered. Just what kind of constitution was this? Almost no one could understand it. They had never heard of it before. Damn you. The sovereign of the Eventide wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared fiercely at Chu Bei. After a furious roar filled with killing intent, a gigantic statue appeared behind him. It was like the god ancestor that created the world. It had an inviolable majesty that looked down on all life. That's interesting. Seeing the gigantic statue behind the sovereign of the Eventide, the corners of Chu Bei's lips curled up slightly as a teasing smile appeared on his face. What kind of creature is that? In the Divine City, a group of cultivators looked in horror at the towering Buddha statue behind the sovereign of the Eventide. Under this imposing aura, the weaker cultivators could no longer stand straight. Even the powerful elders revealed looks of shock as they found it difficult to maintain their composure. Lord of the Eventide, the great emperor of ancient, descending upon the world. This is the phenomenon of the sovereign of the Eventide. Finally, a few knowledgeable cultivators recalled a rumor and recognized the majestic god. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the statue behind the sovereign of the Eventide constantly expanded. The gigantic figure quickly filled the sky above the Divine City. It was as if a gigantic hand was enough to destroy the massive ancient city. Is this the phenomenon of the sovereign of the Eventide? It's so huge. A god is indeed worthy of being a godly king that has lived for more than 4,000 years. It's too terrifying. The gigantic statue stood behind the sovereign of the Eventide. A pair of eyes that emitted a blood-red glow looked down on the Divine City. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the cultivators in the city were stunned. They felt an indescribable and terrifying pressure. They felt like ants looking up at a god. I never expected this fellow to have some skill. Duande smacked his lips as he looked at the sovereign of the Eventide and gave his evaluation. The Jiang family's head, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yun exchanged looks. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Clearly, they did not expect the sovereign of the Eventide to be so powerful. Thankfully, there was the even more terrifying Boss Chu present. If not, the outcome would not be optimistic. Jiang Taishu maintained his silence the entire time. However, his expression turned increasingly solemn. In the 4,000 years that he had been sealed, the sovereign of the Eventide had indeed grown a lot. He had even surpassed the Jiang Taishu of the past. Die! The sovereign of the Eventide roared like a bolt of lightning. His roar emanated, filling every corner of the Divine City. It immediately caused the cultivators to turn pale. They could not help but tremble. This was a natural suppression. It was an instinctive fear that came from the depths of one's soul. Boom! The sovereign of the Eventide raised his hand and smacked down at Chu Bei. Following that, the statue behind him reached out its gigantic hand that was filled with runes. The sky trembled as though it was about to collapse. If he was really here, I might have to take him seriously. Chu Bei pointed at the gigantic statue and smiled at the sovereign of the Eventide. The moment his indifferent voice faded, he changed his tone. But, it's just a mere phenomenon. It's just a fancy addition to the flowers. With that said, Chu Bei cleaved his axe into the void. Immediately, the sky above the gigantic statue behind the sovereign of the Eventide cracked open. Chaos gases surged out as rumbling thunder descended. Even though Chu Bei had deliberately controlled it, the might of the lightning mixed with the chaos gases still caused many of the palaces beneath to collapse. At that instant, everyone in the Divine City felt their ears ring. They were on the brink of collapse and their blood was in turmoil from the tremors. Rumble. Inside the crack, a gigantic chaos hand stretched across the sky. It could be said that it could blot out the sky with a single hand. Instantly, an extremely oppressive might filled every inch of space in the Divine City. The cultivators felt as though they were about to undergo a heavenly tribulation as they shuddered in fear. Kai, Kai, Kai. Amidst a soul-stirring boom, the statue's attack was grabbed by the chaos hand before it could even strike out. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the chaos hand clenched tightly. The statue distorted as the red glow in its eyes dissipated. With a loud bang, it exploded and vanished into nothingness. Almost at the same time, the sovereign of the Eventide's face turned pale. It was as though he had suffered a terrifying backlash. Large mouthfuls of silver blood splattered into the sky. The sovereign of the Eventide staggered and only managed to stabilize his body after a long while. At that moment, a look of horror finally appeared on his face. At the instant the phenomenon behind him was destroyed, he completely understood the difference between him and his opponent. They were on completely different levels. Thinking of leaving? Just as the sovereign of the eventide moved, a calm and mocking laughter resounded in the sky like thunder. At that instant, the sovereign of the eventide's body came to a sudden halt, as though he had been restrained by an invisible force. "Sir, do you really want to fight to the death?" The sovereign of the eventide stared coldly at Chu Bei. "No, only you will die." Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, the sovereign of the eventide's expression turned extremely gloomy. With a cold grunt, it was as though he had made a difficult decision. His right hand, which was tightly gripping the yin-yang divine sword, was frantically injecting his blood into the sword hilt. With the injection of the silver blood, the yin-yang divine sword began to vibrate happily, as though it had eaten a delicious meal. Gradually, the sovereign of the eventide's body doubled in size. His veins protruded as his eyes turned blood-red. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Dang, the yin-yang divine sword crazily devoured the sovereign of the eventide's blood. Finally, a golden divine robe appeared on the surface of his body. The golden divine robe completely enveloped the sovereign of the eventide, making him look like a dazzling sun. He has the Emperor Spirit blood and can sacrifice an extreme weapon. He is risking his life. By doing so, he can greatly increase the might of the Emperor Spirit blood, but he will also be plunged into an abyss that he cannot extricate himself from. Jiang Taishu looked at the sovereign of the eventide with a heavy look on his face. With a beckon of his hand, he pushed the eternal universe divine cauldron in front of Chu Bei. "This is the weapon of our distant ancestor, Emperor Eternal Universe." Chu Bei shot a glance at the eternal universe divine cauldron and waved his hand to send it back to Jiang Taishu's side. "He did not need it. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me." The sovereign of the eventide's black hair fluttered in the wind. At that moment, he looked like he had transformed into a demon. As his cold voice faded, he held the yin-yang divine sword hilt with both hands and slashed down at Chu Bei. With this strike, a huge rift tore open in the sky, splitting the horizon into two. A terrifying emperor's might emanated. Under this aura, all the cultivators in the city trembled as their legs went limp. At that moment, as they looked at the sovereign of the eventide in the sky, it was as though they were facing a great emperor that had truly descended upon the world. However, what shocked them even more was that the sword ray that the great emperor brandished with an extreme Dao weapon was actually blocked by the mysterious person with just 2 fingers. At the next moment, there was a crisp cracking sound. The incomparably terrifying sword beam was shattered into pieces by the latter's 2 fingers. Sigh. Is he still human? Instantly, every corner of the divine city was filled with gasps. All of them stared incredulously at Chu Bei. "I'll be taking your sword." The moment his indifferent voice faded, Chu Bei reached out his left hand. Lightning spewed out from his palm and instantly wrapped around the yin-yang divine sword like a chain. Clang. With a loud clang, before the sovereign of the eventide could recover from his horror, the yin-yang divine sword had already left his hands and was floating in front of Chu Bei. "Return my divine sword." After reacting, the sovereign of the eventide's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed. His exclamation was filled with horror, as though his life was in someone's hands. Chu Bei looked at the sovereign of the eventide with a deadpan expression. He held the axe hilt and slashed down. Rumble. Immediately, the energy in the surrounding heaven and earth was guided by the axe's blade. It formed a blade beam that extended far into the distance. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Looking at the gigantic blade beam above his head, the horror on the sovereign of the eventide's face intensified. Without any hesitation, a ripple appeared around the sovereign of the eventide. But just as he was about to tear through the void to escape, the gigantic blade beam above his head cleaved down. Under this force, the sovereign of the eventide was surprised to find his body restrained. He could not move at all. Chapter 298. The 10,000-foot-long blade beam fell. In the blinding light, A shrill scream shook the heavens and the earth. Looking at the distorted sovereign of the eventide in the blade beam and hearing his increasingly weak cries, the cultivators who witnessed this scene instinctively shuddered. They could not imagine what kind of torment the sovereign of the eventide was going through at this moment. Finally, the sovereign of the eventide's voice completely disappeared. Of course, his figure disappeared along with it. Dead, the sovereign of the eventide was killed. His physical body and divine soul were destroyed. 13 mighty figures and a divine king were all killed by him. After seeing it with my own eyes, I'm beginning to believe the rumors. Boss Chu can really kill the emperor corpse. I wonder what the relationship between the Jiang family and Boss Chu is. They actually managed to invite such a big shot. Yes, if not for Boss Chu's help, the divine king of the Jiang family would have suffered an unimaginable fate. The cultivators looked at Chu Bei, who was playing with the yin-yang sword above the underground palace. They instinctively swallowed their saliva and their eyes were filled with fear. Thank you, Boss Chu, for saving the Jiang family from danger. On the battlefield, the Jiang family head immediately stepped forward and led a group of Jiang family cultivators to bow deeply to Chu Bei. Divine King Jiang Taishu did not speak but cupped his fists at Chu Bei across the void. Compared to before, there was more respect in his eyes. Then, with a gloomy expression, his body swayed as he walked toward the dragon transformation pool with each step. Gradually, his eyes were bloodshot. He lifted Fairy Rosy Cloud with trembling hands and knelt on the ground with a thud. Heavens, why did you separate me from Rosy Cloud? Jiang Taishu roared sorrowfully at the sky. His roar shook the heavens and earth and resounded throughout the divine city. It was filled with intense resentment and hatred. The Jiang family cultivators, Duan, Yi Fan, and the others landed beside the dragon transformation pool. No one made a sound. They just looked at Jiang Taishu quietly with pity in their eyes. They had not seen each other for 4,000 years, but when they met again, they were separated by yin and yang. Jiang Taishu was howling in grief, cursing the unfairness of the heavens. His howl was mournful and shrill. Boss, this old man is so pitiful. Do you have a way to save Fairy Rosy Cloud? Ji Ziyue widened her eyes and looked at Chu Bei. Chu Bei didn't say anything. He just nodded calmly. The heaven-opening axe was one of the top 10 divine weapons of the untainted land. It had the power to create the world. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the heaven-splitting axe in his hands, he still had to rely on the power that the heaven-splitting axe bestowed upon him. However, even so, he could still use the heaven-splitting axe to reform and revive the souls that had dissipated within 3 days. At this moment, when Jiang Taishu saw Chu Bei nod his head, he suddenly stopped howling. After slowly putting down Fairy Rosy Cloud, he knelt down in front of Chu Bei with tears in his eyes. Boss Chu, if you have a way to save Cai Yun, please tell me. Even if you want to go to the 9 levels of underground, I can go there. Even if you want my life, as long as you can save Cai Yun. After saying that, Jiang Taishu didn't care about his status at all. He also didn't care about the juniors around him. He kowtowed to Chu Bei and begged. Looking at Jiang Taishu's sincere face, Chu Bei couldn't help shaking his head. He raised his hand to support Jiang Taishu and said, "Get up. What a pair of ill-fated lovers. I'll make an exception this time. I'll snatch a person from the king of hell for you." His calm voice immediately caused an uproar around the dragon transformation pool. The master of the Jiang family, Duan, Yi Fan, and the others all changed their expressions greatly. They widened their eyes and didn't seem to believe what they had just heard. Could a dead person really be revived after the divine soul had dissipated? If it was true, what a heaven-defying method it was. Thank you, boss." Hearing Chu Bei's words, Jiang Taishu's body trembled. 4,000 years ago, he had dominated the eastern wasteland. How high-spirited he was then. But now, he was like an old man with one foot in the grave. After a moment of silence, Chu Bei suddenly raised his head and pointed the sky-splitting axe in his hand at the void. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Then, with a flash of lightning, Chu Bei appeared in the distant sky, hovering in the void. He stomped his right foot and shouted toward the ground. King of Hell, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. Today, I'm only asking for one person. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill my way into the 9 levels of underground and crush your infernal hell." Under Chu Bei's deliberate control, the mighty voice resounded in every corner of the divine city like rolling thunder. It clearly resounded in everyone's mind. In the next moment, the originally clear sky in the distant sky was instantly shrouded by the chaotic energy. After a while, the entire divine city was shrouded in the chaotic energy. It gave people a feeling that they had traveled through time, as if they were in the river of time. Rumble. At this moment, in the chaotic energy, the sound of thunder resounded through the world. Rumble. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. However, when everyone in the divine city raised their heads to look at the sky that was filled with chaotic energy, they could not see any lightning. "It's raining. It's raining. When have you seen rain shining? This is not rain at all. Thunder, this is thunder and lightning. Oh my God, it's actually raining thunder." However, these thunder droplets did not seem to be very powerful. They were just like raindrops when they hit their bodies. What rich spiritual energy! Quickly let these thunder droplets merge into your bodies. All the cells in your body are stretched. It's simply too comfortable. I've broken through. I've broken through. Just as everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, puzzled because they could not find any thunder and lightning in the chaotic energy, thunder droplets that resembled raindrops began to fall from the chaotic energy. At first, no one felt that there was anything special about these thunder droplets. However, after the first person who was invaded by the thunder droplets screamed in excitement, one after another, excited screams could be heard. In particular, some of the cultivators whose cultivation was at the critical point opened their mouths and swallowed the falling thunder droplets directly. What a magical power! I didn't expect Boss Chu to have such an ability. The effect of these thunder droplets from his axe is already comparable to the effect of divine source. The Jiang family head, Jiang Yi, and the others raised their heads to look at the falling thunder droplets in the sky. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Even the divine King Jiang Taishu was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a technique. It was simply not man-made. "God, why didn't you bestow such a technique upon me?" Duanda took off his upper body and allowed the thunder droplets to hit him. He raised his head to question the heavens. Yi Fan looked at the figure in the sky with admiration. His eyes were filled with longing. Perhaps one day, he would also possess such an ability. Soul return. Suddenly, 2 heavy syllables reverberated in the sky like thunder. At that moment, all the cultivators of the Jiang family, including the Jiang family head and Jiang Yi, trembled violently. They all stared at the sky without blinking. Especially the divine King Jiang Taishu. He clenched his fists nervously and stared at the sky. This concerned the life and death of Fairy Rosy Cloud. Can it really bring the dead back to life? Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others were filled with anticipation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After Chu Bei shouted, the falling thunder droplets in the sky suddenly accelerated. Amidst the dense electric current, the spiritual energy in the sky above the divine city became a few hundred times denser. Under everyone's gaze, strange blue runes appeared in the thunder droplets one by one. These runes gathered together in large numbers and seemed to have some kind of magical power. Then, the runes lit up with resplendent light. Countless light spots that were different from the thunder droplets surged from different directions and finally gathered together. As the number of light spots increased, they gathered together and gradually formed a human figure. Oh my God, what is that? Is that a human? Oh no, is that a human soul? What is Boss Chu doing? Who is that spiritual body? Could it be Fairy Rosy Cloud? The Fairy Rosy Cloud that the divine King Jiang Taishu called out earlier. You're saying that Boss Chu is reviving the dead Fairy Rosy Cloud? It must be. Didn't you hear his shout earlier? He's asking the King of Hell for a person. In the divine city, a group of cultivators looked at the spiritual body that was gradually taking shape in front of Chu Bei with astonishment. Their mouths were wide open as if they were struck by lightning. Rosy Cloud, Jiang Taishu's body trembled as he softly called out the name. At this moment, the divine power in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. He could not even stand properly and almost fell. Condense. Suddenly, another loud shout resounded through the sky. Chu Bei waved his axe. The light from the axe's blade surged. Countless thunder droplets in the sky rushed to the side of the half-formed spiritual body and penetrated it bit by bit. As time passed, faint divine consciousness fluctuations began to appear in the sky. It was released by the spiritual body that was gradually taking shape. Another quarter of an hour passed. With a low muffled sound, the spiritual body suddenly moved and stood upright. Is this hell? The spiritual body glanced at the surrounding thunder droplets. At first, she was a little confused. When she saw Jiang Taishu below, her body suddenly trembled and swayed. With a trembling voice, she said, Big brother Taishu. I am not dead, alive. Fairy Rosy Cloud really came back to life. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Duander, and the others looked at the spiritual body in the sky. They were all dumbfounded, their faces full of surprise. They really could not imagine that there was someone in this world who could really revive the dead. Rosy Cloud, Jiang Taishu's tears flowed down his face. He could not calm down and his voice was filled with excitement as he approached Fairy Rosy Cloud step by step. Big brother Taishu, am I dreaming? Fairy Rosy Cloud cried tears of joy. However, just as she was about to go toward Jiang Taishu, a strange metallic clang suddenly came from below. In the next moment, a pitch-black chain with a diameter of 0.5 meter, releasing a strange black light and flickering with strange runes, emerged from the depths of the earth. It broke through the ground and soared into the sky, quickly and accurately wrapping around Fairy Rosy Cloud's spiritual body. Immediately, a shrill scream came from Fairy Rosy Cloud's mouth. Rosy Cloud. Divine King Jiang Taishu's expression changed abruptly. Divine power gushed out of his palm. With a raise of his hand, an attack that contained the great Tao of heaven and earth blasted toward the pitch-black chain. Clang. However, at this moment, another pitch-black chain emerged from the depths of the earth. It first annihilated Jiang Taishu's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, then ruthlessly whipped Jiang Taishu's body. With a muffled bang, the space around Jiang Taishu exploded under the whip of the pitch-black chain. Jiang Taishu was sent flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself in the air. Taking a closer look, Jiang Taishu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura fluctuated violently. Look, what's going on over there? Wasn't Fairy Rosy Cloud revived by Boss Chu? What's with the chains that suddenly appeared? Where did those chains come from? Even Divine King Jiang Taishu was sent flying. It's unbelievable. Above the underground palace, the sudden change caused the cultivators in the Divine City to fall into a state of confusion. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the two pitch-black chains in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, the patriarch of the Jiang family, and the others were also at a loss. Clearly, this situation was somewhat unexpected. Boss Chu, this, Divine King Jiang Taishu stabilized his qi and blood. After glancing at the pitch-black chains with some fear, he looked at Chu Bei with a pleading gaze. He had never expected that the divine power contained in the chains that emerged from the underground would surpass that of a divine king like him. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a soul-stirring roar sounded. In the center of the Divine City, a huge crack appeared in the ground. The crack was bottomless, like a bottomless abyss. She's already dead. How can she return to the human world? An eerie and terrifying voice that seemed to come from hell came from the bottomless abyss and gradually floated above the Divine City. Just listening to the voice sent chills down one's spine, and a bone-piercing chill ran down one's spine. Immediately after, a group of 16 people slowly emerged from the abyss. The 16 of them were divided into two teams. One team was fully dressed in white, while the other team was fully dressed in black. Each of them was riding a strange beast that had never been seen before. The beast's roar could be heard in every corner of the Divine City. This was a group of people who were unprecedentedly powerful. Runes flickered all over their bodies, and they were filled with the aura of the great Tao. Among the 16 people, the aura fluctuations of any one of them were far above that of divine King Jiang Taishu. Each of them was filled with bloodlust. They were like people who had been dead for many years, and their bodies emitted a bone-piercing chill. On the surface of their bodies, in addition to the flickering runes, there was also a lingering blood-red light. These people each held a pitch-black chain in their hands. The 2 chains that had bound Fairy Rosy Cloud's soul and injured Jiang Taishu had come from 2 of them. Oh my God, who are these guys? Why do I see them coming out from the underground? And looking at their auras, none of them seem to be weaker than divine King Jiang Taishu. Their attire is so strange. It reminds me of those existences recorded in ancient books. But do they really exist in this world? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, who are they? What are the origins of those chains in their hands? Yin-Yang ghost soldiers. The army that guards hell. What? This legend isn't made up. They really exist. In every corner of the divine city, the eyes of the cultivators fell on the group of 16 people. After discussing, their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 299. Ghost Soldiers. Half-Saint Realm. Jiang Taishu's face turned ugly. Obviously, he knew some of the secrets, but he didn't expect these ghost soldiers to be so powerful. Unlike ordinary cultivators, he was a person from more than 4,000 years ago. Although there were very few transcendents in the Big Dipper at that time, there would still occasionally be extremely terrifying existences who would appear out of nowhere and preach about the Tao. They would talk about the specific realms of the path of cultivation. Traditionally, the path of cultivation could be divided into 5 major realms: Reincarnation Realm, Tao Palace Realm, For Extreme Realm, Dragon Transformation Realm, Immortal Foundation Realm. However, compared to the first 4 levels, the scope of the Immortal Foundation Realm was simply too vast. One could even say that the disparity between each and every step was as vast as the heavens and the earth, as vast as the heavens and the earth. The first stage of the Immortal Foundation Realm was known as the Half-Step Almighty, which was the realm of the clan of the Ancients and the Supreme Elders. The second stage of the Immortal Foundation Realm was known as the Almighty, which was the realm of the Patriarch of the Jiang clan and the Holy Lord of the Holy Land. The third stage of the Immortal Foundation Realm was known as the King, which was the realm of the current divine King Jiang Taishu. The fourth stage of the Immortal Foundation Realm was known as the Half-Saint Realm. Judging from the aura of these ghost soldiers, it was very likely that these guys were in this realm. As for the 5th stage, 6th stage, and so on, they were beyond the scope of Jiang Taishu's understanding. In his opinion, this boss Chu must be a transcendent at the 5th, 6th, or even 7th stage. Your soul has already dissipated, how can you stay in the mortal world? Come with us. The leader of the white-robed ghost soldiers was sitting on a savage beast. His voice was filled with supreme majesty and was even divine. As his cold and emotionless voice fell, he casually glanced at Fairy Rosy Cloud's soul and moved his right hand. The pitch-black chain with a diameter of 5 meters in his palm suddenly clanged. The black surface had a blood-red glow, and a murderous aura soared into the sky as if it had drunk the blood of countless living beings. Almost at the same time, Fairy Rosy Cloud let out another shrill scream. Fate is really playing tricks on people. In the end, I still can't be with Brother Taishu, but it's good that I can still see him. In the endless pain, Fairy Rosy Cloud's expression twisted as she struggled. She looked at Jiang Taishu with deep reluctance. Under the pull of the chains, his spiritual body was quickly dragged towards the group. Rosy Cloud. No one is to hurt her. Jiang Taishu's eyes, Rosy Cloud's Rosy Cloud Divine Cauldron. In the next moment, Jiang Taishu placed his palms on the eternal universe divine furnace, and the majestic divine power in his body gushed out. Rosy Cloud S Rosy Roar. Extreme Emperor Rosy S Rosy T be afraid. Rosy Jiang Taishu stared coldly at the ghost soldiers. His hair fluttered in the wind. Cold in the Forest shouted and controlled the eternal universe divine furnace to attack a group of ghost soldiers. However, Before the eternal universe divine furnace could hit the ghost soldier, an axe blade was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it swept past the pitch-black chain. Crack! With a roar, the black chain that bound Fairy Rosy Cloud instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the void. Seeing the chains break apart, the two yin-yang ghost teams frowned. But before they could say anything, an inexplicable chill surged in their hearts. In the next moment, these ghost soldiers instinctively condensed a layer of tough armor around their bodies. Of course, they weren't afraid of the eternal universe divine furnace, and they were afraid of the strange primitive energy that seemed to be everywhere. Peng peng peng. In an instant, the sound of thunder rang out. The group of ghost soldiers only felt the divine power in their bodies explode inexplicably. It was as if their internal organs had been shattered. Then, wisps of energy that they had never touched before began to swim around their bodies. Diffuse, explode. Clang, clang, clang. The two groups of ghost soldiers suddenly let out shrill screams, as if they were suffering unparalleled torture from hell. After a long time, the strange energy that had eroded every cell in their bodies dissipated. The pain of the 16 ghost soldiers also gradually eased. However, compared to before, their auras were extremely weak. Their pale faces were devoid of color. It's you. You were also the one who gathered her scattered soul. Who are you? Who are you? What you've done is against the Tao of the world. Karma. You will be punished. The leaders of the two groups of yin-yang ghost soldiers stared coldly at Chu Bei, their voices chilling. Tao. Karma. Chu Bei smiled and waved his robe. In this world, I am the Tao. You call yourself the Tao? How arrogant. The two groups of ghost soldiers glared at Chu Bei. After looking at each other, they shook the chains in their hands, bringing about a deafening sound of metal clashing. Chu Bei put one hand behind his back and held the axe with the other. He calmly swept his gaze over the 16 ghost soldiers, his eyes filled with disdain. Capture him. As the two leading ghost soldiers yelled, the other ghost soldiers shook their chains. Back down. You are far from being his match. Just as the chains were about to hit Chu Bei, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the abyss like a curse. The pitch of this demonic voice was not high, but it penetrated the countless lightning droplets in the sky, reaching every corner of the divine city and even hundreds of miles away. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the abyss collapsed, and a figure wrapped in boundless yin-chi floated out from within. Strands of dark and penetrating light fell from the top of his head, protecting his entire body. It was incomparably majestic. At a closer look, this figure was particularly strange. The left side of his robe was white, while the right side was black. In his hand was a large brush, and the tip of the brush was made of an unknown ancient beast's hair. It was also half white and half black. Judge. Seeing the person who had come, the two groups of ghost soldiers immediately bowed and greeted him. There was a faint joy between their brows. The judge had come in person. No matter who the other party was, they would have to obediently follow them back to the netherworld. Rumble, the figure that was called Judge by the ghost soldiers, slowly floated in the air. When he was as tall as Chu Bei, a human-shaped virtual image suddenly appeared behind him, with its head in the sky and its feet on the ground. The figure was filled with golden light. His body reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds. The terrifying aura made people tremble. He looked down at the world with disdain, and his majesty was awe-inspiring. Even the great emperor's aura produced by Jiang Taishu's eternal universe divine furnace was annihilated by this terrifying aura. In an instant, the entire divine city was filled with a strong sense of oppression. It was suffocating. It was as if a great emperor had been resurrected. He. Who is he? This aura that can pierce through the sky. Could he be a great emperor? Yin-yang brush. He is the yin-yang judge who controls life and death. Yin-yang ghost soldiers, yin-yang judge. They really exist. Will we really enter hell and reincarnation after we die? In the divine city, a group of cultivators raised their heads and looked at the huge figure standing between the heavens and the earth. They trembled. Oh no, this guy's aura is incredible. It is even more powerful than that old lunatic who has lived for more than 6,000 years. Boss can't kill him, right? Feeling the aura released by the yin-yang judge, the fat daoist, Duander, gulped. No, the boss is so powerful. He is an existence who has discussed Tao with our ancestors. Ji Ziyue bit her lips. Although she said so, her frown showed that she was still a little worried. After all, the yin-yang judge only existed in ancient books. He was a terrifying existence that controlled life and death. Only God knew how powerful he was. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Yi, and even Jiang Taishu showed a look of horror. This yin-yang judge, who only existed in legends, had suddenly appeared and was obviously beyond their expectations. The aura released by him had actually intimidated the eternal universe divine furnace. Her soul has already scattered. You are going against the Tao of life and death by gathering her soul like this. The yin-yang judge held the judge's brush in his hand and looked at Chu Bei. He shook his head and waved the brush at Fairy Rosy Cloud's soul. Kai, Kai, Kai. Suddenly, a huge hand formed by countless death chi reached out from the void and grabbed at Fairy Rosy Cloud. Are you trying to stop me? Before the big hand could grab Fairy Rosy Clouds, the thunderbolts in the sky surged. Amidst the roaring thunder, they directly broke the big hand made of death aura. Then, they turned into blazing thunderbolts, as if they were carrying thousands of comets and crashing into the big hand. The yin-yang judge frowned slightly and immediately pointed out two strange runes in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void shook and everyone was shocked. It was not limited to the divine city. The practitioners outside the divine city also felt it. They could not help but look at the sky above the underground palace, full of shock. Is Boss Chu going to fight with the yin-yang judge? We won't be affected, will we? In the sky, the two runes drawn by the judge's brush intertwined with the blazing lightning. It was as if two immortal lights had broken through the shackles of heaven and earth and dissipated at the same time. All the practitioners in the city were dumbfounded. They were so excited that they almost went crazy. There was also some fear in their eyes. My fellow Taoist, do you have to go against heaven's will? The yin-yang judge stared coldly at Chu Bei. The virtual image behind him trembled slightly. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Not to mention you, even if the king of hell comes, he can't stop me. Chu Bei's voice became low, mixed with supreme majesty. As soon as the indifferent syllables fell, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the chaotic light in the sky spread out endlessly. In a few breaths, the chaotic light enveloped the entire eastern wilderness and continued to spread out at a faster and faster speed. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the soul-stirring sound of thunder came from the tumbling chaotic aura, followed by all kinds of thunder. Chapter 300. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, dagger axes, swords, sticks, lances, spears, rakes. Countless weapons evolved from lightning appeared in the chaotic chi. These lightning weapons seemed to have come from outer space. They broke through the clouds and lit up the eternity. They released the immortal lightning power to their heart's content, connecting the sky and the earth. Rumble under the rolling lightning, the endless death chi behind the yin and yang judge seemed to be purified. Is the end of the world? Why are there rolling dark clouds on a sunny day? What's with these lightning bolts? This lightning aura came from the eastern wilderness. What happened there? Did the ancient emperor come back to life? My gosh. Is the former overlord of the eastern wilderness coming back to the world? A heavenly anomaly. This was an extremely shocking sight. The phenomenon shocked the world. At this moment, the entire sky above the Big Dipper was covered by dense lightning bolts. Every cultivator in every corner could feel the majestic lightning power. All the cultivators in the central continent, the western desert, the northern plains, and the south mountains looked up at the sky in astonishment. Some of the leaders of the top forces looked in the direction of the eastern wilderness. They frowned and looked solemn. As for the cultivators in the eastern wilderness, especially in the divine city, they all collapsed on the ground. Looking at the various lightning bolts in the sky, they trembled and turned pale. Although the lightning power wasn't targeted at them, it still made their sea of reincarnation stagnate, and they felt powerless. My gosh! Is this the real phenomenon of the shop owner? I can't see the end of it. Jizue's mouth formed an O shape. Looking at the dense lightning bolts in the sky, her eyes were wide open. The Jiang family leader and Jiang Taishu didn't look as shocked as Jizue, but they couldn't help but gasp. Woof! Woof! Emperor, Xiao Hei misses you. Feeling the lightning power in the sky, the big black dog cried painfully and looked up to the sky. It seemed to remember the years when it was with Emperor Wu Shi. Rumble. Lightning bolts filled the sky, and the lightning power filled the air. Thunder roared all over the sky. One of the 7 life forbidden zones, Undying Mountain. Every single mountain was black to the point of erupting. Some were like blades that reached into the clouds, while others were like bulls that were lying on the ground. Mists curled about, creating a majestic atmosphere. He could see a stone man that was missing an arm picking herbs. He could also see a stone crow that was missing a claw flying in the sky. These were all holy spirits, and they looked very strange. Who is this? A tall demonic figure looked up at the sky. This was the innermost depths of Undying Mountain. It exceeded everyone's imagination. It wasn't some terrifying demonic land, but rather a paradise that was pure and natural. A peach garden was filled with falling petals. The few thatched cottages had returned to their original state. An old tortoise was crawling slowly towards the back of the thatched cottage. It was actually the divine medicine, the black tortoise. I don't know. An old man leaned against the wall. He looked very old, but his hands and eyes were quick. He held down the Xuanwu medicine to prevent it from slipping away. I want to fight. That tall and majestic godlike demonic figure held a black heavenart halberd in his hand, killing intent surging. There isn't much life left, stop messing around. The old man shook his head, stroking the black tortoise's head in his bosom. Forget it. After a sigh, that imposing demonic godlike figure narrowed his eyes. A pair of cold pupils shot out radiance, actually directly piercing through the heavens. Surging lightning retreated from above Undying Mountain. One of the 7 life forbidden zones, ruins of gods. There were many ruins here, Dao traces everywhere. There was an enormous southern heavenly gate that towered here. These were the remains of the ancient heavenly court that had fallen here back then. The ruins were boundless. This was previously the paradise of deities, but now it was known as the ruins of gods, a place where supreme beings were hibernating. In the depths of the ruins of gods, there was an enormous immortal peach tree. Waves of dense immortal mist rose around the tree, refreshing one's mind and flowing with fragrance. Behind the immortal peach tree was a divine spring that gushed out from the earth veins. It had never dried up since ancient times. After gushing out from the ground, it seeped into the earth's core, forming a cycle. This was a true divine spring, the best water source for planting immortal medicines, refining pills, and extending one's life essence. Hong. Right at this time, at the bottom of the divine spring, a figure that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years opened his eyes. He had 9 layers of pupils. Light shot out from his pupils, causing the spring water to boil. The entire ruins of gods released a heaven-overflowing aura. The endless lightning above the ruins of gods immediately seemed to have received some type of guidance. They first gathered together, and then all of them poured into the figure at the bottom of the divine spring. One of the 7 life forbidden zones, Immortal Mausoleum. This place was desolate, hills everywhere. None of them were that tall, but they were all extremely imposing. Some had yin energy curling about them, while others had auspicious multicolored light rushing into the heavens. It was extremely mysterious, believed to be the burial ground of ancient immortals. Even though all of the tombs were empty, people believed that it was caused by the immortal body's emergence, not leaving behind a true body. Over 100 prehistoric steles trembled intensely, crazily devouring the lightning above. An enormous shadow could faintly be seen below the steles. Following a cold snort, over 100 steles rose from the ground, releasing resplendent and dazzling radiance. They were like blazing suns, releasing heaven-overflowing auras. One of the 7 life-forbidden zones, Sea of Reincarnation. It was silver, like an ocean formed by endless rivers of stars falling down. It was very vast, with no end in sight. The silver sea was boundless, even bigger than the entire eastern wilderness. However, it was usually impossible to see any trace of it. Clearly, this was another world, and the exit was connected to a mysterious area in the Big Dipper. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a silver wave rolled up like a metal storm. The sea surface seemed to have been cut in half by a giant sword, and an unimaginably huge palm suddenly reached out from the middle, tearing down all of the lightning above. Then, the waves merged together again, becoming incomparably calm, as if nothing had happened. One of the 7 life-forbidden zones, Origin Ancient Mine. The reddish-brown earth seemed to have been soaked in blood, cold and lonely. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. A few huge rocks stood on the ground, and at first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was dusky, and a faint black fog added a sense of eeriness to this world. The endless reddish-brown earth was serene and deathly silent, without any signs of life. There were the best origin stones in the entire Big Dipper here, and mines of various sizes were densely packed together. However, if one looked carefully, one would see that there were thousands of corpses piled up under each mine. Who is this guy? What an unfamiliar aura. Who knows? Maybe it was forced to sublimate. Looks like it can't wait until the next golden age. Becoming an immortal is so difficult. Faint sighs that were difficult to capture came from the Origin Ancient Mine. A grey light gushed out from below, and the lightning that enveloped the ancient mine disappeared. One of the 7 life-forbidden zones, Burial Sky Island. A powerful paragon had once lived here, but he had provoked the primal Chaos Emperor, who ruled the world. That battle had caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split, turning the galaxy into dust. In the end, the primal Chaos Emperor had displayed his might. Although he had won, he had exhausted all of his essence blood and died here, unable to live a second life. However, after his death, his obsession was not extinguished, and he turned into a yin soul comparable to a supreme existence. Kai. On the floating island, a huge black shadow wandered around. It glanced at the lightning that had suddenly appeared above it, opened its mouth, and inhaled. The rolling lightning entered its mouth, and then there was a crunching sound of chewing. One of the 7 life-forbidden zones, Desolate Ancient Forbidden Land. A graceful woman stood on top of the sacred mountain. She was so beautiful that it felt unreal, transcendent and indifferent. She was clearly on top of the sacred mountain, but people felt that she was in the immortal world. She gave off an otherworldly temperament, as if she did not belong to this world. She had an otherworldly aura, giving people the feeling that she would ascend to immortality at any time. Hey! The woman stared in the direction of the divine city. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void for thousands of miles. Her beautiful eyes reflected Chubei's figure, and she murmured with confusion. So this is true strength. The woman looked at the lightning in the sky and did nothing. She just shook her head and returned to the sacred mountain. Almost at the same time, the 7 life-forbidden zones, except for the desolate ancient forbidden land, erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. The domineering energy spread throughout the entire Big Dipper void. In various secret places in the mountains, ferocious beasts roared as if they were frightened. Above the divine city, Chubei stood with his hands behind his back. He was like an ancient great emperor who had descended to the world, like an immortal king who was inspecting all living beings. He looked coldly at the yin-yang judge. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens, the yin-yang life and death diagram, the chaotic green lotus, the stars illuminating the sky, the splendid land, and so on. All kinds of ancient phenomena appeared behind Chubei. Of course, these were all formed by the terrifying lightning. In the divine city, a group of cultivators looked at the various phenomena behind Chubei, and they were all dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they could not speak at all. The yin-yang judge looked straight at Chubei. After a long time, he finally shook his head, glanced in the direction of fairy rosy clouds, and sighed faintly. In the next moment, the illusory image behind him, which had a terrifying aura and was filled with golden light, disappeared. Return. The yin-yang judge put away his judge's brush. After taking one last look at Chu Bei, his body slowly sank back into the bottomless abyss until he disappeared. Even the judge can't subdue him? The two teams of yin-yang ghost soldiers looked at Chu Bei in horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although they did not know how powerful the yin-yang judge was, they had seen a sage king die under the judge's brush. However, even such a powerful existence was helpless in front of the mysterious person in front of them. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the two teams of yin-yang ghost soldiers disappeared into the abyss with the yin-yang judge. Gradually, the abyss began to heal. The dark clouds, rolling thunder, and all kinds of phenomena in the sky began to dissipate. The sky became clear again, and the ground healed. If countless people had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that nothing had happened. Did Boss Chu win without a fight? He did it, he actually did it. He really snatched Fairy Rosy Cloud back from the King of Hell. Even the yin-yang judge had no choice but to retreat. What cultivation realm is this Boss Chu at? Is he really an ancient emperor? Maybe. Anyway, we can't reach his realm in a few lifetimes. It's out of our reach. In the Divine City, a group of cultivators looked at Chu Bei in the sky. After coming back to their senses, their throats squirmed. Other than shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. Those ghost soldiers and the yin-yang judge have all retreated. Boss Chu is indeed stronger. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with excitement. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and her canine teeth sparkled. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Emperor howled into the sky as he looked at Chu Bei in the sky. It was as if he was looking at the unparalleled majesty of the Emperor of no beginning in the past. In the sky, Chu Bei glanced indifferently at Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse next to the dragon transformation pool below. He spread out his right hand, and a huge suction force suddenly gushed out. In the next moment, Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse flew up and headed toward Chu Bei. Her corpse emitted a sparkling light. Merge. After calmly uttering a word, Chu Bei first used the power of thunder to reactivate the life aura of Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse. Then, with a wave of his hand, her soul and body merged into one. Brother Taishu. In the air, Fairy Rosy Cloud slowly opened her eyes. Her clothes fluttered, and there were traces of tears on her peerless face. Brother Taishu, in the past, you found the earth essence fruit for me to replenish my lifespan. You wanted me to live with you for 4,000 years and die together in this world. But this separation has been more than 4,000 years. If time could return to 4,500 years ago, Brother Taishu, I would have gone with you instead of staying in the Holy Land. With tears in her eyes, Fairy Rosy Cloud slowly walked to Jiang Taishu's side step by step. She raised her hand and stroked Jiang Taishu's face. Her grey lips trembled, and she was almost speechless. Let bygones be bygones. Aren't we together again now? Jiang Taishu gently stroked the black hair on Fairy Rosy Cloud's forehead. His whole body lit up with a dazzling light. Then, Jiang Taishu's appearance began to change. He changed from an old man to a handsome young man. In the future, we can walk under the sunset. Jiang Taishu took Fairy Rosy Cloud's hand and walked to Chu Bei. The two of them knelt down heavily at the same time. Thank you, boss, for reviving Rosy Cloud. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Taishu was not the only one. All the cultivators of the Jiang family, including the Jiang family's patriarch, kowtowed to Chu Bei. Their voices were filled with respect. Get up, all of you. I have done a good deed. As for the karma, let me bear it. Chu Bei looked at the blue sky. With a wave of his robe, his domineering aura was undoubtedly revealed. Lovers would eventually find a way to get married. Those who spread dog food would eventually become siblings. The majestic aura in the Divine City dissipated. The cultivators recovered from the shock. They were still discussing the battle in the sky intensely. As for the experts of the Central Continent, the Western Desert, the northern plains, and the southern mountains, they turned into rainbows and rushed to the eastern wilderness. When they saw people, they asked about the reason for the dense thunderbolts earlier. Soon, this sensational news spread like wildfire under the influence of the tapwater effect. Chapter 301. The Eastern Wilderness, Middle Continent, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Nanling were all having intense discussions. It was the topic of conversation before and after tea. "Oh my God, I've finally straightened everything out. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us. What was going on with the lightning that came and went as fast as the end of the world? Did an ancient the arch awaken? It's a long story. Let me have a sip of tea first. Do you know the Jiang family's godly monarch from 4,500 years ago in the Eastern Wilderness? The Jiang Taishu who killed the Sun Sovereign. That's right, it's him. In fact, he didn't die. He was only sealed in the Purple Mountain. When he was rescued, he was already on his last breath. When the factions of the Middle Continent learned of it, 13 sacred lords went to kill him. Among them was an old monster who had lived for more than 4,000 years, the sovereign of the Eventide. Heavens, don't tell me you're saying that the lightning phenomenon was caused by Jiang Taishu? Of course not. If not for Boss Chu's help, Jiang Taishu would have died at the hands of the sovereign of the Eventide. Boss Chu. It sounds a little unfamiliar. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient the Arch? This Boss Chu is quite impressive. It's said that he has lived since the primordial era. As for his deeds, I still need to drink 2 more cups of water before I can slowly recount them. Obtaining the Theacher's heart, the Middle Continent's treasure, suppressing the Arch corpse, entering the Bronze Immortal Palace. Heavens! What? He killed 13 sacred lords and the sovereign of the Eventide with a raise of his hand. He snatched someone from the King of Hell and successfully revived the dead. So that lightning phenomenon was caused by him. How heaven-defying is that? In the entire Big Dipper, all the cultivators' topics revolved around Tao ancestor Hong Jun. The battle in the Divine City came to an end. As the entire Big Dipper was intensely discussing the main character of the battle, Boss Chu, strange fluctuations began to be emitted from various hidden corners of Big Dipper. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Chu Bei's lightning phenomenon, or perhaps it was due to the terrifying aura released by the 7 forbidden lands, but the strange energy fluctuations in these hidden places became restless. It felt as if some extraordinary existence was about to emerge. At the edge of the eastern wasteland, there was a great world of ice and snow, and as far as the eye could see, it was a pure white ice field. At the bottom of the ice field, the huge transparent God source started to shake. In the first divine source, there was a shriveled body. There was only a layer of old skin sticking to the bones. There were some withered yellow hair on the head. It was very sparse, and it was releasing a bone-piercing chill. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the divine source, and the divine source shards started to fall off. In the second piece of divine origin, there was an old ape. It was tall and majestic, sitting cross-legged. It was tall and had snow-white fur all over its body. Its expression was peaceful, as if it was still alive. The old ape seemed to have faintly fused with the great Tao, as if it had become one with the world. Crack! The old ape moved its claws and tore apart a corner of the divine source. An aura that looked down on the world seeped out of its body. At the edge of the northern plains, deep underground, there was a vast underground palace. This was a huge project that seemed to have used endless manpower. It was extremely vast, and one could not see the end of it. The majestic underground palace was ancient, as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the traces of time. However, the underground palace was not that dark. There were a few strange stones that flickered, and one could clearly see everything here. Dragon chi surged like rivers, crashing into every corner of the underground palace. Bathing in it made one feel refreshed. There were countless huge pupae in this vast underground palace. At that moment, the originally quiet pupae suddenly shook, and at the same time, there were all sorts of strange screeching sounds. Gradually, mysterious creatures started to extend their claws and heads from these pupae. They all released a monstrous aura. At the edge of the southern mountains, this was a vast abyss, like a bottomless pit. It seemed to be able to devour one's mind and make one sink into it. The abyss was extremely empty and silent, as if it was connected to the netherworld. Even if one was far away, one's heart would palpitate, and an inexplicable chill would run down their backs. In the endless dark abyss, dragon chi was like a tide, surging continuously. Occasionally, divine light would flash, and a few divine source granules would rush out, sparkling and translucent. The abyss was just too big, and it was difficult to illuminate it all. It was still a little dim. As far as the eye could see, it was empty. It did not seem like an underground palace at all, but more like an ancient battlefield. Among them, the most eye-catching was an ancient altar. It was difficult to guess how long it had existed. It was engraved with the traces of time, and even the stones were about to decay. Strangely, it was actually a 5-colored altar, made of ancient stones of 5 different colors. On the altar, a transparent ancient coffin floated up and down. It made one feel as if their flesh and bones were about to collapse. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. The human race has lived too well these years. It's time to return to the era when the primordial race dominated. In the transparent ancient coffin was a 2-meter-long divine source granule. It was dazzling, and one could not open one's eyes. There was a humanoid creature sealed in it. As a low and sinister voice rang out, the divine source exploded, and the coffin lid was sent flying. The humanoid creature stood up, and 2 beams of dim light shot out from its eyes, directly piercing through the heavens, bringing about a strange phenomenon. The Jiang family, one of the clan of the ancients. Boss Chu, these are all the valuable treasures that the Jiang family can take out now. The master of the Jiang family looked at Chu Bei respectfully, shook his head, and sighed. He did not expect that Boss Chu would take the initiative to ask for a reward after helping them. Moreover, he asked for all the valuable treasures of the Jiang family. Looking at the mountain of treasures in front of him, Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. With 90% of the Jiang family's wealth, his cultivation conversion progress should be able to reach 100%. Host's cultivation conversion progress 69, Host's cultivation conversion progress 70, Host's cultivation conversion progress 71, Host's cultivation conversion progress 100%. The host is rewarded with the right to use a level 16 commodity. The result was just as Chu Bei had expected. The Jiang family's wealth was not all used up, but the conversion progress had reached 100%. Besides, what made Chu Bei happy was that after the successful conversion, he was rewarded with the right to use a level 16 commodity. The level 15 sky-splitting axe gave him the strength of a peak great sage, and the level 16 commodity corresponded to the realm of a quasi-emperor. 3 days later. Yang capital. The capital of the Yang nation. The city was very prosperous, and the main road was bustling with people coming and going. Silver-striped red dates, big and sweet. Fried mantou, free if you don't like it. Ox duck blood vermicelli soup, thick blood and thick soup, juicy and delicious. Come and try it. Sugar-coated haws, only 1 copper coin per skewer. On the streets, all kinds of people were shouting and peddling. Boss, are you bringing us to cultivate in the bustling city? Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei in confusion. Chu Bei chuckled, then extended his finger and pointed at it. Yi Fan immediately looked in the direction Chu Bei was pointing. It was a corner, and a dirty little girl was begging pitifully from a pot-bellied man. She was frightened by the man's roar. The little girl timidly took 2 steps back and looked down at her little shoes with toe holes. She did not dare to say a word. Boss, are you here to look for her? Yi Fan did not go over immediately. Instead, he frowned and carefully observed the little girl, trying to see if there was anything different about her. However, to his disappointment, he did not find anything unusual. Chu Bei nodded slightly in response. This was a new first-class agent. A little girl related to Emperor Merciless. The little girl was obviously frightened by the man's roar. She did not dare to beg the passers-by anymore. She wiped her tears and walked forward with her head lowered, almost bumping into people a few times. She was afraid that she would be scolded again. She lowered her head timidly. The more one looked at her, the more pitiful she looked. Is she an orphan? Yi Fan could not stand it anymore. He thought of the first time he saw Xiao Tingting. However, Xiao Tingting still had a grandfather and did not fall to the point of begging. With a swoosh, Yi Fan's figure flashed and squatted in front of the little girl, looking at her gently. I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't do it on purpose. The little girl lowered her head and walked forward in a daze. Because she almost bumped into Yi Fan, her eyes were filled with tears. She was afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Yi Fan stood up and bought 4 steaming soup dumplings. He wrapped them in oil paper and handed them to the little girl. Thank you, you're a kind big brother. Tears rolled down the little girl's face. She took the soup dumplings with a grateful expression. Yi Fan patted the little girl's head and said, Don't you have any relatives? The little girl blinked her big eyes and shook her head in confusion. She said, No, Nan doesn't remember anything. You don't remember anything? Yi Fan felt a little strange and could not help but ask. Every once in a while, Nan will forget everything in the past. I don't have any impression of it. Maybe after a while, I won't even remember the kind big brother. The little girl lowered her head and was somewhat depressed. Why is this happening? Yi Fan was puzzled. Nan doesn't know either. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know where I came from and where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives but I don't. Nan is very lonely and sad. The little girl lowered her head and her eyes were filled with tears. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned. He probed the little girl's body with his divine sense again and checked carefully. However, he still could not find anything unusual. Why is this happening? Yi Fan was puzzled. This little girl was obviously not ordinary. However, why couldn't he find anything? Kind big brother, this is for you. The little girl took out a small crystal clear stone from her tattered clothes. 7 colors of light flowed around it. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Chapter 302. This is. Yi Fan was astonished. Nan doesn't know either. Every once in a while, a small stone like this will appear. It's edible and very sweet. It can keep Nan from being hungry for many days. The little girl carefully handed the crystal clear stone in her hand to Yi Fan to express her gratitude. Come. Let me have a taste. Duanda seemed to have noticed something. He licked his lips and reached out to snatch the small stone. Woof woof. The Black Emperor bit Duanda's arm and pulled it with all its might. Its dog eyes were filled with disdain. Yi Fan knocked Duanda back with a punch and glared at him. Then, he held the small stone in his palm and observed it carefully. However, after observing it for a while, he could not figure out what it was. However, he could feel an abnormal energy fluctuation from the small stone that was the size of a finger joint. He was sure that it was not an ordinary item. Little Nan, a few buns are not worth such a good treasure like you. Quickly put it away. Yi Fan wanted to return the small stone to the little girl. However, the little girl kept retreating and shook her head. Big brother, just accept it. Otherwise, Nan has nothing to repay you. Hearing this, Yi Fan sighed. Such a young child already knew how to repay others. It was really sad. The little girl was very stubborn. No matter what, she would not take back the small stone. Helpless, Yi Fan could only look at Chu Bei, hoping to find out the mystery of the little girl's origin from the latter. Boss, it's clearly the first time I want to meet her, but why do I have a strange feeling? This feeling is very strange and hard to explain. Yi Fan finally asked the question in his heart. Nan also feels that Big Brother is very close. The little girl lowered her head and muttered to herself. The cause of your past life, the effect of your present life. This is the fate that you can't cut off. Chu Bei pretended to be mysterious. Cause of my past life? Yi Fan was surprised, but when he continued to ask, Chu Bei didn't say anything more and stopped at the right time. Little Nan, Since you don't have a home, why don't you follow us from now on? Chu Bei squatted down and patted the little girl's head. The little girl nodded, her big watery eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Chu Bei smiled and then took out the proxy ring. Come, put it on. After a long while, Chu Bei signed a contract with little Nan Nan. Then, Chu Bei looked at Yi Fan and pointed at the small stone in his hand. This is the Emperor's Dao fruit. Eating it will be very helpful to your cultivation. The Arch-Dao fruit. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Duanda immediately cried out in alarm. Then, he looked at the little girl in astonishment and swallowed his saliva. This little one was a great emperor in her previous life. Yi Fan, Blackie, and Ji Ziyue also looked at Chu Bei in a daze. They were dumbfounded as they awaited Chu Bei's answer. When the time comes, you will naturally know some things, Chu Bei said indifferently. After saying that, he looked at little Nan Nan. This was the manifestation of ruthless obsession, her Dao fruit. Perhaps even without him, it wouldn't be long before little Nan Nan and Yi Fan would meet by chance. Everything was predestined. Chu Bei still sympathized with ruthless childhood experience. She and her brother relied on each other since they were young. In the end, her brother was killed by the Yuhua god dynasty. But on the other hand, if her brother didn't die, she wouldn't cultivate for revenge and create the heaven-devouring demonic skill with her stunning talent. In the end, she became a great emperor and became the most talented great emperor in history. Boss, I've found you. At this moment, Jiang Gefei descended from the sky with a group of people. Other than the people from the Jiang family, there were also people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Yaoguang Sacred Ground, and the Ji family of the Clan of the Ancients. What's the matter? Chu Bei looked at Jiang Gefei calmly and swept his gaze across the people behind him. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. When did these people from the top factions get so close to him? Boss, an ancient royal family member is here. He said that he has a letter to give to the strongest person in the eastern wilderness. Jiang Gefei glanced at little Nan Nan. After a flash of surprise in his eyes, he revealed an earth-shattering news. What? An ancient royal family member? Just when Yi Fan was confused, Ji Ziyue and Duanda exclaimed in shock. Looking at his appearance, there is no doubt that he is an ancient creature, but I don't know if he is a royal or not, Jiang Gefei continued. Hearing this, Ji Ziyue and Duanda became even more agitated. There was an uproar. An ancient creature has really appeared. He actually wants to meet the strongest person in the eastern wilderness. Did he say where he came from? Duanda and Ji Ziyue asked first. He only said that he wants to deliver the letter to the strongest cultivator in the eastern wilderness. He didn't say anything else, a woman from the Jade Lake replied. An ancient creature has appeared. I don't know what kind of disaster it will cause. Ji Ziyue looked serious. Apparently, she did not have a good impression of ancient creatures. Gradually, the cultivators who passed by the main road also gathered around. When they heard Jiang Gefei's words, some of the cultivators who knew about ancient creatures were shocked. Ancient creatures? Didn't they disappear a long time ago? Are they not extinct? Oh my God, if they are still alive and reappear in today's world, I'm afraid this land will have a new master. Those ancient kings could summon the wind and rain and run rampant in the world. They are far beyond our current cultivators. Perhaps only a few immortal inheritances with extreme Dao Saint weapons have some confidence, said Yi Futian. They are just ancient creatures. I'm afraid you have forgotten about Boss Chu. He's a living primordial existence. Boss Chu. Isn't he? Isn't he? Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Chu Bei immediately waved his hand. With a flash of rainbow light, he appeared in the distant sky with a group of people. In the sky, Chu Bei looked at Jiang Gefei calmly and said, I don't belong to the eastern wilderness. Logically speaking, this letter should be given to Jiang Taishu. Boss, actually, we also wanted to let the godly king patriarch receive the letter. At this point, Jiang Gefei's expression became rather ugly. He stuttered, but this ancient royal is too arrogant and despotic. What's even worse is that he's extremely powerful. Even the God King ancestor isn't his opponent. He said that the God King ancestor isn't qualified to receive this letter. Oh, he has bad intentions. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes. Where is this ancient royal now? He is in the Jiang family. Jiang Ifei looked at Chu Bei respectfully. Let's go. I will go with you. With that, Chu Bei waved his hand again. Rolling lightning lit up the sky, and the group of people disappeared. At the same time, in the huge square of the Jiang family, countless figures hovered above the square, waiting for battle. The two figures at the front were Jiang Taishu and Fairy Rosy Cloud. Behind them were the Jiang family patriarch, the Alcade sacred leader, the Ji family patriarch, and the Jade Lake sacred leader. At that moment, these overlords of the eastern wilderness were looking ahead with a serious expression. There was a figure hovering there. To be more precise, this was a humanoid archaic creature. It was over 2 meters tall and extremely sturdy. Its entire body was covered in fine silver scales that flowed with brilliance. Its face was the same. It had a pair of wide silver wings, as if it was carrying 2 snow-white heavenly blades on its back. He was strong and powerful, and his silver hair was like a waterfall. There was a jade horn between his eyebrows that curved like a dragon. It was over a foot long and was crystal clear. In addition, there was a small head on each of his broad shoulders. One was a wolf's head, and the other was a crocodile's head. They were both covered in fine silver scales. Hallelujah! The ancient being hovered in the air with his head held high and said, I don't understand what you are saying. The cultivators, including Jiang Taishu and Fairy Rosy Cloud, looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. Have you forgotten the common language of the primordial age? It seems that too much time has passed. You humans have forgotten too many things, the ancient being said in human language. Did we humans use this language to communicate in the primordial age? Jiang Taishu looked at the ancient being cautiously and asked tentatively. In the previous battle, he was still no match for the ancient being even after using the battle word incantation. Ridiculous. Back then, humans were just an inferior race. If we wanted to survive, we naturally had to learn this divine language. The ancient being's words were filled with pride. He looked at Jiang Taishu and the others with disdain. Inferior race. Hearing the ancient being's contemptuous words and looking at his disdainful expression, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the others' faces turned even uglier. Their eyes were filled with anger. Divine language. Of course, there were also some people who were in a daze. It was as if they had seen records of the ancient language in some ancient books. This is the language of the ancient gods. It is shared by all races. Otherwise, every race has its own language. How can we communicate? The ancient being looked indifferent. Then, he glanced at Jiang Taishu and the others impatiently. The eastern wilderness is too weak now. Even a group of ants like you can dominate it. What a joke. How long will it take for the boss Chu you're talking about to arrive? You son of a b*tch, how dare you be disrespectful to the boss? As soon as the ancient being finished speaking, Duanda's curses came from the void along with the sound of thunder. The next moment, a group of people appeared above the square. The leader was Chu Bei. Greetings, Boss Chu. Upon seeing who it was, the group of cultivators, including Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, the head of the Ji family, and other top experts, bowed to Chu Bei one after another with respect between their brows. Chu Bei's gaze swept over Jiang Taishu and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Were you the one who insulted me just now? The ancient being fixed his cold gaze on Duanda. A powerful aura seeped out of his body. His cold words were filled with strong killing intent. Do you have a worm in your ear? Do you want me to say it again? You son of a b*tch. Duanda raised his middle finger provocatively at the ancient being, not forgetting to raise his voice. You're courting death. The ancient being shouted coldly. Then, 2 dark beams of light shot out from his eyes toward Duanda. Wherever they passed, the void rumbled. Duanda shrugged. There was no fear on his face. He just instinctively moved behind Chu Bei. Chapter 303. Whoosh. A terrifying sound rang out. The primordial being's attack was directed at Duender. However, just as the two terrifying beams of light were about to hit Duender, a tiny divine light appeared out of thin air and instantly annihilated the black beams of light. "You're Boss Chu, the strongest person in the eastern wilderness that they're talking about?" Seeing that his attack had been defeated, the ancient creature retracted his disdainful expression. His gaze landed on Chu Bei and he began to carefully size him up. "Give me the letter." Chu Bei glanced at the primordial being and said calmly, "Whether you can receive the letter or not, I'll have to see if you're qualified." The primordial being said coldly. He took a step forward and raised his right arm to slap down. Instantly, the space before him rumbled as an enormous hand that was coiled with Primeval talisman markings covered the sky and blotted out the sun. It possessed extreme strength and was incomparably ferocious, and it pressed down towards Chu Bei like an expanse of the earth. It was pitilessly terrifying. "This is the power." Jiang Gefei's expression changed slightly when he saw the giant hand pressing down. He was not the only one. The younger generation of the other sacred grounds and ancient families frowned. Under this aura, the spiritual power in their bodies was severely suppressed. They could not even activate their weapons. Boss Chu. He should be at the peak of the God King stage. Jiang Taishu glanced at the giant hand pressing down on Chu Bei and spoke at the right time. In the previous battle, he had been defeated by his opponent's palm. Boom. Just as the giant hand was about to land on Chu Bei and the others' heads, Chu Bei's eyes narrowed. Two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. With a loud boom, the giant hand was instantly pierced through by a terrifying force and dissipated. How is this possible? This time, the primordial being was stunned. The primordial ancient mountain palm was his most powerful attack, but it was destroyed so easily by his opponent. Just as the ancient creature was still immersed in shock, a huge pitch-black hole suddenly appeared above his head. Then, there was a huge rumbling sound, and an enormous black-purple beam of divine light descended with monstrous might. The primordial being's pupils constricted, and he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He did not have time to think and struck out another mountain-suppressing palm as fast as he could. Ah! The moment the two powers merged, the primordial being let out a shrill scream. Even with all his divine power, he could not block the terrifying power contained in the black-purple lightning. In almost an instant, his hands turned into bloody paste, blasted apart by the divine radiance. Then, his arms were like tofu, also shattering with a catcher sound. Blood and bone dregs splashed out, scattering across the void. "I've finally seen Boss Chu in action." Behind Chu Bei, the group of cultivators were stunned. Their eyes shone with golden light and their gazes were filled with worship. "Half-sage, no, you're a sage." The primordial being wailed miserably. He looked at Chu Bei in horror, fear in his eyes. At his level, he could already regrow his flesh and bones. But now, what made him panic was that his broken hands could not be regenerated. There was a terrifying unknown power spreading there, preventing him from regrowing his limbs. "Is this the letter?" Suddenly, a voice as calm as water rang in the primordial being's ears. When he looked over, his expression changed. The other party had already taken away his letter without him noticing. In other words, if the other party really wanted to kill him, he would not have the time to react. At the thought of this, the primordial being endured the intense pain and broke out in a cold sweat. In the sky, Chu Bei's face was as calm as water. Although he looked like a young man, the power he emitted from time to time was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Divine King Jiang Taishu. Chu Bei pinched the letter with 2 fingers. Tiny divine rainbows swam around his fingertips. With a whoosh, the letter was destroyed. After reading the contents of the letter, Chu Bei rubbed his fingertips. The letter turned into specks of light and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. "Go back and tell your king that it's fine if you continue to lie low, but if you really dare to invade the human race, I will kill you without mercy." A cold voice suddenly came from Chu Bei's mouth. It was like rolling thunder. Under the terrifying sound waves, the primordial being's face turned pale. He staggered back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. It took him a long time to stabilize his body. When he looked at Chu Bei again, the hatred in his eyes was even more intense. "I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I'll make you regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial being glanced at Chu Bei one last time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the void. "I've changed my mind. You'd better stay here forever." After hearing the primordial being's words, Chu Bei suddenly changed his tone. He flipped his right hand, and the void where the primordial being disappeared suddenly exploded. Under the boundless pressure, a large amount of space fragments fell from the sky. Then, the primordial being, who had disappeared into the void and was about to escape, reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the primordial being's expression was distorted. His body was frantically struggling as if he was being tortured inhumanely. Bang! With a loud explosion, the primordial being's body exploded under everyone's shocked gazes. Along with the explosion was his distorted soul. Looking at the sky full of blood in the distance, the group of cultivators swallowed their saliva. "Boss Chu, what did that letter say?" Jiang Taishu walked forward and cupped his fists respectfully at Chu Bei. The Wavering Light Sacred Leader, the Ji family head, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, and the rest followed closely behind. They were confused. The primordial royal family has awakened from their slumber. They want all of you to move out of the grotto heavens and blessed lands. They will move in one day, Chu Bei said calmly. "What? They want us to hand over the sacred ground? Damn it." The Jade Lake Sacred Leader and the Wavering Light Sacred Leader looked at each other. Their faces were filled with rage. As for Jiang Taishu, the Ji family head, and the rest, their expressions were even worse. Their ancestral lands had been passed down since the Antiquity Age. How could they hand it over to the primordial royal family? "Boss Chu, what if we don't agree?" the Jade Lake Sacred Leader asked. "Other than a battle, do you have any other choice? When the time comes, we can only talk with our strength." Chu Bei chuckled. "Are they going to become enemies with the human race?" Jiang Taishu's eyes narrowed. "Even if blood flows like a river, we won't hand over the sacred ground left by our ancestors. Yes, fight." All the cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. Chu Bei wasn't the only one who received a letter from the primordial royal family. The Middle Ground, the West Desert, the North Plains, and the South Mountains all received the same letter. The Middle Ground was huge. It was divided into 4 major empires. They were the Great Xia Empire, the Guhua Empire, the Nine Li Empire, and the Divine Lands Empire. In the main hall of the Extraordinary Warrior's residence, there were 4 people sitting in the center. One of them was wearing a golden red long robe and a dazzling golden crown. Although he was a little old, he had an invisible aura as he sat there. He was the emperor of the Great Xia Empire. The second person was wearing a white long robe and a purple gold crown. He was the emperor of the Guhua Empire. The third person was wearing a purple dragon robe and a pentagonal platinum crown. He was the emperor of the Nine Li Empire. The fourth person was wearing a golden long robe with dragon and phoenix patterns. He was the emperor of the Divine Lands Empire. Below the 4 emperors, there were close to 100 people dressed in luxurious robes. These people all had a vigorous aura and naturally had a powerful aura. The sect leader of the Qin sect, the pavilion leader of the Divine Secrets Pavilion, the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, the clan leader of the Cai family. Everyone in the hall was a leader of a force in the middle ground. At this moment, these big shots that were rarely seen were all gathered together. Their faces were gloomy, and the atmosphere was extremely silent. Damn it! Do they really think they're the masters of the Big Dipper? How dare they ask us to give up our territory? The emperor of the Nine Li Empire slammed his hand on the chair and stood up with a face full of anger. If they want to fight, then let's fight. The emperor of the Divine Lands Empire narrowed his eyes. Let's fight to the end. We won't give up even an inch of land. The leaders of the various forces stood up one after another and expressed their stance. The West Desert. This was the gathering place of all the Buddhist followers of the Big Dipper. In the great thunderclap temple of Mount Meru, A group of eminent monks sat cross-legged on praying mats with a solemn expression. Among these monks, there were the abbot of the Great Thunderclap Temple, Allen Temple, Agan Temple, Shenkong Temple, Lantuor Temple, and so on. A primordial being has appeared. The Big Dipper is going to change. Amitabha. The West Desert can't avoid this battle. We can only face the enemy head-on. All the major teleportation formations have been repaired. If we really can't win, we can escape to other regions. I'm afraid Eastern Wilderness, Zhongzhou, and other places have received the same letter. They must be on high alert now. In the Thunderclap Temple, the eminent monks discussed. The atmosphere was solemn. Northern Plains. It was snowing all year round here. There were three major forces: the Ice God Palace, the Wang family of the ancients, and the primordial giants. At this moment, in the Ice God Palace, three figures sat facing each other. One of the men held a letter in his hand, his eyes filled with rage. They won't even let go of such a remote place. So what if they're primordial beings? If they really dare to come, we'll make sure they don't return. The primordial royals aren't easy to deal with. You fought that guy just now. He's already at the peak of the godly king realm. This won't be easy. These guys are from 10,000 years ago. We haven't seen exactly how strong they are. If every primordial royal is at the peak of the godly king realm, this will be difficult. The three figures looked at each other. Their auras continued to rise. Southern Mountains. This place was controlled by three major forces. One was the War God Temple, which was the largest human sect in the Southern Mountains. The second was the Demon King Palace, where the Southern Mountains demons were. The third was the Barbarian Tribe, also known as the Ancient War God Tribe. These primordial beings probably don't understand the current situation. Tens of thousands of years have passed. The Big Dipper is no longer their era. But we don't know which of the primordial royals have awakened. Will there be any peerless powerhouses? If it really comes to a critical moment, we can open a space tunnel and join forces with Zhongzhou and the Southern Mountains to mobilize the entire Big Dipper. I heard that there's a powerful person in Eastern Wilderness. He seems to be called Boss Chu. It's said that he's from the Antiquity Age. I wonder if he can intimidate the primordial royals. As time passed, the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Zhongzhou, Northern Plains, and Southern Mountains all entered a state of preparation. Artifacts passed down from ancient times, primordial artifacts, and the archweapons were all brought out and placed in the center of the sects and sacred grounds. They were ready to attack at any time. What the hell is going on? Why are they suddenly in a state of preparation? My God, you're too uninformed. The primordial beings have awakened. Maybe a bloodbath will break out tomorrow. Primordial beings? Don't they only exist in ancient books? Didn't they die? According to the news, the primordial royals sent letters to the Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Zhongzhou, Northern Plains, and Southern Mountains. They threatened to kill us all if we stay away from the blessed grotto heavens. Damn it, are they so arrogant? Do they really think we humans are easy to bully? The primordial royals are so powerful. Even the Sacred Lord and the others don't know what kind of terrifying beings have awakened in the primordial royals. That's why they're so vigilant. According to what I know, the top experts of the 5 major regions have already communicated with each other. All the major teleportation formations have been activated, and they can move between the 5 regions at any time. So, in order to face these primordial beings, the 5 major regions have put aside their past grievances and stood on the same side. Gradually, all the factions in the Big Dipper felt that a storm was coming. Their conversations all revolved around the primordial beings. Retrieval mission activated. Host receives Tree of Enlightenment T. During the mission, host can mobilize the power of the Quasi-Emperor in this world. After the mission ends, the power of the Quasi-Emperor will disappear. Mission reward: host's cultivation will be directly raised to the peak of rank 12. In a great hall of the Jiang family of the ancients, Chu Bei was calmly drinking tea. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Tree of Enlightenment Tea? The power of a Quasi-Emperor? Peak of rank 12? Chu Bei muttered. After successfully converting all the cultivation in the Doluo and Doluo dimensions, he received the right to use a rank 16 commodity. According to the system's evaluation, the rank 16 commodity gave him the power of a quasi-emperor. During this retrieval mission, he could also use the power of a quasi-emperor given by the system. He could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the power of a quasi-emperor in advance. As for himself, his cultivation was still at the peak of rank 11, which was equivalent to the peak of the God King in the Shrouded Sky dimension. The method he used to kill the primordial beings not long ago was exchanged for a rank 12 commodity, which gave him the power of a half-saint. After thinking for a moment, Chu Bei put down the teacup in his hand, got up, and glanced at Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the others. I'm going out for a while. Boss Chu, the primordial beings have been born. You are the only supreme being in the eastern wilderness. Where are you going? How long will you be gone for? Jiang Taishu immediately stood up and bowed to Chu Bei. His face was full of respect. The Undying Mountain. Chu Bei looked at the red dot on the map where the Tree of Enlightenment was and said calmly. Chapter 304. What? Jiang Taishu's expression changed when he heard Chu Bei mention the Undying Mountain. After regaining his senses, Jiang Taishu gulped and looked at Chu Bei. He quickly said, Boss Chu, the Undying Mountain is one of the 7 life-forbidden zones. Rumor has it that a few years ago, a great sage physique and an ancient emperor worked hard for 2 lifetimes, but they still couldn't level it. May I know why you're going there this time? I'm going to take a tree and call it Tao Enlightenment, Chu Bei said calmly as he looked at Jiang Taishu. So you're also going there for that tree. But according to the ancient records, the ancient emperor who tried to level the Undying Mountain couldn't bring out the tree of Tao Enlightenment. In my opinion, there must be a terrifying existence sleeping in the Undying Mountain. I'm afraid that you're going there this time. Jiang Taishu looked worried as he tried to persuade Chu Bei. There were too many terrifying legends about the Undying Mountain. The existence that came out of the mountain had once caused chaos in the world, causing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to form the most terrifying dark age. If it weren't for the great sage physique and the ancient emperor who worked hard for 2 lifetimes to suppress all of this, the history of the human race in the Big Dipper would have been rewritten. Which ancient emperor fought his way into the Undying Mountain? Duanda asked. The Void Emperor, Jiang Taishu replied. It's my ancestor. Ji Ziyue's mouth was wide open when she heard that. Her delicate and flawless face was full of shock. Little guy, I didn't expect your ancestor to have such great achievement. Duanda patted Ji Ziyue's shoulder. There were very few legends about the Void Emperor in the world. Even Ji Ziyue, his descendant, didn't know much about him. Who would have thought that this ancient emperor was so powerful that he once fought his way into the Undying Mountain and created such a great achievement that resolved the disaster of the human race? The Black Emperor glanced at Duanda and roared, the ancient emperors, every single one of them is a peerless talent. Over the countless years, only one of them is born out of millions and millions of living beings. Even if there are not many rumors about a certain ancient emperor, it is still not something a stinky daoist like you can guess. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, Jiang Taishu nodded in agreement. Every great emperor was the only main character of a period. In terms of their lives, every one of them had endless legends. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chu Bei nodded at Jiang Taishu. The 7 forbidden zones. I'm really curious about what's inside them. Ji Ziyue rubbed her hands as her eyes sparkled. This time, I will be going alone. I will be back soon. However, when Ji Ziyue looked at Chu Bei expectantly, the latter's calm voice poured a bucket of cold water on her head. In the next moment, a ripple arose around Chu Bei, and his figure disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Undying Mountain. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The mountain was full of vitality and lush green. The black soil and black cliffs looked ancient and mysterious. This was a primitive region with boundless wastelands. Many ancient trees towered into the sky like small mountains. Many ancient vines even buried the large mountains underneath. Everything was too primitive. These vines had been growing for who knew how many years. They should have turned into demons a long time ago. Unfortunately, they were still in their original form and did not have intelligence. Occasionally, one could see strange beasts in the mountain. They were all unheard of. Each and every one of them was strange and terrifying. They were full of dangerous auras. They were all ancient beasts with intelligence. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the terrifying aura of this hell. It made one's mind uneasy. It was as if they were getting closer to a supreme existence. In the central region, there was a large mountain. It was majestic and imposing. It was as if it had been standing here since the beginning of time. It could be said to be the king of mountains, the emperor of mountains. It was majestic and imposing. The mountain was lush and verdant. It was full of ancient trees as tall as the sky. It was full of vitality. There were even some lakes adorning the mountainside. However, they could not hide the true color of this mountain. It was as black as ink. At this moment, Chu Bei was hovering at the peak of this mountain. His gaze stopped at a certain direction. There was an ancient tree there. Although it was covered by many ancient trees, its unique aura was particularly special. It was not very tall, only 3 meters tall. However, it was as vigorous as a horned dragon. Its old skin was cracked as if it had experienced millions of years. It was very strange. The leaves on the tree were not the same. Every leaf was different from the others. They were all sparkling and translucent as if they were carved out of jade. Some of the leaves were like small cauldrons, misty and hazy. Some of the leaves were like divine phoenixes, flickering with multicolored light. Some of the leaves were like immortals sitting cross-legged, incomparably vivid. Some were like gold, resplendent. Some were like scarlet jade, incomparably bright. There were all kinds of colors. As expected of the Tree of Enlightenment. With a step, Chu Bei had already arrived under the Tree of Enlightenment. There seemed to be endless Tao flowing around the tree. It was full of mysterious power, making one's heart empty. Chu Bei was not cultivating, but it seemed like he was comprehending the Tao. Dang! At this moment, a bell rang. In the next moment, a blurry figure appeared in front of Chu Bei. It was hard to see clearly. He walked around the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, and above his head was a large bell that was surrounded by chaotic fog. The large bell seemed to be able to stop time. The chaos was turbulent, and thousands of strands fell down. It was incomparably mysterious and hazy, like the flowing river of time. After a long while, the blurry figure sat cross-legged under the Tree of Enlightenment. The large bell bobbed up and down, making him look like a piece of nothingness. It was as if he had merged with the vast world and was about to disappear. Not long after, he seemed to be deep in thought. He stood up and looked at the sky. Then, step by step, he walked away. He seemed to be walking against the river of time, passing through the gate of time and leaving, returning to the distant primordial era. Heavenly Emperor No Beginning, looking at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, Chu Bei muttered softly. If the Black Emperor was here, he would probably cry until his heart and lungs were torn apart. After No Beginning left, another figure appeared under the ancient tree. She was even more mysterious. Only a shadow could be seen. Behind her, a jar with a ghost face was floating up and down. She walked under the ancient tree. With every step she took, a black hole would appear under her feet. It was as if she wanted to swallow everyone. Just a little bit of her aura leaked out, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless has also been here. Chu Bei whispered. After the abyss-like shadow left, several more figures appeared under the Tree of Enlightenment. However, they didn't stay for too long and left. I didn't expect so many heavenly emperors to have come to comprehend the Tao under this tree. After letting out a sigh, Chu Bei placed his right hand on the trunk of the Tree of Enlightenment. Rustle, instantly, the 3-meter-tall ancient tree shook. Its trunk emitted a divine light. It was so strange. Every leaf was different. There was a small cauldron, a divine phoenix, an immortal, a divine bell, mountains and rivers, clouds, the 8 trigrams. All kinds of shapes were vivid and lifelike. Every leaf was like a small world. They represented a different kind of Tao, swaying with dreamy brilliance. Upon closer inspection, the trunk was ancient, full of atmosphere and ancient intent. On the other hand, the leaves were natural, full of life and Tao. The two blended together, mysterious and abstruse. It's you. Just as Chu Bei was about to subdue the tree of enlightenment according to the method described by the system, a soul-stirring low voice suddenly sounded in the undying mountain. In the next moment, amidst strange rumbling sounds, the roar of the river water could be heard. This was a black river surging. It was so black that it was shriveled. There was no trace of life in it. Just looking at it made one's heart feel suffocated. Feeling the death aura of the Black River, a chill inexplicably surged in Chu Bei's heart. With a raise of his hand, he used the power of a quasi-emperor given by the system. Amidst the rumbling sounds, an incomparably huge gap appeared in the sky above the Black River. Inside the gap, a 10,000 feet tall thunder giant held a giant thunder axe and hacked at the Black River. Rustle. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The Black River surged, bringing up layers of strange splashes. So it's you. No wonder you have the confidence to enter the undying mountain. As the calm voice fell, a tall and majestic demonic figure faintly appeared above the Black River. He held a black halberd in his hand and was full of murderous intent. With a sigh, the majestic figure narrowed his eyes. His cold eyes shot out a sharp light, directly piercing through the 10,000 feet tall thunder giant. Hearing the other party's words, Chu Bei's heart trembled. The other party actually knew about him. After being stunned, Chu Bei quickly calmed down. It must be because the other party had sensed the aura that he had revealed when he used a level 15 product not long ago. Stone Emperor? Relying on the memory in his mind, Chu Bei tentatively guessed, without any emotion on his face. In the primordial age, the great emperor-level figures were called ancient emperors, such as the immortal emperor and the empress of the West. In the primordial age, they were called great emperors, such as the great emperor, the ruthless emperor, and the void emperor. Since you know that this is my resting place, why do you still dare to come here? You even want to take away the tree of enlightenment. The tall and majestic demonic figure snorted coldly. The river beneath his feet churned violently, like a black dragon about to engulf the sky. It made one feel uneasy. This is a little difficult. After confirming the other party's identity, Chu Bei frowned. The masters of these forbidden areas were all great emperors in the past. However, in order to live longer, when they sensed that their lives were fading, they cut off their Tao prematurely, causing their cultivation level to drop. After sleeping for 10,000 years, even my bones are loose. The Stone Emperor waved his black halberd. Let's fight. As the cold and emotionless syllables fell, the halberd in the Stone Emperor's hand slashed down, creating a buzzing sound. Suddenly, the sky above the undying mountain cracked open, and dragon patterns appeared. A huge gap seemed to be connected to the vast universe outside the Big Dipper star region. Through the gap, one could faintly see the sun, moon, and stars outside. A black dragon appeared from the gap, carrying with it the mysterious power of the universe. Its entire body emitted a demonic light, and amidst flickering runes, it swept toward Chu Bei. The black dragon had a spirit, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This was a Supreme Emperor Tao attack. In an instant, the void around Chu Bei was ignited. Time and space seemed to be frozen. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei was engulfed. He couldn't dodge at all. Chapter 305. What's with this terrifying aura? Could it be that the ancient royal family has moved out in advance? No, that's impossible. This aura is coming from the direction of the undying mountain. What? The undying mountain of the 7 forbidden lands? It's said that the leaders of countless great forces have never come out after entering the mountain. I don't know what's inside. I once read an ancient book that recorded that the great sage Physique and the great emperor of ancient tried to flatten it with the power of 2 lifetimes, but they didn't succeed. Oh my God, What's going on above the undying mountain? Are those stars outside the Big Dipper? What's going on in the undying mountain? Could it be that the terrifying existence inside is fighting with someone? It can't be. Other than the great Emperor of Ancient, who else can make the existence inside create such a commotion? Even the cultivators who were tens of thousands of miles away could feel the aura coming from the undying mountain. As for the forces closer to the undying mountain, the group of cultivators was so scared that they were trembling. They looked up at the countless stars in the huge gap in the sky above the undying mountain with only astonishment in their eyes. Could it be that Mr. Chu has already fought with the terrifying existence in the mountain? In the Jiang family of the ancients, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, Duander, Yi Fan, and the others flew out of the main hall and stood in the void. They looked in the direction of the undying mountain and felt the terrifying aura drifting over from afar. Almost at the same time, the other 6 forbidden lands of the remote antiquity erupted with an incomparably strange aura at the same time. Numerous tyrannical divine senses pierced through the void and enveloped the undying mountain, as if they were sensing what was happening inside. In the process of obtaining the path understanding tree for the system, in addition to the power of a quasi-emperor, the host also has an immortal body and is immune to all attacks below the true immortal realm. Hearing the system's voice again, Chu Bei's originally tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Then, he sized up the Stone Emperor's methods again. Is this the strength of the great Emperor of Ancient? The black dragon dispersed, and Chu Bei stood in place. He touched his chin with his right hand and sighed. At this moment, Chu Bei's body was completely wrapped in a spherical ripple. It was this spherical ripple that made him immune to the black dragon's damage. How is this possible? Who are you? When the Stone Emperor saw that Chu Bei was safe and sound, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Although his strength was far from his peak, it would not be so easy for a quasi-emperor to take on his attack. Chu Bei glanced at the Epiphany tree before glancing at the Stone Emperor. He couldn't help but curse the system in his mind. This was the first time he felt that the system was unreliable. Although he was immune to damage, he wasn't afraid of Stone Emperor's attacks. However, with his quasi-emperor strength, it was impossible for him to snatch the path understanding tree from the Stone Emperor. He should be bestowed with the great Emperor realm. After a long while. The next time I come to the undying mountain, I will definitely have a good fight with you. Chu Bei cleared his throat, flicked his robe, and pretended to snort coldly before transforming into a ray of light and vanishing. I'll wait for you here. Next time, let's have a battle to the death. The Stone Emperor allowed Chu Bei to leave. He waved the halberd in his hand, and the lifeless black river in the west dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the huge gap in the sky above the undying mountain gradually closed, and countless stars disappeared. In a few breaths' time, the majestic and terrifying aura in the undying mountain started to recede, and the place fell into a dead silence again. The Stone Emperor's tall and majestic figure also gradually disappeared from the void. The aura fluctuations have disappeared. The undying mountain has quieted down. Can anyone tell me what happened just now? If you want to know, you can go in and take a look yourself. We will give you moral support. Could it be that the battle has ended? It's a pity that we don't know what kind of existence is fighting. The various forces looked in the direction of the undying mountain and discussed animatedly. The Jiang family, one of the clan of the ancients. Boss Chu, it's great that you're fine. When they saw that Chu Bei had returned, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the others immediately went forward to welcome him with joyful expressions. Boss, who was the person who fought with you just now? Duander's eyes were filled with curiosity, and he immediately asked. The arch from the ancient era, Chu Bei said calmly. What? There's really a living the arch of the ancient era inside. No wonder even the great sage physique and void the arch of the past couldn't completely destroy the undying mountain. When they heard Chu Bei's words, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, Alcade Sacred Master, and the others were all shocked. Huge waves surged in their hearts, and they looked at Chu Bei again with even more admiration. The fact that he could enter and exit the undying mountain safely and even fight with the arch of the ancient era meant that he was really the arch. When they thought of this, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, and the others couldn't help but smile knowingly. With the arch overseeing the eastern wilderness, they didn't have to worry about the archaic royal clan invading them tomorrow. Boss, did you take the Tree of Enlightenment? Yi Fan asked curiously. This tree hasn't fully matured yet, so I didn't touch it. I'll take it away next time. Chu Bei waved his robe, looked up at the void at a 45-degree angle, and said calmly. Although the system was unreliable this time, he was relieved that the power of the boundary the arch that the system gave him was still there. Rumble, at that moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from above the Jiang family. In the next moment, an incomparably huge purple-bronze ancient ship appeared from the void. It was mottled with rust and was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Why would a ship suddenly appear? And it's so old and shabby. What a terrifying aura fluctuation. Why is my soul trembling? I'm about to suffocate. No, I have to activate the Sea of Reincarnation. Otherwise, my head will explode. What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me there's someone inside. The cultivators of the Jiang family looked up at the huge purple-bronze ancient ship that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the weaker disciples held their heads in pain when they sensed the aura fluctuation from the ancient bronze warship. All of them quickly retreated as if they were avoiding a ferocious beast. The ancient ship was like the heavens crashing down on them, making them feel like they were going to collapse. Who's there? Jiang Taishu shouted. His thick black hair fluttered like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. He walked forward step by step, closing in on the ancient purple-bronze ship. In the next moment, Jiang Taishu's left hand danced rhythmically. With a wave of his hand, thousands of sword radiances shot out, piercing through the void and hitting the ancient purple-bronze ship. This was the battle symbol art, an offensive sacred art. Its destructive power was unparalleled in the same realm. As for his right hand, he summoned the Eternal Universe Divine Cauldron and activated the divine power in his body. The Eternal Universe Divine Cauldron trembled instantly, and a great Emperor aura filled the air. At the same time, a terrifying beam of light shot toward the ancient purple-bronze ship. Rumble. However, just as Jiang Taishu's 2 attacks were about to hit the ancient purple-bronze ship, an ancient living being that looked like a godly phoenix flew out from the ship. It was bathed in divine fire, as if an immortal phoenix had descended to the mortal world. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying fluctuation shot up into the sky. The sky collapsed completely, and cracks in space spread out immediately. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. With a casual wave of his hand, a majestic force annihilated Jiang Taishu's 2 terrifying attacks as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. You're from the immemorial royal family. Jiang Taishu looked at the ancient living being, and his face was instantly filled with vigilance. It was not difficult to see the fear in his eyes. Human, you're weak. You're really too weak. The ancient living being that looked like a godly phoenix glanced at Jiang Taishu with disdain, and commented on the immortal king Jiang Taishu. As soon as its cold and emotionless voice fell, an ocean-like aura rippled out with it as the center, spreading out for thousands of miles. Even the dark clouds in the horizon rolled. The immortal king ancestor's eternal universe divine cauldron was instantly destroyed by it. What's its background? It seems to be even more powerful than the ancient living being from before. Is this purple-bronze ancient ship a treasure of the immemorial royal family? All the cultivators of the Jiang family looked at the ancient ship and the godly phoenix in horror. They instinctively swallowed their saliva, and their gazes landed on Chu Bei in the end. If it was someone that even the immortal king ancestor could not deal with, then perhaps only this boss Chu could. Where's Bai Luo? It came to deliver the message a long time ago. Why didn't it return? The ancient living being that looked like a godly phoenix spoke. Its chilling voice carried a monstrous might. Hearing that, Jiang Taishu, Fairy Rosy Cloud, Alcade Sacred Leader, and the others' expressions turned ugly. It turned out that this seemingly more powerful immemorial royal family had come for that guy from before. He's dead. At that moment, an extremely calm voice drifted through the air. What? He's dead. Suddenly, A cold voice filled with dense killing intent sounded. In the next moment, the ancient living being that looked like a godly phoenix shot out 2 crimson beams of light from its eyes at Chu Bei, who had spoken. Wherever the crimson beams of light passed, the void immediately collapsed, and a long rainbow of runes appeared. Rumble. Chu Bei made his move, and there was a deafening roar between heaven and earth instantly. At the same time, the distant sky cracked open, and thousands of snake-shaped thunderbolts with destructive auras descended from the sky, landing around the ancient purple-bronze ship one after another. The thunderbolts shot into the sky and covered the entire ancient purple-bronze ship. It seemed to have isolated the ancient ship from the outside world, and the strange aura that came from the ancient ship was also instantly blocked inside. Chu Bei moved. First, he pointed his finger and shattered the 2 crimson beams of light that the ancient living being shot at him. Then, he took a step forward and appeared directly on the ancient purple-bronze ship. Human, you, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared beside it, the pupils of the ancient living being that looked like a godly phoenix suddenly shrank. Chu Bei just smiled at the ancient living being, and then stretched out his right hand and gently patted the deck. Chu Bei strolled leisurely, like a demon lord crossing the heavens, and landed on the ancient purple-bronze ship with a single step. Rumble. He casually slapped the deck of the ship. Just as this seemingly light and powerless palm landed, the purple-bronze ship exploded with an earth-shattering boom. This incomparably terrifying explosion's aftermath, if not for the rolling thunderbolts around it, would have annihilated all the living beings within thousands of kilometers. In the midst of the thunderbolts, terrifying fluctuations boiled in every corner of the ancient ship. The void collapsed completely, and a huge crack spread out on the deck. Not a moment later, with a boom, the ancient purple-bronze ship that seemed to have existed since the ancient times was torn apart, turning into a large number of fragments. Upon closer inspection, in addition to the fragments of the warship, there were also countless pieces of flesh and bones mixed in. These were the ancient living beings on Yuan Zhon's ship. Before they could come out to fight, they had already been blasted into pieces by Chu Bei. Chu Bei was very satisfied with this attack. The power of a quasi-emperor couldn't deal with the Stone Emperor, but it couldn't be easier to deal with these so-called ancient royal families. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.